Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Putin announces a temporary ceasefire for VE Day, hours after Trump expresses his disappointment in the Russian leader. Millions of Canadians head to the polls for the country's snap election. And Roman Catholic cardinals will meet for conclave on the 7th of May as they elect a new pope. To our top story, and Vladimir Putin has announced a temporary ceasefire to pause fighting in Ukraine to coincide with the anniversary of VE Day. It comes after President Trump criticized the Russian leader, saying he was disappointed with Putin after the latest strikes on Ukraine and called on him to reach a deal. The US president spoke to reporters after having private talks with Ukraine's President Zelensky in Rome at the weekend, something he referenced before boarding Air Force One. Take a look.
I think the meeting went well. We'll see what happens over the next few days. We'll probably learn a lot. I was very disappointed that missiles were flying by Russia, but that missiles were flying. Very disappointing. We'll see how it goes. Well, I want them to stop shooting, sit down and sign a deal. And we have the confines of a deal, I believe. And I want them to sign it and be done with it and just go back to life.
I'm now joined by former US diplomat and lecturer on Russian foreign policy at Johns Hopkins University, Donald Jensen. Donald, great to have you on the show. Thanks for joining us. Firstly, what are Putin's motives for the VE Day ceasefire, and why wait until the 8th of May?
Well, Putin is playing the West, he's playing the United States, and he's trying to play, as they say, the Ukrainian side. Putin just called a ceasefire a week ago, immediately violated it, as President Trump just said, by attacking Ukrainian civilians. And now he's trying to get some international attention by having the Victory Day ceasefire next week. But given his behavior last week, who knows whether it will even be observed. So I would not take it all that seriously, except as perhaps a day-long pause, nothing more, and the fighting will likely go on, as will the talks.
Why did Trump change his approach on Ukraine? Was it because of his meeting with the Zelensky at the Vatican, or do you think it's really frustration with what appears to be a stalemate in these talks?
Well, I think President Trump is finding out that this is far more difficult than solving in a few days. I think the president is now more uncertain than he has been about Putin's good faith, something that he and Envoy Witkoff talked about many times earlier. Putin has no interest in a peace deal on anything other than Russian terms, and many people have criticized the so-called U.S. plan for leaning too far to Russia. The Europeans are strongly against, and I was pleased to see a good atmosphere in the talk between Zelensky and Trump in the Vatican, but there is almost no chance Zelensky will accept a turnover of Crimea to Russia. And that means essentially that the Trump plan is seriously wounded.
So I just wanted to pick up on that point when it comes to Crimea. Donald Trump says he thinks Volodymyr Zelensky is ready to give up Crimea. But why do you think this is something that is not going to happen? And do you think both Ukraine and the European Union are going to make sure Crimea isn't part of Russia going forward in these U.S. plans?
Yeah, well, Crimea is not part of Russia, and I think I want to hear the Ukrainian president say he would give it up, and I'm absolutely certain, given his own statements before, absolutely certain, given the political pressures at home, he will not turn over Crimea legally to the Russians. And as you might have seen in the past several days, both President Macron and the British Prime Minister are both, I think, strongly opposed to turning Crimea over to Ukraine, and in many ways, that's a key to any deal going forward. So again, I'm pessimistic that it will go forward according to the U.S. outlines we've seen. Where it goes afterward is not clear, because Putin, in many ways, has not compromised at all from his position at the beginning of the war. All these conditions, all this maneuvering is really just to prolong, weaken the U.S., divide the West, and prolong the process so the West will eventually get tired of dealing with the Russian positions, which are pretty severe. And Foreign Minister Lavrov even said that on U.S. television yesterday.
So Donald Trump tomorrow would have been in the White House for 100 days. He obviously said he could end this in 24 hours. It was a war he would have not let happen if he was the president at the time. Where does this leave Donald Trump and his policy? And do you think he's starting to regret what he said in many ways?
Well, he's backed off it already. You saw earlier last week, he said he was really speaking in hyperbole and indicating he didn't really mean he could end it in 24 hours. But the president has some serious decisions to make, one of which is that if the Russians continue to show bad faith, does he walk away from it? The crisis, the problem in Ukraine, the fighting, which several people have indicated he might do, or does he bolster U.S. support for Ukraine? And this will probably come to a head over the issue of whether there is a European reassurance force deployed in Ukraine under any ceasefire, and they want, the European allies want, a U.S. insurance behind that to ensure that the Russians are serious. So the president has some serious decisions to make, and it's not clear yet which way he will go.
Donald, what more have we heard about other countries assisting Russia's war effort? North Korea has confirmed it did send some troops.
Well, in fact, President Putin congratulated North Korea for its help and congratulated the country for, among a number of other things, and indicated that he wants a deeper security ties with North Korea. Well, that's all very interesting, and it shows how uninterested Russia is in an actual settlement. But it also shows how Russia has some manpower shortages of their own, and there's a lot of bravado coming out of the Kremlin, but they have their concerns, their weaknesses too. And for the time being, at least, President Putin thinks that North Korean bodies being killed at the front helps the Russian war effort. Perhaps it does. More likely, it's not going to help materially one way or the other, even in Kursk, where they have helped try to kick the Ukrainians out.
According to the Ukrainian Air Force, Russia launched 166 drones at Ukraine today. Who has the upper hand on the battlefield currently?
I think I would go back to the testimony of the NATO commander, Chris Kavali, a few weeks ago, which is to say Russia has the upper hand, but Ukraine is nowhere near in danger of collapse. And you hit on exactly the right point, which is that this war of drones is actually a war in which the Ukraine has an advantage. Higher tech drones, effectively targeting not civilians like the Russians do, but attacking Russian targets of military or energy and those kinds of things. And you probably saw the Ukrainians unleashed an attack overnight against Russia. So this is going to go on, and we used to talk about artillery 2 years ago, but now we talk about drones. So Russia may have the upper hand. It's slowly creeping forward, but I would by no means say that the war is going to end in its favor anytime soon.
Donald Jensen, a former U.S. diplomat and lecturer on Russian foreign policy at Johns Hopkins University, an absolute pleasure to have your insights. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you.
Now, millions of Canadians head to the polls today as the country takes part in a snap election. Reigning Prime Minister and leader of the Liberal Party, Mark Carney, is hoping to hold onto his title after taking over from predecessor Justin Trudeau just last month. He's up against Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Current polls indicate Carney is seen as a preferred choice to go toe-to-toe with Trump, having held previous high-profile positions as governor governor of both the Bank of England and, of course, of the Bank of Canada. For more on this, I'm joined from Toronto by National Post columnist Anthony Furey. Anthony, great to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. So voters are heading to the polls today, but the last day of campaigning was overshadowed by a vehicle attack in Vancouver. What more do we know about this?
Yeah, a very unfortunate incident. There's information still coming out slowly. Right now, we know that there's an alleged perpetrator who has been arrested, a 30-year-old man, and police have said he's known to police. They've had many altercations with him, and there is belief that he's a mentally ill person in terms of his interactions with police. Videos surfacing online of him at the scene of the crime, being there, being confronted by a lot of people, frustrated with him, but he looks almost perplexed at the incident that happened. An absolute tragedy in this country, a vehicular attack at a Filipino cultural festival in Vancouver on the west side, the Pacific side of Canada. So definitely a country really in mourning right now as people try to figure out what happened and why it happened, and as many families and a whole community try to piece their lives back together after this tragedy.
Yes, indeed, Anthony. Thank you for that. Let's move on to politics. And the Liberals are ahead of the Conservatives in the latest polls. Polls always have this margin of error. But what has dominated each party's election campaign in Canada?
Yeah, and the polling issue has been a contentious one that a lot of people have debated and questioned the veracity of it, and then given other people criticism for going on to question the veracity of it, because not too long ago, the Liberal Party was very unpopular at the polls when Justin Trudeau was Prime Minister just a few months ago. And then Mark Carney came in. He became Prime Minister, and he was just PM for a few weeks before an election was triggered, before he decided to go to the polls to have this election. And then the public opinion polling has turned around, putting him in the lead slightly, almost within the margin of error with the Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre. And this came after Justin Trudeau had been in office for 10 years, and a lot of people wanted change. When it comes to the main policy planks, if anything, right now, this is an election about personalities, three personalities: Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, Liberal leader Mark Carney, and Donald Trump, who has been threatening to make Canada the 51st state. He's been saying that rhetoric the past few months, and that's been dominating how Canadians talk about this election and even a couple smaller elections that we've had in the country.
So, Anthony, I wanted to talk to you about your latest column. You say the whole reason Donald Trump can speak about absorbing Canada is because, in business terms, our country is so mismanaged and underperforming. Mark Carney is a man who spent so many years in the top jobs in the finance world. Why do you think he isn't the right person to save Canada from economic decline?
Yeah, it's very tragic that Canada is actually dropping in so many of the key quality of life indicators and indexes that we typically talk about. OECD rankings, for example, we would have been in the top half a dozen categories in many of those, and we've dropped into the 20s, into the 30s in some of these rankings. Quality of life is really going downhill, and younger Canadians are particularly concerned and upset about their future. And now it's younger Canadians who are ranking the Conservatives as their top choice, and older people who are more sticking with the Liberal Party. And why I write in my column that Mark Carney is not my preferred choice, and I'm encouraging people to support the Conservative candidate, is because Carney is quite consistent with the past 10 years of Liberal governance. A lot of the policies are very similar, and he does appear to have the same philosophical outlook. While he is a businessman, an economist, and a banker, he does seem to believe in more top-down government control of the economy than many other people on Wall Street or Bay Street, which is our version of Wall Street here in Canada. And he is very involved in green finance and the green economy at a time when a lot of interest is waning from all of that, and people want to go in a more free market direction. And that is what Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre embraces in terms of getting the Canadian economy really back in fighting form.
So just give me your thoughts on why Pierre Poilievre is the right person to get Canada out of what you call the rut it appears to be in now. What is his forward thinking bringing to the table?
Well, Canada under Justin Trudeau unfortunately had a lot of very left-leaning policies. While he was the centrist party in the Liberal Party, he took that very left wing in terms of economic positions. And Pierre Poilievre is a much more economic growth-minded leader in terms of giving businesses and entrepreneurs and our oil and gas sector the freedom they need and the regulatory environment to go out and create opportunities, to go out and attract capital investment to Canada in much more of a hands-off way, to sort of unleash the powers of our various sectors. He's very focused on that, whereas the Liberal Party has been much more controlling and hands-on with different sectors of our economy. We have a lot of reserves of oil and gas, and one thing that really frustrates many Canadians, particularly Western Canadians in the provinces where we have the oil and gas reserves, is that we have not been able to get that product to market. And yet it is so valuable for jobs and opportunities. It's our key resource.
Anthony Fury, columnist at The National Post in Toronto. Great to have your insights. Thank you for joining me.
Thanks very much.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A major power outage has hit large parts of Spain and Portugal, affecting traffic lights, transport and ATMs. Madrid's Barajas International Airport was left without power, while telecommunications have also been affected. The mayor of Madrid has warned people to stay off the streets. A Portuguese electricity operator says the outage was caused by a rare atmospheric phenomenon related to variations in temperature. 68 bodies have been recovered and 47 others were wounded in Yemen after a US strike on Sada hit a detention center housing African migrants. Sada is a Houthi stronghold that has also been previously targeted in US airstrikes. Washington has pledged to continue its attacks on the Houthis until they cease assaults on Red Sea shipping. Australian Prime Minister candidate Peter Dunt has sparked outrage after calling for the ban of Indigenous welcome ceremonies. Dutton, who is running in the upcoming election, says Aboriginal tradition should not be performed at sporting games or military commemorations. Dutton says he wants to change how Indigenous history is acknowledged if he is elected on Saturday. And Kim Kardashian's robbery trial has begun in Paris today. 10 men held the reality star at gunpoint and stole jewelry worth $10 million in 2016. 5 of the accused faced armed robbery and kidnapping charges, whilst the others are charged with complicity in the heist and the unauthorized possession of a weapon. Kardashian is due to testify on May the 13th. China has rejected claims by President Trump that he received a phone call from Chinese leader Xi Jinping at a press briefing in Beijing. China's Foreign Ministry reiterated that the two sides have not engaged in tariff negotiations. It comes as reports emerge saying Chinese e-commerce giants are ramping up prices of its products for the American market ahead of tariffs. Patrick Fox reports.
Well, the headline on some reports today, Shein hikes prices as much as 377% ahead of tariff increases. Things weren't quite as drastic as that. That was the maximum increase on one item for the American market, specifically for a 10-piece set of kitchen towels, but it was still dramatic. The average price for the top 100 products in the beauty and health category, according to a study by Bloomberg, went up by 51%, with several items more than doubling in price. So American consumers, certainly those that shop on some of these Chinese e-commerce platforms, are likely to feel the pinch. Shein, along with Temu and others, face a 120% tariff on many of their products after the Trump administration shut something known as the de minimis loophole, which allowed exporters to ship goods valued below $800 to enter the U.S. without tariffs or custom duties. E-commerce players have made vast profits selling cheap goods products made in China to Americans and elsewhere around the world. And this was something that the Trump administration was determined to halt. But this development highlights efforts by Chinese exporters to pass at least some of the extra costs on to U.S. consumers. Meanwhile, no signs of any breakthrough in engagement between Washington and Beijing, despite claims by the U.S. president otherwise. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Gui Jiakun said today, to my knowledge, there has been no phone call between the two heads of state recently. The focus now is turning on China's economy czar, He Lifeng, who is said to be pulling the strings behind the scenes on negotiations between the two sides. Reports suggest he is not going to budge reducing China's trade surplus with the US, which is going to make it difficult to come to any sort of agreement. But Beijing may just be happy to wait things out. Reports suggest Americans are getting increasingly concerned about the inflationary impact of tariffs and the trade war. Businesses are also reporting that people are scaling back some purchases, and recent polls are showing voters feel President Trump is falling short on promises to strengthen the economy as he nears 100 days in office.
Patrick Fock in Singapore, thank you so much. Let's take another look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. President Trump has said the death of Prince Andrew's accuser, Virginia Giuffre, is a horrible thing. Giuffre's family said she lost her life to suicide at the age of 41. Authorities say her death is still under investigation but does not appear to be suspicious. More than 40 people have died and 1,200 are injured after a powerful explosion at Iran's biggest port of Bandar Abbas. The blast on Saturday shattered windows and damaged goods inside the shipping containers. Firefighters have been tackling the blaze, which is thought to have been caused by an explosion of chemical materials. India has agreed to buy 26 Rafale fighter aircrafts from France in a deal worth $7.14 billion. The purchase, intended for India's Navy, was approved earlier this month by the country's Security Cabinet. India has pledged to modernize its military and reduce its dependence on Russian equipment. And Jeddah's historic Old Town has become a tourist attraction following the Saudi Arabia Grand Prix. The Red Sea port hosted famous faces like Formula One star Lewis Hamilton and global singer Jennifer Lopez earlier this month. Known in Arabic as Al Balad, the town is listed as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The government has also revealed plans to restore around 650 buildings and revive the region's local businesses. Roman Catholic cardinals will start electing a new pope from the 7th of May. 135 cardinals from all over the world are eligible to take part in conclave to decide the next leader of the Catholic Church. The announcement comes days after the funeral of Pope Francis, which drew 400,000 people to St. Peter's Square in Vatican City. We can now speak to Italian journalist Elena Trabottoni, live from Rome. Thank you so much for joining us, Elena. How does the conclave process work?
Well, it's a really interesting process. It's steeped in tradition and all these ancient rites, and it's been going on forever, really, 2,000 years. The Catholic Church is one of the oldest institutions in the world, along with some other religions. And basically, only cardinals under the age of 80 can vote. So we have some 135 that can vote, actually 134, because one has remained in Spain due to health reasons, out of a total of 235. And these cardinals are basically secreted away into the Sistine Chapel with those magnificent Michelangelo ceilings, frescoes above them. And they're put under lock and key, as it were. In fact, the name conclave comes from the Latin cum clave, which means to be locked up, lock and key. And they are not allowed to keep in contact with the outside world. They vote 4 times a day until they reach a 2/3 majority. And the way they communicate with the outside world, because they're not allowed internet, they're not allowed to go out for dinner in the evening. They all have to have dinner together in Casa Santa Marta, which is the priest's residence where Pope Francis lived. The way they communicate, whether the Pope has been chosen or not, is through the release of burning of the scrolls, the ballots that they voted with, and either white smoke comes out in the case that a decision has been made, or black smoke. So that's where we'll be keeping our eyes and our television cameras pointed towards in the next few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. I know everyone is going to be watching out for that smoke very, very closely. But what are the key steps and traditions that will mark the start of the May the 7th conclave?
Well, for a start, the cardinals meet on May the 7th and they hold a mass, and then they hold a formal procession and they walk together to the Sistine Chapel. And on the first day, they will not be holding 4 voting polls. It'll just be one. So that first day, it'll just be one. But bear in mind that, there's a series of other things that need to be done. The area there, the Sistine Chapel, needs to be swept for recording devices because, albeit, it's an ancient tradition, but they want to take modern precautions. They need to install the special purpose chimney and the stove where you burn the ballot boxes. It's a stove back from 1903, I think the last one, and it's been fixed and revised several times, obviously, to be able to cope with the decades. So there'll be all these things being put in motion. And of course, in the evening, there's some rules, some quite archaic rules. For example, I'm told that from Vatican sources that the cardinals can only have one serving in their evening meal and at lunch, possibly to keep them, nimble and on their feet and not getting sleepy at the time of votes. And also the seating arrangements are quite randomized. So, every day the seating arrangements change, and they don't, so as to avoid people getting unduly influenced. Now, what's particular about this particular conclave is that 80% of those voting, 80% of the 135, were appointed by Pope Francis. So of the total voters, 53 are European, and the rest are from other areas of the world. So 17 from South America, 18 from Africa. And so it's very interesting because it's one of the most wide-reaching geographically conclaves ever, with cardinals from countries that never used to have cardinals in the past or haven't had them recently. So Rwanda, Myanmar, Haiti were appointed recently, and many of them don't actually know each other. They'd never met each other until this week, until they all rushed to the Vatican, called for the conclave, because about 20 of them were actually named as in December last year. So it's a very interesting mix of personalities and cardinals.
Helena, absolutely fascinating. But how long is the election process actually expected to take? How long are these new friends and cardinals expected to sit together and make a decision?
That's a very, very tricky one and a very, very good question, because it means, that until that moment, the Catholic Church is without a leader. It's in this sort of vacuum period. It's called the interregnum period, where the Vatican Chamberlain carries out very ordinary activities, but nothing else. It can take anything, really. I mean, there was one conclave that took 3 years. Fortunately, it was back in the Middle Ages, but they have been known to take a long time. The most recent ones, so Pope Francis's conclave took just under 2 days, as did Benedict's. So the hope is that it'll be smooth sailing. Of course, you never know until you see that white smoke.
And sometimes it comes out grey at the beginning, and that's also a little bit confusing. But with the College of Cardinals more diverse than ever, something you told me a little bit earlier, what challenges or opportunities might this present for electing the new Pope? There's also a bit of an issue over a cardinal who is protesting. He wants to vote, but is actually not being permitted to. What's going on?
Well, there's always some, controversy surrounding the conclave. It wouldn't be a conclave without, a lot of speculation and controversy. Now, this particular cardinal was he was actually charged with financial, mismanagement, and he's actually appealing that decision because he was actually sentenced to 5.5 years, but it's still an appeals process. And he says, and Vatican analysts say he's got a very good point, that Vatican law doesn't ban him from actually taking part in the conclave. Now, it was expected today when the cardinals met that they would address this issue, and they didn't. They set the dates, but they said they didn't address the issues surrounding Cardinal Becciu's participation or not. Cardinal Becciu is Sardinian, and he's very present. He's Italian, and he's always been here in Italy in recent months and years. So, and he was also in charge of appointing and naming saints in the past. So, there is that issue. And then there's a secondary issue, a second parallel matter that's under discussion and that's keeping a lot of people busy and concerned, is that whilst Pope Francis's legacy is that one very much of, a progressive Catholic Church, open to the world, spreading out to the four corners of the world. And, he took such a sort of inclusive pastoral approach that many people that had been alienated from a distant church in past decades actually came back to the folds of the Catholic religion during Pope Francis's pontificate. Now, there are many, not a majority, I would say, but there are, a strong group that, a firm, solid group that say that the Catholic Church perhaps now needs to have a more conservative pontifex at its helm. The Pope obviously is not just a spiritual leader, he's also a political leader. He's the head of the Vatican City State, which is the smallest state in the world, albeit embedded in the capital city of Rome physically, but it's still a national country, a sovereign state on its own right. And there are some that are calling for a more conservative leader at the helm. So a sort of a break with Pope Francis's legacy. So these are some of the things that are at stake at the moment, that people are talking about at the moment. And we shall see. There are quite a few contenders, quite a few names out there of potential popes and pontiffs, figures. But there's a saying in Italian, which is, you go in to the conclave as a pope because, speculation has it that you will be voted in, and you come out as a cardinal. That's to say that there's always a lot of surprises with these conclaves.
Italian journalist Elena Trabottoni in Rome. Great to have you on the show. Thank you so much. Israel has been accused of breaking international law by refusing aid into the Gaza Strip at the International Court of Justice in The Hague today. Israel cut off all food and medical supplies to 2.3 million Gazans on the 2nd of March in order to pressurize Hamas to release the remaining hostages. The US, as well as Germany, France and the United Kingdom, have called on Israel to allow aid into the Strip. We can now go live to Tel Aviv to speak to our correspondent, Trent Murray. Trent, thank you so much for joining me. The ICJ has started hearings on Israel's humanitarian obligations in Palestinian territories. What more do we know?
Yeah, that's right, Leigh Ann. Day one of these crucial hearings getting underway in The Hague today, and we know that this is a case which both sides really had been anticipating would be quite a major moment for Israel on the world stage. It is important to remember this is a separate case to the one you might recall last year that South Africa brought to the ICJ. This is a case which has been brought to the court by the UN themselves. They are accusing Israel of breaking their obligations as a UN member when it comes to their operations within the Gaza Strip, specifically around this question of the delivery of aid. Now, as you rightly say, back on March 2nd, Israel made the decision to cut off all aid going into the Gaza Strip. That included, of course, food and medicine and other personal supplies for the Palestinians there, and they have maintained that blockade until this very day. Of course, that comes against a backdrop of warnings that the stockpiles that were in Gaza are now fast running out. The Palestinian representative today at the ICJ accused Israel of using hunger and food as a weapon of war, while the UN's legal counsel said that Israel had a clear legal obligation as the occupying force in Gaza to facilitate the delivery of aid there. Now, it is day one of these hearings. We are expecting to hear some more throughout the week, but certainly this has been a case which has been some time coming now, and which some 40 countries and international organisations are expected to submit their opinion on.
Trent, while Israel was not in court, the Foreign Minister Gideon Saar was speaking at a news conference. What did he say about the hearings that are going on?
Yeah, that's right. Gideon Saar, it would seem, deciding to litigate this through the press, at least through verbal arguments. At least the Israelis were not there for verbal arguments today. We understand they have submitted a written submission to the court, but certainly speaking at that press conference in Jerusalem, the Foreign Minister had some pretty strong language targeted at both the UN and the ICJ itself. He described this case as a circus and said that the UN's top court was being politicised, while at the same time the UN is failing to root out terrorists which are operating within the Palestinian Refugee Agency, UNRWA. He also went on to say that the court is trying to force Israel to cooperate and work with an organisation that is, in his words, infested with Hamas terrorists. So some quite characteristically strong language there from the Israelis surrounding this case. I think they are aware that this is going to garner a lot of attention and a lot of scrutiny on their actions within the Gaza Strip. And certainly on day one, while they've not been in the court directly, they certainly have come out swinging in terms of rhetoric against this case even being brought at all.
Trent, it's likely going to take months for The Hague to rule. What does this mean for the people of Gaza amid the near collapse of the humanitarian aid system?
Well, look, the first thing to say is that rulings from these courts are only advisory at the outset. So whenever the court does make a decision, it will not be binding on the State of Israel to carry out its decision. But it does carry significant weight. And so in the meantime, of course, while those arguments are taking place, and as I said, we're expecting arguments and submissions from some 40 countries regarding this case, the people of Gaza, you would imagine, will just continue to live day in and day out experiencing what they've been experiencing now for well on 18 months. But we do know that international pressure as well, outside of the court, but at a more diplomatic level, is really building now on the State of Israel to open up those borders and allow food and medicine to be placed back into the Strip for the 2.3 million people living there. Germany, France, the UK in the past week have said they are calling on Israel now to end this blockade and to let aid back in. We've even heard President Trump reportedly has told Benjamin Netanyahu that it's time to let food back into the Gaza Strip.
Trent Murray in Tel Aviv, thank you for joining us. Let's take a look at the top business news. Shares of Toyota Industries are set for their biggest daily jump on record today. That's after Japanese automaker Toyota said it was considering a potential buyout of the key parts supplier, which has a market value of $28 billion. Toyota Industries has denied receiving a buyout offer from the Toyota chairman or the Toyota Group. Shares in British meal delivery company Deliveroo jumped 17% on Monday in the first trading session after receiving a $3.6 billion cash buyout proposal from US peer DoorDash. The US meal delivery group has suggested a 180 pence a share offer for the UK company. The two companies have virtually no overlap in international markets. Turning to all the sports news now, Arne Slot has become the sixth manager to win the Premier League in his first season after guiding Liverpool to a record-equalling 20th top-flight title. The Reds demolished Tottenham Hotspur 5-1 to seal the title. Liverpool have confirmed that a Premier League victory parade will take place at the end of the month. And Sunday's London Marathon set a world record for the number of finishers, eclipsing the previous mark set in New York last year. According to the Guinness World Records, a total of 56,640 runners crossed the finish line. The London Marathon was already the most popular in terms of ballot entries. A reminder of our top stories. Putin announces a temporary ceasefire for VE Day hours after Trump expresses his disappointment in the Russian leader. Millions of Canadians head to the polls for the country's snap election. And Roman Catholic cardinals will meet for conclave on the 7th of May as they do elect a new pope. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you very much for coming and for giving me this opportunity to be with you.
I want to ask you about essentially how you're going to restore a feeling of security and confidence in the financial sector in Lebanon.
This is an uphill struggle. It's not easy, but it's doable if we really do the work properly. Unfortunately, in Lebanon, usually your priorities go vertically. Yes. In Lebanon, the priorities are horizontal. So you really have to deal with everything at the same time. That's what we are trying to do. I thought from the beginning that I have to start with a deal with the IMF. Everybody has standing on the sidelines, watching. Are you really going to be doing reforms? I mean, governments before have promised. We have so many laws that are actually structural reform laws that for years haven't been implemented, that we really deal with the very important sectors in Lebanon. So we have these, low-hanging fruits that we are starting to use to actually appoint. The government has made a very transparent process of how to appoint, officials in many places. We're starting to appoint regulatory authorities that will have to start the job of restructuring these sectors. The first thing I did, I had a meeting with the IMF representative in Beirut. We had a big chat for an hour, and then that afternoon I was happy to receive a communique from IMF that they're ready to engage. And that's how it started. So we have had 2 meetings so far. We're having meetings here.
Now, Morgan Ortegus, the U.S. Deputy Representative for the Middle East from the U.S., suggested just a couple of weeks ago in an interview with me that Lebanon was going to come to these IMF meetings prepared to take an IMF deal.
We are on the road. There was a requirement for us to start actually restructuring the banking sector, which, Lebanon, unfortunately, for the past 5-6 years, has been hit once again and again and again. So we had a crisis in the banking sector back in 2019. Nobody did anything about it for the past 5-6 years. So that's also where we wanted to start. So we passed, and this is the first time the government actually passes a bank secrecy law, amendments on the bank secrecy law, which opens the door for the Bank Control Commission, the central bank, to really have no objection, nothing objecting to its access to all accounts.
Is it retroactive?
Yeah, 10 years back.
10 years.
10 years back. And this.
So you're really going to name and shame?
The banks, the judge is not me. But I mean.
But you're pushing for that to happen.
No, we are actually doing the right thing. This has to happen. This has to, because many people probably took very high interest rates. There was all this talk about it, but just to make sure that no wrongdoing has been done, this was necessary. This was passed in the government last week. We managed to actually pass it in the joint committees. And the speaker today, actually, as we speak, this morning in Beirut, he actually called for a General Assembly. It's going to be on the agenda on Thursday. So that, I am sure, is going to be done. We also passed a new law to regulate the banking system. And this has also been passed in government. And this morning it has been passed over to the Finance Committee that will have a look at it and then will approve it in Parliament. We are a democracy, so we have to go to that process. We cannot just sign it in and it's a law. It has to go through a democratic process. But I'm sure it's going in the right direction. So the government has done.
So you're getting close.
We're getting close. We are in the process, and it takes a bit of time, but hopefully it will happen. I'm confident it will happen.
I want you to walk me through that banking secrecy legislation, because you're saying it's retroactive as much as 10 years. This should catch in the net those who made out like bandits in Lebanon.
Look, everybody who's been doing the right things have no problem. But if somebody has doing, wrong things, he probably will have to pay for it, because what is actually, all this relates to people's money, deposits, you see. So people want to know what happened, and the process is going to happen. Now, who is going to do it? You see, we are actually, by making these laws, we are providing the tools for the central bank and for the Bank Control Commission to start doing its work properly. They haven't been able to do it before because they were vague sentences in the last alterations of the bank secrecy law in 2022. It wasn't very clear what they could do. Now it's very clear that they have full access to all accounts with names and amounts and everything.
Do you think some people ought to be worried?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not the judge. You see, I'm not. We have to do.
But the thought process is that so many people behaved badly across all sections of Lebanese life that it could be a bloodbath if that information is released.
But why don't you wait and see? I mean, you see, we are a democracy. We have a judicial system, and we have a banking commission. And maybe you would be happy to know that also the...
And you're saying it works now.
It's going to work because there's a new law for independent judiciary. This law will be soon on the agenda of the Council of Ministers to approve and send it also to Parliament. It was in Parliament. It was withdrawn by the Minister of Justice last year to have another look at it. The government took it back now and is going to be approving it soon, and it will go to Parliament for approval. So you will have from now on, hopefully, an independent judiciary. You see, it's unfair for a person in any position to make prejudgment on anybody. You know, maybe there's been wrongdoing. Okay, we'll find out soon.
The question that I hear again and again is, when are we going to get the money back?
Yeah, depositors.
Depositors. Can you tell the Lebanese people that money is coming back?
We have been telling them. We have been telling them.
All of it?
We have been telling the depositors from day one when we took over as a...
But not everyone's going to be made whole.
No. I mean, let's wait and see. First of all, we are saying that there's not going to be, let's say, cancellations of deposits. We're going to start a process of giving the money back. It's going to be gradual. First, we'll start with the small depositors that are 84% of the depositors. And that's agreed with the IMF. This is the process that has been agreed. And then we'll move on to higher deposits and then higher deposits. There will be a kind of issuance of bonds, arrangements. There's no banking system in the world that can give all the money to all the depositors at the same time. It doesn't happen. The mistake that took place in the 2019 is failure of Parliament or central bank to issue a bank control arrangement or law. And there was a rush on the banking system. And I repeat, no banking system in the world. So hopefully, this is the second step after we have done these two laws, given the tools to central bank to start the process of really finding what happened, what is going to be available, and putting together a plan. We have, by the way, a new governor who just was sworn in a couple of weeks ago. He's with us here as well in Washington.
I'm chasing him for an interview.
He doesn't like to give interviews.
He told me.
He from day one, he said he's not going to be giving. He's in a position. He needs to be silent and he needs to do his work very carefully. We're also changing there are going to be appointments next month for vice governors and for the Bank Control Commission. So there'll be a new team. And so they have the tools now. They can start the process of really looking, without any constraints, to what happened.
So we can look forward in Lebanon to a day of reckoning for bad actors.
It's going to come. Well, it should have come maybe earlier, but it is going to come.
Tell me this. When you take a step back and think about what happens next with the banks, Carlos Ghosn told me just yesterday that right now the banks in Lebanon are zombie banks. They're not acting in the way that they should be. What does the banking sector look like in your mind a year from now?
At the moment, of course, their money is with the central bank. So why are we passing this regulatory law to regulate the banking system? To get back a working banking system. I told the Banking Association when they came to see me a few weeks ago, you have to keep in mind, we are not going to allow in Lebanon any bank who doesn't have capital adequacy and who's not really adhering to all the international requirements, Basel 2 and 3 and all the requirements. So regulating them means the central bank has to go back to being a regulator. For a while during the past years, the central bank became everything in Lebanon. Lender of last resort, giving housing loans, you name it, he was doing it. And this actually it's not the business of the central bank. The central bank should be doing its job, regulating the banking system. Lebanon, you see, some people think that we are out to really get all the banks or bring new banks from abroad. It's not true. We want actually our banking system to be back healthy and operating properly.
But will we see consolidations?
Yeah, this is a process. It might be consolidation, it might be recapitalization. Everything is allowed, you see, and it's all in the law. But we need a banking system. You know, we are today, unfortunately, on the gray list of FATF. Do you want to be there? Of course we don't want to be there. And do you want to remain like this and go to the blacklist? We don't want to do that. But how do we get out of that list? We need the banking system because we are there. We are accused of being a cash economy. But do you think the Lebanese like to have cash at home? Of course not. It's risking your life and your money. So we want to go back to a normal banking system, get the money back. It's not only that we will get off the gray list. It's also all this money, which they say is billions, stashed at home, goes back to the banking system.
How far away are we from that?
We are in the process, you see. Nobody likes to give dates when you are just starting. We are in the process.
But you think people will put their money back in the banks? They'll have confidence once again?
If they see that the process that's taking place is actually a sincere one, is actually dealing with the problem and assuring them that these banks that are going to be working in Lebanon are safe, are under proper regulation, and have proper capital adequacy and adhering to all international requirements.
May I ask you to make the case for why Lebanon needs an IMF bailout? Because a lot of people say it doesn't. They've got gold. What is it in your mind that is so important about essentially putting Lebanon in hock to the IMF? Because it doesn't work out for a lot of countries that do it.
No, you see, unfortunately, you see, Lebanon has failed for a long, long time to do any reforms. I just told you about all the unimplemented laws and the sectors. I mean, can you imagine what happened to us in Lebanon?
I witnessed it and reported on it.
You see, we have lost billions in the electricity sector.
Yes.
For getting a few hours a day. I mean, is this comprehensible? You know, such a well-educated nation with, well-educated people all over the world working.
Corruption.
It's corruption, clinging to authority. In the new law, there will be no minister able to do all things himself. There will be a regulatory body that regulates the sector. We're going to get the private sector to get involved. That's the law. This is the law that was put in the drawer for so long. So, we'll have a private sector going into generation. We will have private sector going into distribution and collection. And we will keep for the state the transmission.
Yeah.
So we're taking a loan now from the World Bank to spend $250 million on transmission, reduce losses on this process. And so actually...
so why do they need the IMF loan in Lebanon?
Let me tell you why. Because nobody anymore... You see, we have called wolf so many times that nobody believes us anymore. Why are we here in big presence? 4 ministers, governor of the central bank, advisors, etc. Why? We want to try and close this gap of confidence that has been created over the past years. We are going everywhere. I went to Kuwait to the conference, came here. We're only here 8 weeks or 9 weeks in government. But we are going to be all around the world, and we are going to be doing the right thing. Everybody now who wants to help Lebanon, we have huge needs for reconstruction. I mean, look what happened to Lebanon. 2019, banking crisis.
So IMF is about restoring confidence?
IMF is actually giving you a bill of health, that you are on the right track to...
But do you want to be in debt to them just for a bill of health?
It's not only about money. It's about getting the certificate, because everybody in the world today is on the sidelines watching. I received in the past few weeks so many visitors. I make 7, 8 appointments, all international, and everybody sits next to me. After 3, 4, 5 minutes, how are you doing with the IMF? So the IMF became a requirement to give you a clean bill of health, that you're really moving on with all your, cleaning the banking system, moving on with all the reforms that you have promised many years ago and so on. So, yeah, I mean, that's why we need it. That's the door that we have to go through to go back to the world. Don't forget also we have other problems.
Yes.
We have defaulted on our Eurobonds, and we have to go back to restructuring that. And so it's all, everything needs fixing. And I think the IMF is not only about money, it's about technical assistance. It's about probably giving confidence to everybody that Lebanon is on the right track.
You were just in Kuwait. Talk to me about Gulf investment, because essentially what I've heard from Gulf countries is that they're willing to put their money in Lebanon, but only when Hezbollah is disarmed. What was the message you got from them?
They are actually, frankly, they first stress on the issue of reforms, and they say IMF. But also, on the other hand, without they saying it, we know that everybody today is waiting for the implementation of 1701, which is happening.
Yeah. How much money do you anticipate Lebanon will bring in terms of that FDI, foreign direct investment?
At the moment, I don't think much is coming at the moment. But we have to wait for...
But how much do you anticipate? Is it going to be a gold rush?
If we have total stability, like the economists say, assumes total stability, Lebanon is a small country. Lebanon could come back quickly, especially with all the geopolitical changes happening around us, Mm-hmm. We are praying all the time for Syria to really be stable. Syria is our entrance to the Arab world. We are hoping that whatever is happening in Oman succeeds, because that helps as well. So we have for many years been victims of whatever happens in our neighborhood. Mm-hmm. So let's hope that things
You're
go
optimistic?
Cautiously. I've learned, I'm an aged person, so I've always learned to be cautiously optimistic. But I'm hopeful. You see, I can see that Lebanon can easily be much better than it is at the moment. It has the potential, it has the human resources, it has the diaspora, which actually, in spite of everything, has kept Lebanon floating with the remittances, you see. So, I mean, this is the capital of Lebanon. And it's a beautiful country. You were just there, you were telling me. You enjoyed going there. Lebanon could compete easily, to be back as a country that can attract investment. Actually, we are at the moment, when I was in Parliament, I introduced a members' bill and got a law passed for regulating PPPs.
Yes.
So how do we, I know there's no appetite only for grants. There's more appetite for investment. So that's why we are we had the first meeting for the Higher Council for Privatization and Partnership. In that meeting, we announced that the airport in the north, René Mawad Airport, Layat Airport as they call it, could be up for PPPs. The Prime Minister took a helicopter there and announced that. And already there is interest for it to become, let's say, a cargo hub, mm-hmm. and probably low-cost airline.
Tell me about taxation. How quickly are you going to sort this? Because a lot of people are worried that any retroactive taxation is going to really put them out of business.
No, we're not going to be butchering, I mean, what we want to do is we're not going to put new taxes, but we are going to make sure to collect whatever is owed. See, there are two files that I'm going to be, because I was busy in the first few weeks with the IMF issue and meeting people and all that. Now, as I go back, I have two files to really concentrate on: customs and taxation. Customs is also, I think, a priority even on taxation, because customs, that's where you pay customs and you collect VAT. So if we are able...
In theory.
No, it will happen. It will happen. We are, you see, I don't believe that you can treat corruption by just changing people. If you get somebody new, they will teach him in 2 weeks how to make money also. And the greed is always there. No, we're going to change the system.
Are we talking about artificial intelligence and technology?
So what we are going to be doing customs, first of all, we are going to be putting, X-rays with artificial intelligence, but we're not going to buy them. We're going to do it on a DOT basis because I want those who provide them to maintain them.
Yes.
Sit by them, because before we had X-rays, and what used to happen, the truck will hit it and it will go out of order, and then it'll take weeks or months to really repair it. So I'm going to put them all over, not only in the port, the other port in Tripoli and all over the land borders. And I'm going to introduce in the container terminals the pre-shipment inspection on high-value goods, you see. So all this underpricing and all that should stop. That's how you really enhance your revenues from customs and VAT. So that's in the process of being done.
Yes.
And then on the tax system, one of my priorities now is to digitalize.
Yes.
You need to, unless they can't do things on paper, and so everything has to become, online and properly digitalized. I'm planning to create in the ministry a data center, one data center for everything.
Yes.
So it's under control, it's properly maintained. We get all the resources, human and other, to put them there. And we're going to try to make Lebanon, regarding the finance ministry, online. Regarding all the other ministries, also we have been negotiating now with the World Bank, a special loan to digitalize all ministries. Lebanon has the human resources to do that. I mean, our boys and girls are working all over the Arab world and Europe and Africa, and doing all these specialized jobs, And we are finding a huge response for people to come back. I'll give you an example.
One question before we move there. Absolutely, you have incredible human capital, but you also have issues with electricity and internet. So if you're going to upgrade, that requires that you're going to have to improve that internet.
The internet actually in Beirut itself is fine. It's being...
I'm there quite often. It's a bit spotty.
It depends where you stay, but unfortunately, the new minister is very aggressive.
Yes.
He's very aggressive. And
so you see this improving across the country?
Let me tell you what's going to happen. For example, we are going to be changing the board of directors of CDR. And it's being done in a very transparent way. So the OMSAR, the Ministry of Specialized in Recruitment, announced that it's going to be recruiting people to fill these jobs. You know how many candidates applied? For 8 jobs, 650. Many of them from abroad. Also, they announced the regulatory authority for the telecom. You know how many people applied? 525 so far.
So you feel the confidence in what you're doing?
People, we've improved their wages. And so as these regulatory authorities start working, for example, in the telecom and internet issue, OGERO, which is at the moment a government body, is going to become Lebanon Telecom.
Yes.
Lebanon Telecom will be given a new license for mobile phones. It's going to own the internet and the landlines. And it's going to be a company owned by the state, but it is going to sell at least 30 to 40% to the private sector, one of the big companies in the world or in the Arab world. So the private sector will be running it and offering the service, you see. So these are changes that the law stipulates that happen, but they never applied the law.
Yes.
Okay? So same thing is going to happen to electricity. I explained to you that the private sector will be building new generation, and also we're going to get the private sector in distribution and collection. So the private sector is going to get bigger and bigger role in all this.
Talk to me about the macroeconomic picture, because there's a lot of uncertainty right now.
Well, uncertainty in Lebanon, yes, there is. We are actually hoping that stability will come soon, you see. The president is working on, he's handing the file of the 1701.
Yes.
And as you saw when you visited Beirut today, You noticed a difference on the airport road, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. So things are going to start to move, towards stability. I hope that we will reach that soon.
Tell me about the gold, because there are questions about how you may decide to manage the gold, given where prices are today.
The issue of the gold, you see, gold actually provides confidence.
It does.
It does. But neither the Ministry of Finance nor the central bank can take a decision about gold. It's the parliament. If time comes when maybe there's a need, we have to go to parliament and see what they decide.
Well, some people would say that Lebanon isn't a country in debt simply because of the amount of gold you have.
We've been lucky. Gold is going up and up, you see. Let's see. I mean, I don't want to be commenting on this at the moment, you see. I mean, it's too early until we have really real figures and a plan. I would be very careful commenting on this issue.
Your Excellency, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you. Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya News headquarters. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. These are our headlines. The White House announces that President Trump will indeed be visiting Saudi Arabia in mid-May. We'll be asking what deals might emerge from his visit. Well, it's not just world leaders, but more and more business leaders are frequent visitors to the kingdom. In just a moment, we'll be speaking to Bob Diamond, the former Barclays Bank CEO, to find out why he was in Riyadh last week. And tourism at the heart of Vision 2030. We ask the CEO of one of Saudi Arabia's leading travel companies what's behind the record-breaking growth in the sector as the national aviation sector finds lift under its wings. Welcome to the program. We begin by looking at the US President Donald Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia in just 2 weeks from now. Well, this official trip comes almost exactly 8 years after what was President Trump's inaugural foreign trip to the kingdom at the start of his first term in 2017. Well, the dates for his visit were announced by the White House press secretary, Caroline Levitt.
I can also confirm the dates of the president's trip to the Middle East. He will travel to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates from May 13th until May 16th.
Well, I am joined now, as we are every week, by Ali Raza, the Chief Investment Officer at the Saudi Arabia Holding Company. Ali, great to see you. Thanks for being with us again. Can you just tell us a bit more about this visit to Saudi Arabia by President Trump? What can we expect?
Well, Tom, earlier this year, His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman said on a call to President Trump that it was expected Saudi Arabia would work to invest up to $600 billion over a couple of years, 4 years or more, in the US. And some of us may have also seen the headlines from President Trump stating that he would call for that to be raised to $1 trillion. There have been other commitments, similar commitments in the region, in the Middle East region as well, towards investing in the US. If we look at the nature of discussions and all the tariff mania that's been taking place last couple of weeks, I think it's very clear that the name of the game is trade and trade relationships. The US seems to be particularly interested in developing the trade relationships. And Saudi Arabia, as we all know, under the Vision 2030 Economic Diversification Program, of course, trade is one of the biggest items on the agenda. Now, the National Investment Strategy, which was established a few years ago, subsequently to the Vision 2030 initiative, aims to grow the foreign direct investment 20-fold by 2030, so north of 300 billion Saudi riyal. I would not be surprised if this trip sees a lot of these relationships come together and a strengthening of ties, particularly in arms, as we saw on Trump's first visit to Saudi Arabia, in artificial intelligence, in cross-border investments across a range of sectors. We're hearing from our friends on the ground at professional services outfits, at law firms that are involved in M&A transactions that there seems to be a growing sentiment towards inbound transactions towards Saudi Arabia. So I would not be surprised if we see a lot of this crystallize on this visit, but certainly the after effect of the visit.
OK, so that's the US president's visit, which we'll be covering extensively here on Al Arabiya News. Let's move on to the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who paid an official visit to Saudi Arabia on Tuesday and Wednesday. And during that visit, the two nations inked quite a number of agreements. They aim to boost cooperation in sectors like energy, tech, investment and defence. Just tell us a bit more about that.
So India is the second largest trading partner to Saudi Arabia as it stands, and Saudi Arabia is the fifth largest trading partner. Now, a lot of this is focused on energy historically, but the latest trade investments partnerships that were inked seek to expand that scope somewhat. So 50 billion is expected to go towards energy development, and this would be in the way of refineries to enable India to have its own capabilities and reduce reliance on third-party imports. 15 billion is earmarked for defense collaborations. Some portion of this will be for cultural initiatives, even some investment in the Bollywood film industry. Up to 20 billion is expected to go into manufacturing and infrastructure. So it's quite you could say it's a broadening exercise. The trade relationship is being broadened to exchange capabilities in both sides, to develop competencies within each respective region, and to deepen that tie that is already sees the two nations as some of the most significant partners to each other.
OK, Ali, thank you very much indeed for that. We'll be back with you in just a moment. Well, it's not just politicians who are visiting the kingdom. Hardly a week goes by when there isn't a top international figure in the investment world who's in Saudi Arabia and making some big announcements. Well, Richard Branson last week, Kevin O'Leary, to whom we spoke a couple of weeks ago, Larry Fink. These are just some of the regular visitors. Well, Saudi Arabia is increasingly a hub for international investors and big names in the world of investment, finance and business. Well, we're going to speak now to the CEO of Atlas Merchant Capital, Bob Diamond. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Mr. Diamond, from New York. You have been on the board of a number of big companies alongside some big-name Saudi investors, like His Royal Highness Prince Alawid bin Talal, to name one, the late Saudi business legend Suleiman Olian, to name another one. You've just got back from Saudi Arabia, and that's a place that I gather you've been visiting for decades. First of all, how have you seen the country change?
No, from a physical comfort, lifestyle point of view, but also from, the quality of life point of view for people that live there. Tom, I think it's been remarkable. And certainly it has been on a changed trajectory for 2 decades that I've been going there. But I would say in the last 5 years, maybe the last 10 years, the change has accelerated. I think the quality of office buildings, the quality and number of restaurants that are really top end, not just a place to get a meal, but a place to really kind of have an afternoon or have an evening. I point to the VA Riyadh Center next to the Riz Carlton where I was staying when I was there. That wasn't there a couple of years ago in terms of the quality of shops, the quality of restaurants, the quality work that was done to do it. So I think, for the people who live in Riyadh, certainly, and I've spent a fair amount of time in Jeddah as well. Clearly, the quality of life has changed immensely.
Okay, do you actually remember your first visit to Saudi Arabia? What can you tell us about what's different between then and now?
I think the two I remember most were in my Barclays days when I was going more as a banker, meeting with the government and the larger institutions, around bond financing and banking and Barclays' ability to do consumer banking there. And it was very official. I think more interesting was my first trip there. I'm thinking it was probably in 2013 or probably 2014 when David Seamus and I had created Atlas Merchant Capital, which is a boutique private equity investment, bringing really high quality opportunities to invest in financial services in the US, UK, and Europe. And getting around the country was a challenge, particularly to find non-institutional investors, so some of the large, more successful family offices. We felt like we were traveling the whole time, all around. It was difficult to get from place to place. The quality of the hotels that we're staying at weren't the same as they were, for example, in Dubai and in other areas of the United Arab Emirates. It's changed dramatically. And I think also the willingness to engage with investment opportunities outside of the domestic market has changed dramatically.
Okay, you just mentioned your company there, Atlas Merchant Capital. For people who don't know it, just tell us a bit more about it and also what your ambitions are for the company in Saudi Arabia.
Well, it's fairly straightforward, and it's really, there's two angles to it. The most important angle right now is we're providing an opportunity for family offices and other investors within Saudi Arabia to invest alongside Atlas Merchant Capital and other institutional investors. And our largest investors tend to be in the Gulf area and in Asia. And they're looking for seriously good opportunities to invest in the U.S. financial services industry. Tom, today we have a very, very interesting situation, which is that the regional and community banks in the United States, there are 4,500 of them, are going through a period of consolidation. And it is very strategic. It is very much supported by both the regulators and the new administration to make the regional and community banks even stronger competitors. And it's not recognized to a lot of people, but 50% of the lending to small and medium-sized businesses in the U.S. come from these regional and community banks, not from the big J.P. Morgan, Citibank, B of A, and Wells Fargo. So there's an opportunity here for significant returns in a relatively short period of time, 2 to 3 years, that this consolidation will take place. And so much of the returns here are coming from the cost synergies that are quite straightforward to identify. I can't tell you how exciting it was for so many of the family offices and investors in Riyadh to recognize that there was an opportunity like this available to them. I think in prior years, maybe 5 years ago and 10 years ago, an opportunity like this would be available only to the largest investment platforms.
Okay, and does Saudi Arabia have many of these banks and systems already in place?
So these are regional community banks in the U.S. that are consolidating. And our visit, particularly through the good graces of Saeed and his team, was very much focused on family offices and giving them the opportunity to invest in opportunities that are really generated through this consolidation of regional and community banks in the U.S.
From everything you've said about Saudi Arabia, I mean, you've made it sound like it is a very attractive place to do business. Tell us a bit more.
Yeah, I think the the attitude toward business, the attitude toward international opportunities, all of this has been a sea change over the last 5 or 10 or 15 or 20 years. Not to say it was, yeah.
Okay, Bob, let's talk about Vision 2030. Huge ambitions for Saudi Arabia. And at the moment, there's quite a bit of turmoil in the world economy. Do you see the vision and its ambitions being affected by that turmoil?
Listen, I think the turmoil has its biggest impact on the large public markets. So public equities and dollar versus euro, for example, has been having dramatic change over the last couple of weeks. And, I'm very, very confident that we will see through this short period. When you're investing something like an Atlas Merchant Capital Fund, which is investing in U.S. regional and community banks, it's a private investment. It's away from the volatility of the big public market. So to be perfectly frank, the valuations are even more attractive to invest. The management of those investments by Atlas Merchant Capital have the track record. Quite frankly, I think this is an even better opportunity for the family offices throughout the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, throughout the Gulf states, to have access to professional managers in the private markets like Atlas Merchant Capital that have consistently produced the kind of alpha and the kind of return that large institutions have had access to. I think in terms of Vision 2030, I was there when the vision for Vision 2030 was announced at the FII conference. Was that 7 or 8 or 9 years ago? From the beginning of that, I think it's helped accelerate a profound change in people's ambitions for the economy within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the lifestyle available to people within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And quite frankly, as you stand here today and see the progress, it just makes anyone, even more excited to be working with the family offices in the kingdom.
Okay, and just lastly, what would be your advice to international companies that want to break into the Saudi market and who want to set up shop there? And just tell us what you think some of the biggest misconceptions are.
I think it's two sides of the same coin. As I said, the quality of life available to the people that will be working there is dramatically different than it was 5 or 10 years ago. It's the quality of transportation, the highways, the quality of restaurants and hotels, the quality of office buildings, the financial center that's been built just a couple of miles away from the conference center next to the Riz Carlton is probably as nice a financial center as you'll see anywhere in the Middle East, anywhere in the Gulf. And there's been some significant construction in some of the countries in the UAE and in Doha as well. So I think for anyone thinking about the opportunity here as a opportunity for their firm, to get some of their team to go there for a week or two, travel around, get a sense of what it's like on the ground, and I think they'll come away with a very, very different impression than they go, and it'd be very positive.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed for your time. A great pleasure talking to you. Bob Diamond, CEO of Atlas Merchant Capital. Thank you so much. Okay, that was Bob Diamond, who we just spoke to there. He was one of the many well-known figures who took part at an event in Riyadh, hosted by Saeed Al-Sadi, who we're going to speak to now. Saeed, thank you very much indeed for joining us. You're the president and the CEO of the Access Group. Just tell us a bit more about what the Access Group, the Access Circle, is all about.
Hi, Tom. Thank you very much for having me here today. It's a pleasure always to be with you and chat to you on different topics. And congratulations on your show. It has been, although it's recent, but it has been doing a lot of echo, and we look forward to seeing more and more of your great work. In short, the Access Circle is an exclusive and forward-looking economic forum that brings together the brightest minds, boldest investors, and most influential change makers from across the kingdom, the region, and the world. Our aim was to design a unique space to foster deep, meaningful dialogues and spark strategic collaborations that complements and aligned with the Saudi Vision 2030.
Okay, Saeed, so we know that Bob Diamond was there because we just spoke to him. Tell us who else was there and what was accomplished at the summit.
Now, we host a big number of royals, family offices, chairmen, CEOs, and leaders of the most high-profile public and private entities in the kingdom and abroad. In a way, it's a catalyst for that change, development, and showcasing who's who in Saudi Arabia as a crossing point with the world. A lot has been accomplished in engaging different sectors. We're sector agnostic, but in a way, we focus on showcasing the best of the best in sports, media, politics, government, private sector, and public sector. And through that, we have seen a lot of partnerships, collaborations, and new developments growing as we grow this platform.
Saeed, you mentioned family offices there, and that's something we heard Bob talking about just before we spoke to you as well. Just tell us briefly, what is the importance of a family office?
The region is built on family offices. The region culturally and economically is very interlinked within families. One of the big names we had is Mr. Khalid Zayani, OBE, awarded by Queen of England for his service. He's one of the oldest and most respected business people in the GCC in Bahrain, where he mentioned that, within their large group, and one of their group companies is Investcorp, for example. In their large group, one thing we remember from his very lovely speech that he gave was, you never have a CEO from the family, for example. You can fire a CEO, but you cannot fire family. And this is, in a way, how families here run businesses. And if you look at the economic ecosystem and mapping of the region, you will find that a lot of those large businesses are run by families. So it's important to keep those families collaborating, integrated, and succeeding generation to generation.
Okay, Saeed, let's go back to your event in Riyadh, because it's the kind of platform that plays a really important role. I mean, this kind of meetup is really important in Saudi Arabia, isn't it?
Definitely. Definitely. It's a testament on Saudi Arabia's growing soft power interest, and the whole world is lined up to watch Saudi Arabia or access Saudi Arabia, and hence we are called Access Circle, as we provide the right meaningful access and try to make the journey of the investors and the international innovators, companies, and startups as seamless as possible, with the right high-level engagements that empowers Vision 2030 and their contribution to the country.
Okay, Saeed, tell us, for people who want to enter the Saudi market, have you got any tips on how they can do that, especially when it comes to the business of successful networking?
Certainly. Something we just discussed is family. Our region is very intimate in their approach. We are more relation-focused. A lot of people come into, or investors come into, more transactional way, which is not the right way. Here, you need to invest time. You need to stay. Saudi is for Saudi, by Saudi, and you need to understand Saudi. Hence, we have the RHQ programs and all the other initiatives to encourage the global investors to stay in Saudi and build the relations, build the partnerships, have the deep understanding of the culture, the economy, and the developments through the way. So if you want to access Saudi Arabia, you need to understand the culture here, you need to respect it, and invest heavily in building your networks, partnerships that will lead to your success.
Okay, valuable words of advice. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. Saeed Al-Saadi, thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Tom.
Let's get a brief check of some other stories we're following for you now. In aviation news, Airbus says it plans to source some of the metal it uses, mostly titanium, to manufacture its aircraft from Saudi Arabia. Well, this announcement was part and parcel with a deal with the national carrier Saudia, which will buy up to 20 long-haul aircraft from Airbus. The Saudi budget carrier Flyer Deal has confirmed a deal to order 10 Airbus A330neo wide-body passenger jets. This as the airline expands. Well, the sister airline of the state-owned national carrier Saudia says it has also acquired the purchase rights for a further 10 of those planes, which are also known as A330-900s. And Saudi Arabia's new airline, Riyadh Air, which is scheduled to take to the skies towards the end of this year, has unveiled its new cabin interiors. Combining luxury, comfort and technology, the seats and decor draw on Saudi heritage colours and materials. Well, Riyadh Air, which will operate with the IATA two-letter code RX, is described as the largest airline industry startup in a generation. Okay, so as the aviation industry in Saudi Arabia lifts off, we're going to take a look now at tourism and what that can bring to the kingdom. Well, tourism, of course, is one of the key pillars and is it very much at the heart of Vision 2030. Well, Saudi Arabia has emerged as a global tourism hotspot. The sector is seeing record-breaking growth, representing more than 10% of the entire economy and employing more than 400,000 people across the kingdom. Well, the goal is to attract 100 million, possibly 150 million tourists even by 2030. Well, let's find out more now. We're joined by Muzammil Hussain, who is the CEO of Al Musafa, one of Saudi Arabia's leading travel companies. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We have just read one of your reports about travel in Saudi Arabia. Just looking through the numbers, I mean, just tell us what stands out for you. Any surprising findings?
Look, I think what's really positive about the report in general is that given all of the uncertainty in the world, the Saudi traveler remains strong, continuing to explore locally, domestically at home. The region, MENA region, is growing as well, and internationally. So the Saudi traveler has loved to travel and continues to travel. Growth across all key segments, especially in the family segment as well.
Okay, and for people coming to visit Saudi Arabia, what sort of trends are you seeing there in terms of the profile of the visitor?
Yeah, I think for people visiting Saudi Arabia, there's kind of a couple of different segments. There's, of course, the growth and the continued presence of the religious travel segment, the ease of visa allowing Muslim travelers from around the world to visit the holy cities of Mecca and Medina and perform Umrah, continues to grow. Umrah grew to almost 18 million visitors last year. That will target to hit 30 million by 2030. Continued expansion of the holy sites. At the same time, the rise of events in Saudi Arabia, whether that's sporting events. I was just at F1 in Jeddah, saw a great amount of tourists visiting there, and business events. There's FII conferences, a number of events happening around the business and economy in Saudi Arabia, bringing business travelers who are taking the time also to explore Saudi while they're visiting Saudi, many of who have came to Saudi for the first time from all over the world. And lastly, domestic travel. Saudis are continuing to travel. And when visitors come, they also take a chance to see the rest of the smaller cities, not only the main holy cities or just Riyadh, but also the new sites like Red Sea, the new project Red Sea or Al Ula, really taking a chance to immerse themselves in the culture and the experiences.
Okay, so the sector's really evolving. Just talk us through the actual value of travel and tourism to the Saudi economy. What sort of growth, what sort of trends are we seeing in this regard?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's almost close to 10% of GDP now, as you mentioned earlier, with over 400,000 jobs, and that's only growing. The travel sector is not just the people working in the airline or the airport, but it's all of the hotels, all of the agencies, all of the experience and event providers. There's a huge travel and tourism related economy that the country is investing in, building talent, building capabilities for to grow. We've even at Al Musafa, we have our own in-house academy tailored to bringing out services and improving the services of our staff to the customers. But also, the Ministry of Tourism has sent a number of Saudis, young Saudi talent, to some of the best hospitality and tourism schools around the world to bring that experience into the kingdom as they open up for tourism.
Just going back to the report we were talking about a minute ago, the one that you've just published, it seems like the number of visitors arriving on low-cost flights, according to that report, is actually decreasing. And I'm just wondering if that's a steady trend. Does that tell us something? Does that suggest there's a shift in the profile of the average visitor to Saudi Arabia?
This report focuses on the Saudis traveling, and the low-cost carrier market in Saudi Arabia last year grew significantly in 2024 and 2023, the last few years, as the launch of Fly a Deal and increasing routes. Now, what's happening is the domestic flight, is being balanced. Now it's a more balanced market between full-service carrier, the Saudi airline, the national carrier, and Fly Nas and Fly a Deal, the other low-cost carriers. At the same time, the opening of Saudi Arabia for international markets is creating a lot more low-cost travel into Saudi Arabia. So it's easier access. You've got Wizz Air. You have a few other airlines that are coming into Saudi Arabia with low-cost carrier, increasing the ability for people to visit Saudi at a low-cost level, and Saudis to travel out. So both ways are really strong. So it's not about the profile. I think it's about the access and the accessibility. And low-cost carriers come from not necessarily always all the major hubs. They come from other smaller cities, other cities that drive additional traffic and at a much better price point. Because what we're seeing in general, globally, is people are necessarily saving on the flight, but they're spending more in destination. They'd rather spend on the hotel for 3 or 4 nights at a nicer hotel than necessarily spend on the flight itself, because the flight is just a point-to-point trip.
So where would you say the majority of foreign visitors to Saudi Arabia are actually coming from?
If I separate the religious segment and the leisure segment, from the religious segment, of course, it's the large countries with large Muslim populations, such as Pakistan, Indonesia, Egypt, Malaysia, Nigeria, Turkey, kind of those markets. But from the leisure segment, I think we're seeing great demand from early demand from China, from Europeans as well, specifically Italy and the UK. But China is a really, really strong growing segment, and it's one of the focus segments for the Saudi tourism ministry and the Saudi Tourism Authority to bring 5 million Chinese travelers to the kingdom by 2030.
And just looking at, when you compare Saudi Arabia to, say, a more mature market like France or Spain, what more can Saudi Arabia be doing to attract people to make their stay easier in terms of infrastructure that's provided?
Yeah, I think if we take Saudi Arabia on its journey, as you said, compared to more mature markets, they're still in its early days. There's a lot of work happening now to increase the developed infrastructure. You have new airlines coming, you have new cruise lines, Riyadh Air starting this year, the re-transformation of Saudi Airlines. So that's the core, like a fundamental. They're building out the connectivity and the fundamentals. There's been a significant improvement in accessibility to the country, the easing of visa restrictions. I remember, 10, 15 years ago, you need to spend a week, 2 weeks, sometimes 3 weeks to get a visa, get a stamp at the embassy. All that's been digitized for over 50 countries, and that's really, really increasing accessibility. So the first part is the infrastructure and connectivity. What's happening now is there's been a lot of announcements for these amazing projects like the Red Sea or Qiddiya or Neom or Diriyah. They're finally starting to open. So now it's about the opening of these projects. So once the infrastructure is built, we'll open the projects. And those projects are now going to create destinations of themselves, not just Saudi Arabia. And then lastly on that is the investment in human capital. So building out the actual experiences, hospitality on the ground. I think now you're going to really start seeing a shift from coming to Saudi for an event to actually coming to Saudi as a tourism destination, which has already started and it will continue to grow.
What would you say is the sort of person, the profile of person that Saudi Arabia wants to attract? Are they aiming for mass tourism, or would you say they want to make the destination a bit more niche?
So I think it's a bit of both. Right now, the products and the mixes available are towards the luxury or higher end segment, especially like the Red Sea or Diriyah, Al-Ula. These are definitely for the luxury traveler, the luxury leisure traveler. At the same time, a lot of the products that are coming forward will drive a lot more for the mass tourism segment. But it's going to start with the luxury and it's going to continue to expand.
Okay, what's the appeal? What's unique about Saudi Arabia, and why would you suggest someone want to come?
I think what's really, there's so many different parts of Saudi Arabia. There's different cultures, there's different geographies, different weather, climates. In the summer, it would be hard to imagine, but there's parts of Saudi Arabia that are cooler than London in the summer. So it's something that people don't necessarily get a chance to see, but that hospitality is really, really unique, and the people are extremely welcoming. And that's something that when you find visitors coming for the first time, they really, really, that's one of the highest kind of talking points, is like the people, the hospitality that they received.
Okay, just lastly, for someone thinking of visiting Saudi Arabia, what would be your message to them?
I think, as we were just talking about, it's safe, it's secure. You'll get a real immersion of the culture, and you'll have a chance to have a great time with your friends and family.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Okay, so we've just been hearing there about the importance of tourism and how the tourism sector is shaping up in Saudi Arabia. I mean, Ali, it really is a huge focus, isn't it? And a key pillar, as we've been saying, of Vision 2030.
Absolutely, absolutely. Tourism is game-changing for any developing nation. But if we break this down into some specific numbers for a second, right? The target within Vision 2030 was to drive 100 million tourists through Saudi Arabia by 2030. This target was achieved last year and then raised to 150 million. It's expected that Saudi Arabia may see up to 50 million international visitors by the year 2030. Now, what does that actually mean? 50 million international visitors could generate anywhere from 70 to 100 billion in direct revenue. The total economic impact, some studies say, could be up to $150 billion. It would, at that point, fulfill 10% of the GDP. And it could employ, again, on estimates, anywhere upwards of 1.5 to 2 million Saudis directly. So the economic impact is just enormous of such an industry if you get it right. But in addition to that, I mean, these are some of the direct consequences. Tourism brings vibrance, it brings culture, it brings life. And if the nation is working tirelessly to build such an incredible platform in society, what better way to introduce it to people than to give them a reason to come and enjoy it, which of course, it then starts to cycle through the economy and through industries in countless ways. So absolutely, tourism, is an enormous focus of Vision 2030, and we can see this reflected in the large range of giga projects that are taking place and all of the events that are coming up, from Riyadh Expo 2030 to the FIFA World Cup in 2034, Asia Football Cup next year, the sustainable developments within NEOM, Red Sea. I mean, the list goes on, right? So it's absolutely one of the biggest focuses.
Yeah, and it's interesting just listening there to what Muzammil Hussain, the CEO of Al Musafa, was saying to us just a minute ago about how, you've got the events, but you've also got this incredible infrastructure, which is in many places completed. And that's making the whole sort of experience of leisure travelers in particular all the more agreeable.
Yeah, of course. I mean, some of these events are a little bit further down the line, but we're already starting to see the likes of Red Sea come together. There's a number of global hotel groups that have built just incredible facilities and destinations. NEOM is just starting to work on a number of its specialized destinations. What we're seeing right now is just the beginning, and it's already so very compelling and exciting. I can only imagine what we'll get to experience in the coming years.
Okay, thanks for that, Ali. We'll be back with you in just a moment.
Pleasure.
Let's get a brief check of some other stories we're following for you now. And the Saudi National Bank posted a sharp increase in earnings and record quarterly profit. SNB recorded net income of 6 billion riyals and surpassed analyst expectations on a range of metrics. Well, that represents a 20% increase in net profits versus the same period last year. The Saudi oil giant Aramco and China's electric car maker BYD have agreed to explore closer collaboration. In particular, the two companies will be working on what they call new energy vehicle technologies, the goal being to boost vehicle efficiency and environmental performance. Well, the kingdom has set an ambitious target to increase electric vehicle adoption from 1% to 30% within 5 years. And what's expected to be a further boost to the appeal of Saudi Arabia for tourists, foreign visitors are now able to reclaim VAT on goods purchased in the kingdom. Well, refunds will be processed on departure, while the refund of 15% VAT will be applicable for items that are for personal use, which are not consumed within the country. And finally, they call it the City of Roses. I'm talking about Taif, which lies about 200 kilometers to the east of Jeddah. Well, the hills of Taif are dotted with around 800 flower farms, which produce around 300 million pink roses every year. Well, many of these flowers are then transformed into rose water or rose oil, which is then added to other cosmetics. Well, Saudi Arabia exports more than $140 million worth of perfume products, including rose water, every single year. Okay, Ali, it's not often that we talk about flowers and perfumes, but actually, I mean, it is, isn't it? A really important industry and some pretty big numbers.
Yes, of course. I mean, the Taif region is famous for the festival that's taking place currently, and we might sometimes across the world think about Saudi Arabia as a desert with mostly barren land, but Taif is actually one of the few regions in this region where you see snowfall. There are hundreds of millions of roses that are produced for the purposes of perfumery in the region, a lot of which is actually also used to wash the Kaaba at the holy site of Mecca. So it's a very important industry. We certainly don't get much time to speak about flowers, and certainly from Saudi Arabia, but it's a very unique and interesting industry to take a look at over here.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, isn't it? Because this is a high-yield crop, if you like, a bit like sort of avocados in some countries. And increasingly, do you think it's fair to say that Saudi Arabia's agricultural sector is focusing more on these high-yield crops and perhaps a bit less on the lower-yield ones?
I think that, look, there's a diversified strategy. Yes, there's certainly there's an interest towards maximizing the effort or return from some of these high-yield spaces, but the likes of SALIC, for example, the Saudi Arabian, the agriculture body, they have a list of products which include the likes of wheat, barley, rice, and such, that they have a focus on investing in developing technologies for maximizing availability on. So whilst, yes, I would agree that there is an interest towards making use of the high yield or specialist products like dates, like roses, like the camel products. PIF created an entity called Milaf Cola, so the first date-based cola, and another entity for developing camel-based products. So whilst there's an interest towards these high-yield specialist products, there's also an interest towards maximizing food security and availability, and this is reflected in the work of entities like SALIC.
Okay, well, I am yet to try that drink you just mentioned, but I will certainly be looking out for it. Thank you very much indeed. It's been a real pleasure having you with us once again on The Real Deal. Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of the Saudi Arabia Holding Company, thank you for your time. Well, that is all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Hope you will join us again for another edition of The Real Deal next week.
From feared to favoured, Europe is sliding to the right. Extremist politics was actively avoided post-World War II. Now it's a modern force to be reckoned with. So what's behind the swing, and why is it particularly resonating with young men? It's up for debate here on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Have a term, cordon sanitaire or firewall. It's used to describe the long-standing European efforts to prevent extremist parties from forming government. But try as they might, that firewall has failed in many countries, and the far right is heating up election races across the continent.
I'm happy about this revolution because I hope at least something will happen. I hope that something good will come out of this because things are going really badly.
The rise of far-right parties and the extremes in general always happens when democracy isn't working well, when the middle class is suffering.
There are problems such as high prices and illegal migration, which haven't been addressed by the political system that's been governing during the last decades. That's why people turn to the right.
It is true that we live in a society of insecurity, of violence, and where we don't get recognition for our work. So actually, it doesn't surprise me.
7 European countries now have far-right governments, and hardline parties performed strongly in 3 more. For many, progressive ideologies and centrist politics have been sacrificed for promises of cheaper groceries and tougher border controls. And it's particularly true for young voters. Concerns about climate change and social justice are being overshadowed by fears of prolonged unemployment and the cost of living crisis. On this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask our expert panel what's behind the rise of the right across Europe, if the swing poses a danger to the continent, and why the movement is particularly resonating with young voters. Stay with us. Welcome to Counterpoints on Al Arabiya English. Well, to discuss the shifting political landscape across Europe, I'm joined by Dominik Tarczynski, the Polish MEP from the country's Law and Justice Party. Kajsa Ekis-Ekman, the Swedish author and journalist, who is also the editor-in-chief of Parabol Press, is joining us. And rounding out our panel, Natalie Tocci, a political scientist who is currently the director of the Institute of International Affairs in Italy. Thank you all for being here on Counterpoints. We're witnessing quite a remarkable political shift across Europe over the past few years, where far-right parties have been surging across the continent, perhaps in a mainstream way we haven't seen before. There is a real sense that the status quo just isn't serving people, and communities are really looking to snub mainstream political parties, and they're searching for alternatives. So, Dominik, let me ask you first, why do you think the right is doing so well in various countries across Europe?
Well, let me start with the data. Because we can debate, we can have different opinions, we can be very different with our view on political events, especially recently. But data never lie. I'm here in Brussels, in the European Parliament, and the most important source of the data is Eurostat. So when someone is asking me why conservatives, why right-wing parties are winning, taking over, we can see change in many countries like I don't know, Hungary, Italy, Spain, Vox, and others. Data is the reason. So let me start with criminality. So you have official data. You got Poland here, you got Italy here, and you've got Sweden here. This is the reason, number one, criminality. Number two, I've got 3, don't worry. Unemployment. Official data, conservative Poland, then Italy before Meloni, and Sweden, socialist for hundreds of years. Reason number 3, rapes and sexual violence. Conservative Poland in here, and then you've got Sweden. So when someone is asking me why, I answer because of the data, because of what is happening under the socialists, leftism, and liberals for years. Data would never lie. When someone is asking me why there is no such a case in Poland, is because there is no illegal migration. I keep repeating it from 2018. So when someone is asking me why Poland is different, because we are having conservative government for years, for many years, so that is the answer, and it's very simple. It's not my opinion, it's official data.
Okay, well, let's ask Kajsa, what do you think of that data and those graphs? Do you think that is a valid argument? Or could we be looking at different kinds of data and get different sorts of answers?
Well, first of all, I'm very honored to be on the show, so thank you so much for the invitation. I definitely think there is a discontent, not only in Western Europe, also in Eastern Europe, with the current state of affairs. And I think immigration might have something to do with it, but I think it's minor. The main cause is the dismantling, not to say the slaughtering of the welfare state that we have witnessed during the past 20, 30 years. Sweden used to be a country, for example, where we had zero unemployment. I mean, the unemployment we had was people just switching jobs. You know, we used to have a welfare state that took care of everybody. Now, the neoliberal project has obviously failed. It was evident after 2008. Neoliberalism came to an end. Now, the ruling classes were very careful not to take the blame for this. So they shifted ideology from a neoliberal ideology where, you know, everybody should fend for themselves and basically there should be no state, into a kind of extreme right-wing ideology, blaming the immigrants, basically. And I think this is a kind of magic thing that happened. You know, instead of blaming the United States for making wars all over the Middle East and Asia, thereby creating an influx of migrants that the US didn't take in, that came to Europe, we instead started blaming the migrants and not the American empire. Now, let me just say something about the data that the Polish comrade presented. Data doesn't lie, but it can be interpreted. I think you know very well that there are countries where there are 0 rape cases reported. Does that mean that there is no rape in these countries? Or does that mean that women don't dare to report? If you would know...
You don't have 0. You have one of the highest levels in Europe.
During many, many years that encouraged women to report rape, you know, from the police and from society. So reported rape cases do not reflect actual rapes. They represent, and every researcher knows this, propensity of denouncing rapes. Now, second of all, you have to know that in Sweden, if one man rapes one woman 100 times, that counts as 100 rapes. In some countries, that counts as 1 rape. So you have to know how to understand and analyze statistics as well. You can't just hold up a paper, comrade.
Natalie, what do you think?
Sorry, I mean, it's not a comedy show. Don't you give me this argument about the way you read data. Don't you give me this argument, because the fact is that in Warsaw, you can walk at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning on Saturday night and no one will ever bother you. When I visited Sweden,
let me tell you, I live in Sweden.
When I visited Sweden, I had to run. I'm a big man. I'm a very big man, and I had to run. So I know Sweden. I have many friends in Sweden. I know how the situation is under socialists. I know that you cannot go out after midnight. That is the fact. And obviously you can create reality, and you can.
We have a right-wing government. We don't have a socialist government.
Listen, yeah.
You know what government we have?
What are you talking about? You don't know what the right wing is.
Do you know what government we have in Sweden?
Listen, Swedish Democrats are the right wing in the opposition. In your view, do you think that Swedish Democrats are in the government?
Do you know what government we have?
Yeah, of course I know, because I was on election night in Sweden. I was there.
So what government do we have? You said it was socialist.
I was witnessing the third place of Swedish Democrats, one of the best in years. Socialists were for 135 years in Sweden. So your government,
what is our government?
From my point of view.
All right, I'm going to turn this over to Natalie now, just to get a broader perspective. Natalie, what do you make of this discussion about statistics? Does data lie?
But our government is right-wing.
We'll come back to that point in just a moment, but I want to bring Natalie into our debate here. Give me your perspective on what you've heard so far.
Yeah, well, perhaps just to clarify that little dispute there, I mean, to the best of my knowledge, Sweden has a right-wing government, full stop. But back to the question. So firstly, I would say the following. I mean, this entire story of the rise of the right, or the nationalist right, the populist right, first in Europe, I think that we need to recognize that this is not a constant story, right? I mean, this has come in waves, and it's actually quite a heterogeneous story. It comes in waves in the sense that the first wave essentially began after or on the cusp, basically, of the global financial crisis, which then led to the Eurozone crisis. So there's a story of economic crisis, which leads to the rise of the far right. It actually, sorry, could you please let me finish speaking? It actually went down. So if you actually take the years beginning 2018, 2019, 2020, throughout the pandemic, the far right in Europe actually went down rather than up. And then it's only after the second year, so once we're into the second year of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, that it actually starts going up. And that's really when the economic consequences of the war in Europe, particularly as a result of the energy crisis, really kick in. And there's very obviously a nexus between the economy and migration. So migration itself, actually, migration flows in Europe go up and down, and there isn't actually a correlation between the level of the flow and the support for the far right. What there is a connection with is the economic situation, the way in which that interlocks with the perception of migration, and that nexus basically is what leads to a support for the far right. So this is actually quite a heterogeneous story. Let's take one example for Spain. Spain is actually a country which has very high levels of migration, but the economy is doing rather well. This explains why actually the far right in Spain is not doing particularly well. So I think we really need to look at this data, as I said, both as it evolves over time, but also as it plays out in different countries. The final thing that I wanted to say is that this is not just a European story. It's not just a European story, it's not just a story in the United States, but it's also a story in countries that are at very different stages of their development. Think about the situation in India, for example, right? In India, there has been the growth of the nationalist right in power, obviously, through Narendra Modi. This is not a country in decline. It's obviously a country on the rise. So I think that in order to get our heads around what is actually happening, yes, we need to look at the hard facts, the data, as you were referring to it earlier. But I think we also need to look at the way in which this data interlocks also with a number of other factors, including the information space, the disinformation space, the way in which basically there's a manipulation of a lot of this data, as I think was also fairly obvious in the conversation that we've just had.
Dominic, go ahead.
Okay, coming back to Swedish government. From your perspective, it might be far-right government. From my perspective, there are liberals. Liberals here in Brussels, in European Parliament, are always in coalition with socialists and communists. So that's Sweden. If you're talking about Spain, after Zapatero, what's happened in Spain is the rise of Vox, which is building its power for last 3 or 5 years. You can be blind on Vox. You can tell that they are not doing good. They are doing great. If we are talking about Italy,
but they lost elections repeatedly.
Before, it's a process. I'm a politician. It's a process. You know, if you lost election, I lost my election 3 times in a row, and then I became 4th time elected member of the European Parliament with the best score in Poland. So you don't understand politics. It's a process. They are rising, they are growing, and they will take power in Spain. It's a matter of time. If you are talking about the crisis as a global crisis, I do understand you meant migration. Look at Saudi Arabia, a perfect example. They are doing great.
I wasn't talking about.
Okay, let's move. Let's stay within Europe. Dominic, no. I'm just going to move this conversation on.
This is very important because this is global conflict, and Saudi Arabia is doing great because there is no illegal migration. Poland is doing great because there is no illegal migration, and they can be interpreted, but there is 0 illegal migration and 0 terrorist attack. Poland is the only country in Europe with 0 terrorist attack. You cannot interpret that this kind of situation.
I'm going to put that to Kajsa as well with regards to migration. Kajsa, what do you think? Is this all about migration? It's one of the key concerns that voters have raised when they talk about casting their vote for the right. Do you think that migration is amplifying people's concerns and that's why the right is resonating?
Well, I think it's very interesting, first of all, that the comrade doesn't really know what government we have in Sweden, because in Sweden we have a right-wing government, the Conservative Party
it's a right-wing, not for me.
And the supporting party is the extreme right-wing party, Sweden Democrats, so we don't have...
They're not the part of the government.
Now, the second thing I think is important to note here is that we noticed that the right-wing comrade here from Poland has not said anything about the economy. And I think that's very significant because, if you roll back 20 years, the right-wing project was basically only about economy. That was their main argument. They were saying, we need to privatize, we need to deregulate, we need to sell out the public sector. Now, that was a big failure, and we all know it. We all know that was a big failure because we didn't have a single privatization that worked. Now, to avoid talking about
the lowest in Europe,
to avoid economic discussion about the huge gaps that we have now, and in Sweden, the gaps between rich and poor are growing the fastest in the whole of the Western world. So instead of talking about that, they have decided to forget that the economy exists and start talking about other things. Now, when you have migration at the same time as you have deregulation and privatization, obviously that's going to create a lot of turmoil because the way that the immigrants are being integrated into society won't work as smoothly as it would have done with the present state. Now, I think in Sweden, the welfare state hasn't been dismantled altogether. And we don't have, as the comrade mentioned, illegal immigrants. I think he's confusing us with the United States or something like that. In Sweden, we know exactly who's coming in and who's leaving.
Before we get too broad and move on to our next segment, I do want to ask you, Natalie, before we move on to our second section of our debate, do you believe that this is a short-term trend, or is this just the start of a stronger swing to the right that we can expect to see across Europe throughout this year and into next year?
Well, I think that depends. It depends on how well the left-wing...
Hi, sir, I'm sorry. I'm just going to ask Natalie if she can weigh in on this one.
Oh, sorry.
No, not at all. Thank you.
So, as I said, I think this comes in waves, right? So there's nothing inevitable and inexorable about the rise of the right. I think it largely depends on conditions. How is the European economy going to go? I think, as I said, I think that is actually the main determinant. If you empirically, as I said, look at how there's been a rise and fall over time. I think the other factor, which is actually having a big impact on the rise of the right, or perhaps the fall of the right in Europe, is what's happening in the United States. And let me perhaps just say a couple of words on this. I assumed, and I was wrong in assuming, that the election of Donald Trump would have actually strengthened the far right in Europe. I think that it's actually having the opposite effect, not unlike Brexit had back, almost a decade ago. Because it is when far-right movements, parties, governments essentially not only rise to power, but do so in a rather catastrophic way, as was the case in the case of the Brexit referendum. Look at the results, as now is the case with the meltdown, basically, of the US economy under Trump. I think that this has an effect on Europeans of basically saying, hang on a sec, maybe we just want to go back to the sort of boring old traditional parties rather than this very insecure, in a sense, environment that at times the far right can represent. So I think actually what happens externally, particularly in the United States, can paradoxically have a weakening effect rather than a strengthening effect on the far right in Europe.
Dominic, weigh in on what Natalie has said, and then we'll move on.
If I may, ladies, please listen to me for 60 seconds, okay? Do not disturb. You said that I did not mention economy. So once again, I would like to ask all our viewers to use Google. First of all, the lowest unemployment in European Union is in Poland under far-right government. The lowest number of rapes in Europe under conservative government is Poland. The highest GDP after COVID in European Union is Poland under conservative government. Most of the top jobs are women in Poland under conservative government. So you can call everyone far right. You can call the Swedish Prime Minister far right. You can call everyone far. You are far left to me. It doesn't matter. It's just a word. It's just words. But when you Google data, Poland, conservative for years, we haven't had not even one terrorist attack. We are the lowest with unemployment. Economy is booming. So don't you give me this argument about the economy. Use Google.
Kajsa, you wanted to say something before we moved on?
So that's why you lose. That's why you lost elections. If the situation is so great.
Excuse me, our government is a conservative government. You would say far-right government. Tusk is EPP. He's not a socialist. All those socialists who are here in European Parliament are now arrested for Qatargate, the biggest corruption scandal when Qatar paid money to buy them. This is socialism. This is what they do in the European Parliament. This is the real face of far left. Eva Kaili, Vice President of the European Parliament, arrested with the suitcases of money. Another, Cozzolino, Italian member of the Communist Party, arrested for Qatargate because Qatar paid a lot of money and he bought them. And other socialists, another from Socialist Party. So this is the real face of modern, open, diverse socialism. And we, the bad ones, are leading. 0 rapes in Poland. 0. The numbers are so low that you cannot even compare it with the rest of the world. And as I said, it is true. This conflict, this problem, this crisis is a global crisis. And I pay my respect to Saudi Arabia for protecting their people.
Okay, so you were talking about rapes, about attacks. So let me move on to segment 2 when we talk about potential risks that may be associated, that some people associate with the right. Some people are concerned about this anti-immigration rhetoric that could lead to violence. For example, attacks on asylum seekers in Berlin have more than doubled in the past year, and others have warned that once the right takes power, they might utilise that through the courts or other institutions for their own political benefit, something that Poland has been accused of. So I guess, seeing as I'm pointing the finger at Poland there, Dominic, is there a potential risk to democracy that the far right poses?
Okay, far left are trying to call me a fascist, Islamophobe. So my grandfather fought against fascism, which fascism came from Italy, against Nazis from Germany. Then after war, he fought against communists, Bolsheviks. Now they call me a fascist and Islamophobe, even though one of my closest friends is from Syria. He came to Poland 30 years ago. He got married. He raised his children in Christian faith, but he's Syrian. He's a Muslim. He's one of my closest friends. So it doesn't matter what we do. It doesn't matter what we say. We are always labeled fascists, Islamophobes, and anti-democratic. What we do, we love our families. We love our values. We love our culture. We love our food. We are a homogenic society. And not even one far left leftist will not tell us what to do, how to change the engineering of the society in Poland, just like Saudi Arabia would not let anyone to change their culture because some democratic far left will say that they are, I don't know, anti-women or anti-democratic or whatever.
Kajsa, what do you think? Is there a risk associated with the rise of right across Europe?
Why don't we speak about the risk of far left?
Well, because our topic for this discussion is the far right, and I'm going to put that question to Kajsa and let her answer.
I'm happy to join you when we're going to discuss far left as well.
Sure. We'll invite you for that one, absolutely. But Kajsa, please.
Thank you. Well, I think people, basically the population of Europe is being manipulated ever since September 11th to think that the enemy of the U.S. is their enemy. You know, we used to think that communism was our main enemy. The U.S. shifted enemy. All of a sudden it was Islam because the U.S. wanted to fight wars in the Middle East and Asia. And all of a sudden we had to believe that too. Now we are made to believe that our enemy is Putin because the U.S. wanted to fight him. And now we are in a state of confusion because the U.S. doesn't want that anymore. You know, and I think it's really interesting how this anti-Muslim sentiment has been like artificially put on the European populations. And it's been done so in a very intelligent way because our far-right parties used to be anti-immigrant in general. But after September 11th, more and more started focusing on Muslims. By that way, they try to gain the votes of other immigrants. And I think this is a way that imperialism has of trying to kill two birds in one stone. On one hand, they're trying to justify the wars in the Middle East by creating Islamophobia in Europe, thereby for us not, for example, showing support for victims in Palestine, for example, in the ongoing genocide. What they're also managing to do is create a kind of hierarchical labor market, whereas they're really kind of structuring the labor market, where some workers are getting lower paid, almost permanently. They've also created this threshold of salaries where you can be kicked out of the country if you don't earn enough, and so on and so forth. So this has been really detrimental to society and to the cohesion of society. You know, it's very sad to see Sweden, a society that used to be, you know, very solidaric, very generous, where we used to take care of one another, you know, turn on one another.
How many refugees do you have at your home? How many?
Excuse me if I may finish. Sorry, you've had enough time, sir.
How many? How many is at your apartment? How many did you take?
Excuse me. Can I continue, please?
Please.
If you tell us how many refugees you have at your apartment.
Excuse me, can I continue, please?
Dominic, just let Kajsa finish, and then I want to turn it over to Natalie. So everyone, we're going to keep this nice and balanced. Kajsa, finish up, and then I'll turn it over to Natalie.
Yeah, so we've had school shootings. We've had, terrible problems that I think this rhetoric that the far right is whipping up might have something to do with it. I also do think the left is a bit to blame, and I want to comment on something Natalie said. She said that maybe what's going to happen with the success of the far right is that, we're all going to turn to the old traditional parties. And I see that as a danger too, because neither of those forces are able to even out the major class differences and the major gaps that have arisen after neoliberalism. Neither is actually able to tackle neoliberalism because both the far right and the traditional parties, both conservative and social democrat, are tied to neoliberalism and are tied to keeping those major class differences and this, you know, absurd wealth where like 1 or 2% of the country have billions. So I think that is a problem, that there is this pendulum that's going back and forth, you know, where the left is not really finding the way to capitalize on this discontent. And where we're seeing, you know, the gaps are just growing. With the gaps growing, we're seeing misery, we're seeing criminality, we're seeing big problems. Right. And I think the only force that can deal with that must be a force that must take control over the state and really undo the neoliberal reforms that we've had for so many decades.
Mm-hmm. Natalie, I just want to go to you first, then Dominic, I'm going to come back to you. I just want to return to the original focus of our segment about whether or not you see this swing posing any danger to democracy, to the European Union as a cohesive bloc? Or, as you've said in previous answers, is this just a wave and the pendulum will swing back again?
Well, I mean, I absolutely do think the rise of the far right is a threat to democracy. But let me go back to a point that was being discussed earlier, which is how migration fits into all of this. And to me, migration is not an issue per se, right? What it is, or rather, what ignites support for the far right is fear. And so to me, the interesting question is, how does migration interlock with fear? Because obviously, the more fear there is, and the more inevitably people are going to turn to extremes, and in particular to the extreme right. So I think one dimension of fear ignited by migration is, especially irregular migration, is the idea that there is no control, right? You don't know who's coming in, you don't know who's coming out, and that is obviously something that can very easily ignite fear. I think the second dimension is what I was talking about earlier, i.e. this connection between the economy and migration. The migrants stealing our jobs, right? Now, if obviously there are jobs to be found, it's harder to ignite that kind of fear. If there are no jobs to be found, it's much easier to ignite that fear. And then the third and final dimension is the way in which all this is used and abused through propaganda. I mean, it is now known, for instance, in Germany, that there is a very big role being played by Russian propaganda to magnify this migration fear, right? Precisely because it will inevitably lead to an increased support for the AfD in Germany. So I think we also need to bear in mind the way in which external players are actually playing into these internal European fears. And I think it's that fear, and indeed the kind of parties that it then leads that fear to support, which then in themselves become a threat to liberal democracy, and in particular to the rule of law.
Interesting points. Dominic, you wanted to say something. Please go ahead.
Yes, this rubbish about the fear and all this kind of philosophy and psychology, beautiful words, it's a crap. No one is afraid. I don't have a phobia. I'm not an Islamophobe. I went to Lampedusa. I spent there 2 days in the camp with these illegal migrants. I know the situation, and I do not want this in Poland. So don't give us the smart, beautiful words about the fear, about the psychology. I don't have a fear. I don't have a phobia. I love Poland. This is what I like. This is how I want to live. And no one ever will force us with the smart, beautiful words about the need of educated migration. There is no need for that. Again, the lowest unemployment is Poland. The highest GDP after COVID is Poland. We are safe. Zero terrorist attack. The lowest level of rapes. And this is how Poland beautiful and safe is. I went to Lampedusa and I was scared. I talked to the people. I talked to the girls who were crying. We're crying because what leftists did. And the only fear, just let me finish, the only fear we have here in European Parliament is far left, corrupted, arrested from Socialist Party. As I said, Vice President Kaili from Greece was arrested with money, with the full pockets of money from Qatar. This is democracy. This is modern world. We don't want that, and I'm going to fight this crap till the end of the day.
Okay, Natalie, is it just words, this fear?
Well, I don't think so, because I actually do think that, poll after poll, this comes out. Yeah, I mean, people feel scared, they are insecure, and the more they feel scared and insecure, and the more they support the far right. This is not just my opinion.
You need therapy.
We started this conversation right at the beginning.
Just let Natalie finish. Thanks, Dominic.
Don't worry, yeah, exactly. I think you can go and insult some of your other colleagues. I don't know you. I've never met you. So please go and insult someone else, okay?
I'm not insulting.
I don't think that either.
You're talking about the fear all the time. I'm not insulting. You're talking about the fear all the time.
Just let Natalie finish her comment, please.
Ooh. Okay, listen, I don't think I actually can continue this conversation in this way. I think this man really needs to calm down a little bit. I mean, I think everyone is being extremely calm and polite, and there's this shouting voice on issues that are often completely unrelated to this conversation. So anyway, I was talking about data, right? We started this conversation calmly about data, and there is data supporting the fact that the more there is fear and anxiety and the more there is support for the far right. I'm not talking about whether the MEP here is scared or not. I'm not particularly interested in whether he is scared or not. I'm talking about the kind of things that the public says it feels, right? And that to me is the only thing that there is to talk about.
Okay, we're almost out of time, but I want to get to our last segment. So let's move on. Progressive parties have long courted younger voters advocating for issues such as climate change, social justice, free speech. But recent polls seem to suggest that those days are over. In Germany, the Greens slipped 23% of the youth vote. Sorry, the Greens captured 23% of the youth vote in 2019, but just 11% this time around. And in France, the National Rally captured 39% of voters aged 18 to 24. So, Kaiser, let me put this to you. Why do you think that the right is resonating strongly with young people in particular?
Well, I think the left here made a strategic mistake in saying that men are women and all these other things that obviously are not scientific. And I think because of that, the left didn't stick to like real equality issues, economic issues, where we actually had all the answers, you know? I mean, the neoliberal project was a failure. We could just have said that. But instead, we started talking about other things like values and things. And I think, you know, young people are seeing through that. I also think that when it comes to the men-women divide here, you know, that men tend to be more right-wing and women tend to be more left-wing, that also has an economic explanation, because women have borne the brunt of the cuts in the welfare state. We're the ones that work in the public sector. We work in hospitals, we work in education, we work in elderly care. Of course, if they slash the budget, you know, put the welfare sector through austerity, we're going to have to do the same jobs, but for free at home. So, of course, we don't want that. Whereas men, you know, are not to the same extent affected by austerity, especially when it comes to the welfare state.
Mm-hmm. Dominic, as the male on our panel, let me ask you, polls show that young men are more attracted to right-leaning parties than women. Why do you think that is?
Because we are responsible, because we are caring, because we love and respect women. We want to take care of them. Our conservative way of thinking about the world is that we are fighters, we provide, we protect, we love, we cherish, and women is the person who should be taken care of. That's very simple. And I must agree that the main problem of the left was to say that women is a man or man is a woman. It's ridiculous. Our way of thinking about existence, about the world, about our responsibility is that man is the one who provides and protects. This is why conservative way is rising. And when you're talking about the young people, you have to remember that they do not know communism as I do. I used to live under communism. They do not know war. This is the generation, the first generation, 70 years of no war in Europe. So different expectations, different goals, different imagination of life or struggle. We had to, I mean, my parents remember the stories from the war. Now they can think about something else, thank God. So there is many reasons, but the main reason is that women, somewhere deep in them, they expect to be taken care of, to be loved.
Well, I would say that perhaps that's a bit of an outdated idea. As an independent woman myself, I don't necessarily feel like I need a man to take care of me. So why can't... And weren't you just saying that women hold powerful roles in Poland? So why do we need the men to look after us?
What I'm saying is that my woman, our woman, are independent but loved. They are not men. They are not coal miners. They are not going to war. They are not mainly in jail as men. They are women. And all this independent woman, it's a crap, because women needs to be taken care of, not in the way that she cannot or do not know how to do. She is independent. She's successful. Many of them making more money than men. It's not about money. It's not about independence. It's about emotional care. It's about the role the man has throughout the ages.
Okay, Natalie, what do you think? Is this the argument why you think young men are turning to the right, because they need to protect poor innocent women like me?
They want to. That's their choice.
Natalie, what do you think?
I think, right, I think what Dominic said, I think, speaks for itself. So no need to comment on that. What I will say, though, is absolutely, I'm sure you are. What I will say is actually something that we haven't touched on, which I think is extremely important, which has to do with the connection between social media and what we're talking about. I think it is fairly clear that the far right has been far savvier in using social media than others. And I think this plays a big role in explaining why youth that once upon a time, indeed, if you think about, Fridays for Future, I mean, you were referring to the support, youth support, for instance, of the Greens. It is something that, Dominic, could you please stop laughing? Right?
Sorry.
Okay.
You
A little
forgot
bit
about
of politeness, I think,
you
may
forgot
help.
about the era of Zuckerberg and emoji with a man who is pregnant. You forgot about this.
Okay,
just
you
a moment.
Just
let Natalie finish, and then I'll come to you for your answer.
I would suggest that you mute him. Okay. So simply to say that I think there is an element of, the far right actually knowing how to use social media far more effectively. And I think that, as I said, this plays a big role in explaining this tilt of youth, which, as I said, nothing is set in stone. It is like this now. I wouldn't be surprised if it actually swings in the opposite direction in only a few years' time, because especially when we're talking about youth, there is, an element which is actually quite fickle in the political orientations of youth, historically speaking.
Dominic, are you laughing because you don't think that the far right have harnessed social media to their benefit?
Every time when I hear this kind of explanation, like manipulation, social media, influence, the disinformation, that's the reason. No, the reason is a logic. And you have to admit it. You forgot about the years of Zuckerberg promoting leftist ideology. You forgot about the Twitter. You forgot about YouTube and Google. When you have this emoji, don't stop me now. Don't stop me now. Do not.
Kaisa, let's let Dominic finish, and then I'm going to come to you because we're almost out of time. So Dominic, you finish up, then I'm going to go to Kaisa, and then we're going to have to wrap up. Go ahead.
Let me finish.
Please.
Censorship on social media for decades. Emojis, a man pregnant, all these pride flags, all these gays, LGBTs, and all this for years. For years. They even banned Donald Trump. That was censorship. They banned the conservative agenda for years. And now you are trying to say that for a year or two last years, social media changed the world? Don't be ridiculous with this kind of analysis.
Okay, Kaisa, do you think social media has played a role in the success of the right?
Yeah, well, social media is just a tool, though. I think deep down, it's all about psychology and how we relate to each other. Social media is not a thing in and of itself. I would say, I think it's funny how, like, the far right will say that anything that's not them is leftist. I mean, there are more than two ideologies in the world, and there's more than two factors. We leftists, we socialists, we sure don't think that Facebook and Meta is leftist. We think it's a capitalist company that used to adopt liberalism because it was, fashionable, and now they are changing because they have to adapt to their times, and they always will, But it's not a progressive force, if you talk about the opinion of what a socialist would say. I think it's not really about social media. I think it's as simple as when the topics being discussed are economy, class questions, and equality, the left wins. When the topics discussed are other issues, peripheral issues, such as values, morals, cultures, the right wing wins. And I think it's a strategic mistake of the left to let that be the topic of discussion and to adopt fringe views that actually don't have support in the majority of the population, because I think we all lose out on that. And I think the left has to get back to the core values, which is distribution of wealth.
Just finally then, Natalie, round out our discussion. Do you think the left need to... Did they lose their way? Is it that the right won or the left lost it?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, I think it is fair to say that in all fairness, and this is not a news story, but, you know, since the end of the Cold War, the left or the center-left has really struggled to find a new compelling narrative. And it looked like for a while that the green narrative could be blended. And in some countries, it kind of worked for a while, right? I mean, I think this is partly the story of Spain, partly the story of the Netherlands, for example. But I think on a whole, it hasn't really provided as simple, quote unquote, and compelling a narrative as often the far right tends to do, which, as I said, you know, doesn't necessarily have to do with facts and figures, but it does have to do with providing, as I said, a story that resonates. And then, of course, and, you know, I agree that, of course, social media is a tool, but it's a tool that some people know how to use more than others, to be honest. And I think that has also been part of the failing.
That is, unfortunately, all we have time for. It's been such an interesting debate, and I appreciate your back and forth. Dominic Tarzinski, Polish MP. Pleasure. Kajsa Ekis-Ekhem, the Swedish author and journalist, and Natalie Tocci, the Italian political scientist. Thank you, all three of you, for your time here on Counterpoints. And thanks to you at home for tuning in to Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. You can catch all our debates by subscribing to Al Arabiya English's YouTube channel and following us on X and TikTok so you don't miss any more debates like that one. We'll see you next time.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Imagine this. The world faces a massive disaster. Climate chaos, nuclear war, a global crop failure, civilizations crumble, infrastructure collapses, and yet, far in the icy north of Norway, deep beneath a frozen mountain, lies a vault that could restart agriculture for the entire planet. Yes, this place actually exists. It's called the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, and it might just be the world's most important backup drive. So what is it exactly? Let's take a closer look on Pixel with me, Joanne Soria. The Svalbard Seed Vault is a secure underground facility specifically built to store backup copies of the world's crop seeds, millions of them. Its mission? To safeguard global diversity in case something goes terribly, irreversibly wrong. It's located on the remote island of Spitsbergen in the Svalbard archipelago of Norway, just over 1,000 kilometers from the North Pole. And that location is no accident. So why build it in such a remote place? Because Svalbard offers three key things: isolation, political stability, and natural refrigeration. Its extreme northern location means it's far from areas of conflict or political unrest. And thanks to the Arctic permafrost, even if the power fails, the seeds stay naturally frozen. That gives the vault a huge edge in long-term preservation. And get this, it's built 120 meters deep inside a sandstone mountain. that makes it strong enough to withstand natural disasters like earthquakes, floods, and even man-made threats like nuclear strikes. This place was built to survive the worst and protect the best of what humanity has grown. The vault officially opened in 2008, and it's been quietly receiving deposits ever since. Each deposit comes from seed banks and agriculture institutions around the world. Countries send their seeds there, kind of like uploading your hard drive to the cloud, but for agriculture. Once inside, the seeds are stored in sealed packages, stacked neatly in boxes, and placed on shelves inside the vault's frozen chamber. And here's the key part. Once seeds are deposited, only the country or institution that sent them can access them again. No one else can take or touch them. It's a one-way door unless you're the depositor. And the vault's capacity? It can hold up to 4.5 million seed varieties. That's more than 2 billion individual seeds. And no, it's not for just some far-off apocalyptic future. The seed vault has already proven its worth. In 2015, researchers withdrew seeds from the vault to help rebuild a gene bank in Syria, which was damaged during the country's civil war. And that's not science fiction. So why does all of this even matter? Because crop diversity means survival. Diseases evolve, climates shift, wars disrupt supply chains. And if we rely on just a few staple crops like corn, wheat, or rice, we're playing a dangerous game with global food security. The Svalbard Seed Vault protects thousands of varieties of those crops and much more. Ancient grains, drought-resistant beans, heat-tolerant vegetables, every option we might one day need to keep feeding the world. And what does this ultra-secure vault look like inside? Surprisingly, it's a bit underwhelming. No flashing lights, no hazmat suits, no dramatic security doors. Just a long, icy hallway with metal shelves and plain seed boxes, each carefully labeled, quietly waiting for the future. But in many ways, it's one of the most hopeful projects on Earth, a silent promise to future generations that even if we fall, we've saved something that can help us rise again. They call it the Doomsday Vault, but maybe it's not about the end of the world. Maybe it's about beginning again. I'm Joanne Soria. I'll see you next time on Pixel.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. Putin announces a temporary ceasefire for VE Day hours after Trump expresses his disappointment in the Russian leader. Millions of Canadians head to the polls for the country's snap election. And Roman Catholic cardinals will meet for conclave on May the 7th as they elect a new pope. To our top story, and Vladimir Putin has announced a temporary ceasefire to pause fighting in Ukraine to coincide with the anniversary of VE Day. It comes after President Trump criticized the Russian leader, saying he was disappointed with Putin and called on him to reach a deal. The US president spoke after private talks with Ukraine's President Zelensky during the funeral of Pope Francis in Rome at the weekend, something he referenced before boarding Air Force One. Take a look.
I think the meeting went well. We'll see what happens over the next few days. We'll probably learn a lot. I was very disappointed that missiles were flying by Russia. But that missiles were flying. Very disappointing. We'll see how it goes. Well, I want them to stop shooting, sit down and sign a deal. And we have the confines of a deal, I believe. And I want them to sign it and be done with it and just go back to life.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kirouz and media strategist and former editor-in-chief Michael Jabri Pickett. So, Michael, there we are. We're still talking about Ukraine and Russia. We've had a little bit of movement. What do you think Putin's motives are for this ceasefire that he's announced?
He needs to make sure that he still has Donald Trump in his corner, or that he can control him or manipulate him. I think Vladimir Putin understands how important it is that he has Donald Trump willing to continue to engage. Now, remember, if we go back several months on the campaign trail, Donald Trump had said, first day in office, this war, he'll be able to sort it out. He'll be able to make a deal. That hasn't happened. And I think that Vladimir Putin recognizes he needs to keep Donald Trump engaged, and he can push the envelope a little bit, but he can't get to the point where Marco Rubio had said just yesterday, you know, we're thinking about maybe reevaluating and maybe moving on to other issues.
So, Wissam, I actually saw ceasefires have been attempted more than 20 times. That's a lot of ceasefires, and they've all basically fallen apart at the seams. What's your thought pattern on Donald Trump? Similar to what Michael thinks?
I think Donald Trump has given a lot previously to Putin, to Russia, and the Russians are somewhere in the margin between the necessity of keeping on giving Trump the signal that they are willing to engage and to go for the deal, and between the fact that they are in a good position and they can win more and more on the ground. Because let's not forget that in the big picture, they have a deal on the table that says that ceasefire on the current lines of conflict, that Ukraine will never be in NATO, that Crimea will be Russian, and the sanctions will be lifted. It's a perfect scenario for the Russians if they can get some more land. Now, at the same time, having them to declare a ceasefire or attempted ceasefire for the 20th time on the 7th of October, it's also a signal from the Russians that they are willing to give this dynamic a chance.
We also saw that historic picture taken at the Vatican in Rome of Zelensky and Donald Trump meeting. And I don't know if both of you have an opinion on this, but do you think maybe Trump's approach towards Ukraine appears to have changed slightly? Do you think it was that moment that is signifying a change in the rhetoric?
So I think that something has changed, and I'm not sure if the parties behind the scene have recognized that we need to make this work. And so President Zelensky was able to bend the knee, for popular parlance. He went maybe in a much more respectful way, at least in President Trump's mind. And maybe Donald Trump was also more willing to engage because, if you recall, during the Oval Office exchange, there were other people there, and there might have been that old reality TV star Donald Trump where he was thinking he was performing in front of an audience. But when the two men came together, certainly that photograph, which I think you and I have spoken about it, you know, will become very famous by the end of this year when we're looking back on key moments. That photograph seemed to have two men who were trying to find, because we know the story, common ground. And I believe it was telling that there was intent on both sides to try and at least have a meeting of the minds and maybe to have a conversation that's more productive rather than something that's performative.
Yes, and in our business, the news business, we have developed this ability to see a picture and know that this will be a cliche. It's going to be a picture for the future, for history. And from the very first moment, as we saw the problem between Trump and Zelensky in the Oval Office, when we saw this amazing picture, we can see the strength of it. And just to talk about the appearance, it is universal. You have a Jewish president talking with a Protestant president about an Orthodox conflict and the funerals of a Catholic pope. And then you have this image of what looks like a confessional, someone confessing to another. Was it Trump confessing to Zelensky for what he did for him? Or was it the other side? But I would say that there was a moment of truth for Zelensky. This has to stop. He has to make concessions, maybe not confessions. And maybe it was an occasion for Trump to remind Zelensky of what late Pope Francis told the Ukrainians 1 year ago, and they weren't very happy about it, when he told them, you have to have the courage of the white flag. It was a very strong statement, and it's basically where we got to now, the courage of the white flag.
Well, actually, earlier I spoke to a former US diplomat and lecturer on Russian foreign policy at Johns Hopkins University, Donald Jensen. He told me what he thought about the reasons behind Trump's change towards Ukraine. Take a listen.
Well, I think President Trump is finding out that this is far more difficult than solving in a few days. I think the president is now more uncertain than he has been about Putin's good faith, something that he and Envoy Witkoff talked about many times earlier. Putin has no interest in a peace deal on anything other than Russian terms, and many people have criticized the so-called U.S. plan for being leaning too far to Russia. The Europeans are strongly against, and I was pleased to see a good atmosphere in the talk between Zelensky and Trump in the Vatican, but there is almost no chance Zelensky will accept a turnover of Crimea to Russia. And that means essentially that the Trump plan is seriously wounded.
There we go. So basically he was saying Crimea is the main issue. I don't know if that's something you agree with or something we think that we can actually get past, because this is what's been holding up any kind of ceasefire staying in place.
So according to the Ukrainian constitution, the Crimea is not on the table. And according to everything that President Zelensky has said, Crimea is part of Ukraine. But President Trump seems to be saying something very different, almost as though he's speaking out of turn. He's saying something that maybe is part of the negotiating process, but it feels as though what he says, Vladimir Putin now has the inside track because he has all the information. It's as though Vladimir Putin sees the cards that the Ukrainians and the Americans are holding. And to my mind, I believe that Crimea has to 100% be part of the negotiations if this is going to be sorted. For heaven's sakes, Russia's been there since 2014. They're not about to all of a sudden walk away from everything.
Yeah. I would say, I would have to differentiate myself a little bit with you. I would say somehow in the back mind of everyone on the table, there is an impossibility of Crimea to become Ukrainian again. Even though it's not only a constitutional problem for Ukraine, it's a problem for America itself, because there is a law that has been passed by the Congress and advocated for by Marco Rubio himself that makes it impossible for an American president to recognize Crimea as non-Ukrainian unless it is accepted by the Congress. But now, at the same time, we have to acknowledge that as Russia has an upper hand on the conflict, the importance of Crimea and the psychology of Russia is humongous. For them, Crimea has been annexed to Ukraine in 1957 by a Soviet president, if I'm not mistaken, it's Khrushchev, and it was an internal Sovietic maneuver. Then for them, in their psychology, it is the birthplace of the Russian nation, because Vladimir, the founder of Russia, or what is known as the Kievan Russia, was baptized in Sebastopol, which is now Crimea. And also it symbolizes for them their victory over the Ottoman Empire. So this narrative has been used a lot in Russia for the last 10 years. And when Trump comes to say that Zelensky has accepted, I wouldn't say it comes from nowhere. There is a certain, of course, there are going to be some adjustments, some phrasings, but having Crimea be Ukrainian again is, in political science, almost, very difficult. I wouldn't say impossible, but very difficult.
For European leaders, it has to be very concerning for them, because if you look back in history, Italy invades in 1935 what is today present-day Ethiopia. And the League of Nations, Britain and France don't do that much. That then emboldens Hitler a couple of years later to go into the Rhineland, which according to the Treaty of Versailles, he was not allowed to do.
Yes.
He does that. Again, nobody does anything. And so the Europeans
then
know...
He goes to Czech Republic.
Yes. So it continues.
Yeah.
And so the Europeans know this very well because this is their backyard. And they're concerned about the negotiations because they don't want to be down this road where Vladimir Putin can take something and then take a little bit more and then get whatever he wants. And it sends a bad precedent, especially if the United States are threatening to walk away, threatening to abdicate what it has become their role since the end of the Second World War. And I think it scares everybody throughout the world that the aggressor can get whatever it is that they're after.
Add to that, I don't want to talk more about it, add to that the most prominent Western nation is advocating annexing Greenland and having Canada at the 51st state. It's a lot of confusion in the world. But in the same time, this parallel between Nazi Germany and Russia, and today's Russia, seems very predominant in the European press. But is it really what is real in politics today from the perspective of Russia or China or America or the new big players? I don't think so. Crimea and Ukraine and Russia are very connected in their history, in their people. Of course, there is a big problem now, and there is an aggression, and everyone knows who is the aggressor. But it's too complicated to take it back to the situation.
But Crimea is one thing, but the Russian forces have also gone into about 20% of Ukraine. And I can't imagine that they're going to keep Crimea and give up on the 20%. And so it goes back to my argument, which is that the Europeans recognize that somebody who is an aggressor can't simply go and take what they want and there are no repercussions.
Yes, of course.
Well, Donald Trump definitely has had the ball rolling when it comes to these talks, and we have seen that. So I think we'll be discussing this a little bit more throughout the time when you spend time with me on the show.
You have 4 years minus 100 days.
Yes. Well, just stay right there because we're going to take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. President Trump has said the death of Prince Andrew accuser Virginia Giuffre is a horrible thing. Giuffre's family said she lost her life to suicide at the age of 41. Authorities say her death is still under investigation but does not appear to be suspicious. 68 bodies have been recovered and 47 others were wounded in Yemen after a U.S. strike on Sada hit a detention center hosting African migrants. Sada is a Houthi stronghold that has also been previously targeted in U.S. strikes. Washington has pledged to continue its attacks on the Houthis until they cease assaults on Red Sea shipping. Australian Prime Minister candidate Peter Dutton has sparked outrage after calling for the ban of Indigenous welcome ceremonies. Dutton, who is running in the upcoming election, says the Aboriginal tradition should not be performed at sporting games or military commemorations. Dutton says he wants to change how Indigenous history is acknowledged if elected on Saturday. And Kim Kardashian's robbery trial has begun in Paris today. 10 men held the reality star at gunpoint and stole jewelry worth $10 million in 2016. 5 of the accusers face armed robbery and kidnapping charges, whilst the others are charged with complicity in the heist and the unauthorized possession of a weapon. Kardashian is due to testify on the 13th of May. Now, millions of Canadians head to the polls today as the country takes part in a snap federal election. Reigning Prime Minister and leader of the Liberal Party, Mark Carney, is hoping to hold on to his title after taking over from predecessor Justin Trudeau just last month. He's up against Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre. Current polls indicate Carney is seen as a preferred choice to go toe-to-toe with Donald Trump, having held previous high-profile positions as Governor of the Bank of England and, of course, the Governor of the Bank of Canada. So, Michael, let's start with you. You are obviously from Canada, just in case anyone didn't know.
The accent?
Yeah, just giving it away there. But the Liberals are ahead of the Conservatives, and we know that. That's in the latest polls at the moment. I always think there's a margin of error when it comes to polls, but what has dominated each party's election campaign?
So if we can go back a little bit in time, just a few months, right around the beginning of January, Donald Trump starts talking about tariffs. But before he does that, before he says anything about making Canada the 51st state, you have to appreciate that the Tories, the Conservatives, were ahead by as much as 25% in the polls. Now there's been a swing. 25% in the polls, that much of a lead.
It's decisive.
Yes, and it would give you, in a parliamentary system, a majority government. Now there's talk about the Liberals maybe having a majority government. And this has all happened in the span of 4 months. But it was Mark Carney being able to take advantage of a perfect moment. You had Trump coming to power, you had talk of the tariffs, then you had the annexation question or the comments from Donald Trump, and Justin Trudeau left. He had been in power for almost 10 years, incredibly unpopular. And Mark Carney comes in, somebody who we've seen, his resume is incredibly impressive. He is an experienced businessman. So the Canadian population, again, according to the polls and according to interviews, started to think that the person who could deal best with a businessman in the U.S. would be someone such as Mark Carney. The person who could deal best with an economic uncertainty because of the tariffs is somebody who is governor of the Bank of Canada. And this was the one issue. In the last few days, the Conservatives are starting to make some inroads. And the argument is that because there hasn't been a whole heck of a lot coming out of Donald Trump and his annexing Canada, that maybe if the elections were to take place in a couple of more weeks, and if there wasn't a lot of talk from Donald Trump about annexing Canada, then maybe the Tories would be able to come out ahead because their issues were what affect the people. The price of groceries, cost of living, the ability to buy your first home. But that is irrelevant today because everybody at the forefront of their mind, it's been Trump, and then they've seen Prime Minister Carney as the man who can help Canadians stay Canadians.
Sam, I feel like there's three people in this election. It's Mark Carney, it's Pierre Poilievre, and it's Donald Trump.
Donald Trump.
What do you think?
I think you are absolutely right.
The first time for everything.
You are. But at the same time, I mean, Michael's here, he's Canadian, he's the expert, but I'll try to give my take on it. I think that what Trump has done is changing Canada almost forever. For the first time, we have such a nationalistic approach in Canada, which was somehow a very normalized country, you know, not very tense in any way. People did really believe that America was the closest friend. I mean, from afar, you don't see a lot of, differences. But now you can see in Canada, people saying we want to boycott tomatoes from California, or we want to use sausages from Quebec instead of Ohio. This has never been the case. But in any cases, what Trump has done is resuscitate this national identity, and also at the same time, whatever problems within the internal Canadian politics. Of course, Trudeau was not popular, and Carney comes in the same party, but this is all not on the front line anymore. This is not priority anymore. And yes, Canadians are very upset because, and you can confirm this, they are very upset from what they hear from Trump. This is absolutely new. And to take the whole narrative into a lighter place, I mean, yes, how can Canada be the 51st state if 90% of the people, at least, they are against it? I mean, in common sense, this is geopolitical fantasy. And also, how can they be in the 51st state and they use kilometers, and in America they use the miles? So this, this is also a big problem.
But I also think, just hearing from what you were saying there, whoever wins this election just faces massive challenges. Canada is in that state. You were talking about very unhappy. Justin Trudeau was in place for 10 years. He's been blamed for the economic damage that we're seeing in Canada at the moment. Weirdly, Justin Trudeau was so popular on a global stage, but not at a home stage, which is something...
He sorry to interrupt you. He was very popular the first, I would say, 5 to 7 years.
Yes. And then you think that in Canada itself, just not on the global stage. But I also wonder right now, is Canada needing a change? Because the Liberals, 10 years, the economy, you know, has not been standing. A lot of people are unhappy with the cost of living crisis.
So I would say that you are getting a change, even though you're going to have the Liberal government still in power if they win. And the reason I say that is because Trudeau is in his early 40s now. Mark Carney is 60. Mark Carney has never held elected office. He's always been a politician. He's always been a businessman.
He never sought also political.
Agreed.
Yes.
He's lived in Japan. He's lived in the UK. He's lived in America. He is a citizen who has great awareness that there is a world beyond the borders. He will bring an incredibly different perspective, I believe, to the role of Prime Minister, something that Justin Trudeau, whose father was Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, who taught in school, in public school in BC. Justin Trudeau brought very much a Canadian, almost royal sort of sensibility to the position, whereas what made Justin Trudeau popular, his hair, is not Mark Carney's
I would not
strength.
like to say this, but I think his looks...
His looks, absolutely.
And his socks also. He used
his socks, yes.
His socks,
the diplomacy of socks.
But I believe that they are, yes, they're both liberal, but they are coming from such incredibly different backgrounds that I think the experience that Mark Carney has, the life experience in the business world, will, I think, empower him. It sounds like I'm a Carney fan, and I don't want to give that impression. But I do think that he will be able to take on the challenges that Canada is facing, certainly better than Justin Trudeau. And I would even argue, Pierre Poilievre is 45. He's been an elected politician for 20 years. He's very much of a politician's background. And I think Mark Carney brings something that's unique.
But what happened, if I may ask, what happened to Poilievre? Why suddenly he is not in the best position? Apart that Trump, why the Trump element is giving Poilievre such a lower edge in the game?
So because Poilievre is the accusation that gets leveled by the Liberals towards Pierre Poilievre is that he's Trump light.
Yeah.
Because he wants to eliminate... he speaks about it, the woke culture in Canada, which is very similar to what the Republicans and Donald Trump are trying to do. He also talks about wanting to slash funding for the public broadcaster in Canada, the CBC, which is something very similar to what Donald Trump wants to do with NPR. He also talks, his slogan during the campaign early days was Canada First, which sounds an awful lot like America First. Yeah.
So what was his strength is suddenly his liability.
Yes. What was making him, putting him 25% ahead of the polls in January is now hurting him. But the accusation that the Tories level against the Liberals is that Mark Carney is just like Justin.
Yeah. So it's a really interesting election, and it's been, like you said, completely changed on a dime since Donald Trump got into power. We'll see all those results tomorrow. So thanks for your thoughts on all of that. We'll be back in just a moment. Moving on to another story making the headlines today, China has rejected claims by President Trump that he received a phone call from the Chinese leader Xi Jinping. At a press briefing in Beijing, China's foreign ministry reiterated that the two sides have not engaged in tariff negotiations. It comes as reports emerge saying China's e-commerce giants are ramping up prices of its products for the American market ahead of tariffs. Patrick Falk reports.
Well, the headline on some reports today, Shein hikes prices as much as 377% ahead of tariff increases. Things weren't quite as drastic as that. That was the maximum increase on one item for the American market, specifically for a 10-piece set of kitchen towels, but it was still dramatic. The average price for the top 100 products in the beauty and health category, according to a study by Bloomberg, went up by 51%, with several items more than doubling in price. So American consumers, certainly those that shop on some of these Chinese e-commerce platforms, are likely to feel the pinch. Shein, along with Temu and others, face a 120% tariff on many of their products after the Trump administration shut something known as the de minimis loophole, which allowed exporters to ship goods valued below $800 to enter the U.S. without tariffs or custom duties. E-commerce players have made vast profits selling cheap goods made in China to Americans and elsewhere around the world. And this was something that the Trump administration was determined to halt. But this development highlights efforts by Chinese exporters to pass at least some of the extra costs on to U.S. consumers. Meanwhile, no signs of any breakthrough in engagement between Washington and Beijing, despite claims by the U.S. president otherwise. Foreign Ministry spokesperson Gui Jia-kun said today, to my knowledge, there has been no phone call between the two heads of state recently. The focus now is turning on China's economy czar, He Lifeng, who is said to be pulling the strings behind the scenes on negotiations between the two sides. Reports suggest he is not going to budge reducing China's trade surplus with the US, which is going to make it difficult to come to any sort of agreement. But Beijing may just be happy to wait things out. Reports suggest Americans are getting increasingly concerned about the inflationary impact of tariffs and the trade war. Businesses are also reporting that people are scaling back some purchases, and recent polls are showing voters feel President Trump is falling short on promises to strengthen the economy as he nears 100 days in office.
Roman Catholic cardinals will start electing a new pope from the 7th of May. 135 cardinals from all over the world are eligible to take part in conclave to decide the next leader of the Catholic Church. The announcement comes days after the funeral of Pope Francis, which drew 400,000 people to St. Peter's Square in the Vatican City. Wissam, let's start with you. The conclave, it's a real historic process steeped in tradition.
And this is what captures the imagination of the world. This is mostly why the whole world is watching this, because it's the power of tradition, the power of imagery, of these, ancestral traditions that perdure in an institution that is 2,000 years old. But at the same time, let's not forget that the most important voter in this election is the late Pope Francis himself, who appointed 80% of the 135 cardinals who are voting. Mm-hmm. And most probably the people, the church, I would think that they are more inclined to choose a pope who will be more appeasing for a transition period after such a strong, opinionated papacy of Pope Francis. Because Pope Francis, after all, was the pope of the non-Catholic at the same time.
No, definitely. It's going to be so interesting. There's been a lot of talk about this conclave because of all the secrecy. I always think secrecy, promotes chat. But let's, Michael, I just wanted to talk to you. So obviously we saw the Pope's funeral, and there were a lot of world leaders taking pictures during the funeral. It's been heavily criticised. What is your opinion on that? Do you think it's right, or do you think it's wrong?
So I'll save my opinion for the end, but I will say that it's 2025. Everybody has a camera because everybody has a phone. And everybody is used to others taking pictures of whatever it is that strikes their fancy. Mm-hmm. I don't believe, my opinion, that we can be too critical of leaders taking pictures next to others when they are just like everybody else. That they will be scrolling, for heaven's sakes. Donald Trump goes on Truth Social and X almost on a daily basis to post something. He's more active than many 16-year-olds. This is the world in which we live. And I think we have to accept that the President of the United States, arguably the most powerful man in the world, is a former reality TV star. And there is a marriage of a pop culture that recognizes game. And when there is an opportunity to get a selfie or to get what is a historical picture, I don't think it matters if you are a world leader or a 19-year-old girl. I think you're going to be taking that photograph.
So it's empowerment for the technology, empowering normal people.
I don't know if it's empowerment. I think it's more a case of people wanting to capture a moment for themselves or to be able to say that they were there. Even if they don't necessarily share it on social media, they'll have it in their camera roll. I think that there is something within a great many people where they feel incredibly comfortable taking photographs of a moment rather than maybe just standing there and appreciating the moment itself.
Absolutely.
I don't know what you think, but what I also saw is apparently a deacon also whipped out his phone to take a picture of Prince William because he was obviously attending on behalf of his father, King Charles. And I wonder if a lot of them were doing that. It's quite an interesting
Personally,
concept.
if he left his opinion till the end, I would have taken this photo, honestly. I mean, it is more decent than, the selfie with the Pope.
Yes.
But at the same time, I mean, when you are in a historic moment, you have the power of the camera.
Yeah.
You want to keep it for yourself, for children. I accept that. At the same time, it was an amazing opportunity to see all the world leaders. Have you seen, Melania Trump, how she was in tears? I've seen the Queen of Sweden. It was plenty of pictures. It was a great event. And now I think we're going to have the conclave. And I have one small detail that I just read, is that they made sure this time that the chemical element they will add to the ballots when they burn the ballots, so that you have the white smoke or the black smoke, was checked twice and thrice, because last time
it kept on coming up grey.
Yeah, I mean, you would say it's grey. You wouldn't know if it is white or black. Now you'll have a very clear white or black.
Getting back to the photograph for just a moment, it reminds me of the moment at the Oscars, the Ellen DeGeneres selfie.
And then it was also Ellen DeGeneres and
it was
Jennifer
Lawrence.
Yes.
And it was...
Oh, Bradley Cooper. There was loads of them. I can't remember now.
All of them.
And I think that's where the public got an opportunity to see... They're just like me and my high school friends.
Yeah.
And I think it's the same thing at the Pope's funeral. And I also think that there is less of a inhibition like there might have been a few decades ago. The event itself is irrelevant. If it's worth capturing, I think people are comfortable, some people are comfortable taking photographs.
I would have taken a sneaky picture. I probably would have too. But that's been such an interesting debate, because I think that's what has really caught people's imaginations, all of those top world leaders, powerful people in the same room. But we finally reached that point in the show, which I love, where Wissam and Michael, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. So you've been basically doing your homework for me. Wissam, we are hearing about this major power outage, and it's in Spain and Portugal today. What's caused the chaos? What more do we know?
First, we have to acknowledge the scale of the chaos. You have trains, you have underground systems, you have electricity that is not working, probably internet, phones. That's huge. And now, one of the most common explanations we are hearing is the fact that it's a weather phenomenon that is causing this. But we have heard a lot of other theories. And one of them is very interesting. It talks about a certain surplus of, sucking the energy because of crypto mining. Because this activity would use a lot of energy, and it's not always accounted for, it's not always legal. But what's most important, whether it is climate related, weather related, or crypto related, it's that it's something we could be having more and more. It's like a blast from the future.
Oh,
from
yeah.
the past. And we have to be prepared, and we have to know how fragile our system. Spain is a huge country. It's a country that has the best rail system network in Europe.
Oh, yeah.
And if all this is not working, it's horrible. I mean, it's not a very funny story, but it's funny in a way that, you
Sorry,
know...
it wasn't meant to be funny. I just want to say
Yeah.
to everyone who's in Spain and Portugal,
Yeah.
not having power is awful. And also, like you said, we've seen those pictures of almost panic sweeping those countries. You know, the shops are empty, people aren't sure exactly what's going on. There might not be any concrete answers at the moment. And like you said, it's very different for people.
If I want to say one last thing, just because what you're saying is extremely important. If the same thing happens in Third World War countries, you wouldn't have that panic.
Oh, no, not at all. Because I grew up in Zimbabwe, and I remember that we had load shedding for a couple of days, and we just all kind of lived with it. But it's a very different system in Europe, I think, than it is to Botswana, Zimbabwe, where my heritage is from.
Or the Middle East, where you have a lot of countries who have power outage every day. So it's good to think about it sometimes when you are having everything is running so smoothly and then you lose it in one moment.
Yeah.
It's much, much more effective.
No, I would agree with that. Michael's is funny, a little bit. It's about, I've actually lost my train of thought here, but it's about thumb wrestling, is it?
It's not thumb wrestling.
Oh, okay.
Finger wrestling.
Oh, finger wrestling.
But I was going to bury the lead. I was going to talk about the 180 competitors wearing their specially designed uniforms, competing in the 64th championship of this competition. That's happening about an hour drive southwest of Munich, where men, it's almost exclusively men, compete in finger wrestling. And what they do is they'll take their middle finger and they'll loop it around a piece of leather, and they'll be pulling across a table. And they will be pulling so hard that there will be people behind them who will be there to catch them in case they dislocate their finger and it straightens up and they can no longer hold it. So that is indeed a bit of a funny story.
Would you like to go to that event, do you think, Wissam?
No.
No. You're not keen. I thought it was...
But we have been playing with, the thumb wrestling
that was
since it's universal. But this one is a bit special.
That's a bit hectic, that one. Anyway, thank you so much for bringing it. Actually, I thought those were really funny stories, but in the end, they both didn't end up being. But thank you so much. They were very interesting.
They are different, let's say.
They're different, yeah. Thank you so much to today's guests, Al Arabiya editor Wissam Kirouz and media strategist and former editor-in-chief Michael Jabri-Pickett. Here's a reminder of our top stories. Putin announces a temporary ceasefire for VE Day hours after Trump expresses his disappointment in the Russian leader. Millions of Canadians head to the polls for the country's snap election. And Rome Catholic cardinals will meet for conclave on May the 7th as they do elect a new pope. And that's all from us on W News Extra. G&T with Tom Burges Watson is coming up next. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Rawia Alami and this is The Dailies, where we take a look at important news stories, reports, analysis and articles published in newspapers and media outlets across the world. Most newspapers today reported on President Trump's rare rebuke of Russian President Vladimir Putin after deadly attacks on Kiev, while almost all European newspapers criticized Trump's proposed Ukraine peace deal. The Telegraph, for one, published an exclusive interview today with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, where he affirmed his stance on Ukraine by saying that he stands by Zelensky and refuses to give back Crimea to Russia. Starmer expressed his strong opposition to Donald Trump's proposed Ukraine peace deal, which would see the US recognize Crimea as Russian and pressure Ukraine to cede more territory. The UK Prime Minister insists on Ukraine, or only Ukraine can decide its future, calling President Zelensky courageous and blaming Russia, not Ukraine, for the war's continuation. He demands an unconditional ceasefire from Moscow and U.S. security guarantees for any Western coalition of the willing in Ukraine. The article highlights deep divisions between the U.S. and its allies, with the UK lobbying for a deal rooted in international law, not capitulation. Ukraine's own five-point plan rejects legitimizing Russian land grabs and insists on lasting security, while Starmer warns any weak ceasefire risks future Russian aggression. On the other side of the Atlantic, David Ignatius asked in his opinion article today whether Trump has really found a path to peace in Ukraine. The article examines President Trump's push for a rapid Ukraine peace agreement, highlighting both progress and major sticking points in ongoing negotiations. Trump's plan would allow Russia to keep control of occupied territories, including Crimea, without Ukraine formally ceding sovereignty, and would likely exclude Ukraine from NATO membership. While President Trump claims both sides want peace and criticizes recent Russian attacks, his approach has drawn criticism for favoring Russian demands and offering Ukraine little lasting security. In conclusion, as you can see, the article underscores deep transatlantic divisions and skepticism about whether Trump's deal can deliver a durable peace. The New York Times published an article today by David Brooks offering a critical yet admiring analysis of the Trump administration's extraordinary pace and aggressive approach during its early days. The author, while disagreeing with most of Trump's policies, praises the administration's energy and relentless initiative, comparing it to a supercar outpacing a complacent establishment. Trump's team is described also as a revolutionary vanguard driven by resentment and a desire to upend the status quo. Much like, of course, historical movements that seized power through boldness rather than resources. The piece argues that Trump's assertive, instinct-driven style has forced opponents into a reactive posture, exposing the establishment's lack of confidence and strategic clarity. America's leadership class, shaped by decades of self-doubt and moral ambivalence, is portrayed as slow and unprepared for such an onslaught. The author questions whether defenders of American institutions can muster the morale, purpose and strategy needed to resist Trump's disruptive force, concluding that while some progress is visible, the establishment still lacks the unified mission and fighting spirit that powers Trump's movement. Moving on to Politico, which continued to focus on the leak scandals relating to the U.S. Defense Department. It published a report today about the Defense Secretary's office and how it is left without senior staff who understand Washington. In fact, it describes Hexeth's department as free for all. The report details the turmoil inside the Pentagon under Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, whose circle of top advisors has dwindled to just his wife, lawyer, and a few junior aides after a wave of firings and resignations. The rapid staff turnover, according to the report, just 100 days into Hegseth's tenure, has left the Pentagon's leadership team without experienced hands or clear direction. Now, and all that is causing delays in critical decisions and paperwork, including on major weapons programs and the upcoming $1 trillion budget rollout. Infighting and focus on Hegseth's public image have replaced routine management, raising fears among officials about dangerous slip-ups and a rudderless department. The dysfunction, according to the report, compounded by scandals and investigations into leaks of sensitive information, has sparked speculation about Hegseth's future and left military and civilian staff demoralized and uncertain. The Jerusalem Post published an exclusive interview with Congressman Stutzman, who said Syria's president is open to normalizing ties with Israel. The article highlights a major diplomatic shift as Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara, in meetings with visiting U.S. congressmen, expressed willingness to normalize relations with Israel under the right conditions. Shara indicated openness to joining the Abraham Accords, provided Syria's unity and sovereignty are preserved, and also Israeli airstrike cease and issues around the Golan Heights are addressed. The discussions also covered the need for Syria to dismantle chemical weapons, counter foreign fighters, and improve human rights to secure U.S. sanctions relief. Now, the piece explains that while al-Shara's new tone has drawn skepticism from Israeli officials due to his Islamist background, U.S. lawmakers described his approach as pragmatic and focused on rebuilding Syria's economy and international standing. The article underscores cautious optimism, but notes that both regional and international trust must be earned through concrete actions. Also on Syria, Le Monde investigated the atrocities against civilians committed in western Syria in March 2025. The newspaper concludes that several videos show that members of al-Shara regime were at work. The report reflects back on last March events in Syria when hundreds of Alawites were killed when armed groups close to the new government were called upon to contain a rebellion by former supporters of Bashar al-Assad's regime. These massacres, some of which, as you can see, were filmed by their perpetrators, claimed more than 1,600 lives, according to the Syrian Observatory for Human Rights. Le Monde has collected, archived, and also authenticated 25 videos documenting these atrocities. Le Monde says that these videos allow these atrocities to be mapped, but also to identify certain victims and those responsible. Above all, they highlight the involvement of several armed groups close to the new government of Ahmed al-Shara. And we'll end with The Guardian, whose editorial today talked about the deep divide that the Catholic Church is facing after the passing of Pope Francis. The article explores how Pope Francis's simple funeral arrangements reflect his personal humility, but also set the stage for a contentious transition in deeply in a deeply divided Catholic Church. Francis's papacy was marked by efforts to open the church to marginalized groups and champion social and environmental injustices, and also moves that energized progressive but provoked also fierce resistance from traditionalists. As the conclave to elect the successor approaches, the Church faces an intense internal struggle. Reformists seek to continue Francis's legacy of dialogue and inclusion, while conservatives push for a return to stricter doctrine and hierarchy. The divide is not only ideological but also geographic, with cardinals from the global south, many appointed by Francis, poised to play a larger role. The outcome of this conclave will determine whether the Church moves forward with Francis's vision or shifts back towards tradition in a moment fraught with uncertainty and global significance. That's it for today. Thanks for watching.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya News. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up on today's programme, as the US President Donald Trump this week marks his first 100 days in office, we examine what impact his administration's policies have had on the world. Plus, we're going to be talking to Tony Douglas, the CEO of Saudi Arabia's newest flag carrier, Riyadh Air. Hello and welcome to the programme. In just 100 days back in the White House, the US President Donald Trump has made some sweeping changes. On day one, he's signed 26 executive orders, pulled the US out of the World Health Organization, and pardoned the Capitol rioters. Well, his new tariffs have shaken global markets, and his foreign policy, especially on Ukraine, has left allies and analysts scrambling to understand the new direction. Well, here's one of the president's latest statements on the Ukraine war.
He told me that he needs more weapons, but he's been saying that for 3 years, you know. He needs more weapons, and we're going to see what happens. I want to see what happens with respect to Russia, because Russia has been surprised and disappointed, very disappointed that they did the bombing of those places after discussions. Very briefly, but Crimea was given away by Barack Hussein Obama and by Biden. That's 11 or 12 years ago. That's a long time ago. I don't know how you can bring up Crimea, because that's been a long time. Nobody brought it up for 12 years, and now they bring it up now. So I told them, you can maybe go back to Obama, ask him why they gave it up. They gave it up without a shot being fired, by the way.
President Trump speaking there. Meanwhile, on immigration, the US president has pledged to deport millions of undocumented migrants.
Look, we have to bring our country back from all these criminals that Biden allowed to come in. These are world-class criminals and people that are insane, people from jails, murderers, drug addicts, drug dealers. And, you know, we have a country. We have to be proud of our country. We can't let these people stay, and the courts are allowing them to stay. And we're just not going to allow it. So hopefully the Supreme Court will come to the rescue of our country.
Let's get more now. We can speak to Carla Sands, the former US ambassador to Denmark under President Trump. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure talking to you, Ambassador. Not quite 100 days, we're nearly there. What would you single out as being the most important achievements of this new Trump administration when it comes to foreign policy?
It's extremely exciting to talk about because President Trump is working so hard and so fast, and his whole team is as well. So I think if my highlights would be that, it's the promises made, promises kept. He promised to make us wealthy again, to make us healthy again, to make us safe again. And you can see that he's working on getting more reciprocal trade deals and reindustrializing the U.S. He's working to with RFK Jr. to make us healthy again, finding the cause of autism, like what a concept that you would actually do a scientific study and find out what's causing this terrible attack on our children, and getting things like unsafe dyes out of our food. But then he's also secured the border. It's making us safe again, stopping the flow of fentanyl, the #1 killer of young Americans, and also the bad hombres that have been coming over our border and that are not welcome.
Okay, but specifically on the world stage, looking at these 100 days through the prism of foreign policy, what's been achieved, would you say?
Okay, I think that in my opinion, so my personal opinion is that what's been achieved is our friends know they're our friends, and the people that are not treating us well know it. We've put them on notice. You can see how he's pulling in so many countries, getting a good trade deal done that doesn't hurt American manufacturers, for instance. I think that looking at how President Trump views the world, he doesn't want to start new wars and he wants to end current wars. We can all be appreciative that he's using his influence and his position to end the Hamas-Israel war and also the war between Russia and Ukraine.
Indeed. I mean, he did promise that would happen rather quicker than at day 99. And we haven't quite got there yet, have we? We're not over the line.
No, he did. Actually, what he said was he thought that the Hamas-Israel war would be pretty quick. And he said it's going to be harder and take longer to get the war between Ukraine and Russia settled. And you can see, I mean, Putin's suggesting this 72-hour pause, but Putin's also continuing to attack Ukraine. And both sides have been a little hard to really get to the table and understand that nobody gets everything that they want. But certainly he's working very hard, and his team, to get this done. You saw the iconic photo, perhaps, of President Trump and Zelensky there at the Vatican meeting and working out a deal.
Yeah, I mean, that photograph in stark contrast to the scenes in the Oval Office 6 or 7 weeks previously, which perhaps were the other big standout scene when it comes to foreign policy from these last 99/100 days. This keenness to appease Russia that's how it's seen internationally, that President Trump is making concessions to the Russians and occasionally throwing, good old friend Ukraine under the bus every now and then with the occasional European ally. That is the perception out there from some countries, from some news outlets. How do you respond to that, and why do you think President Trump is so keen to patch ties up with President Putin? What's in it for America?
Well, first of all, a lot of that is fake news. You can see that there's this narrative. They even talked about how they hid Joe Biden's mental diminishment in the coverage of the last administration, and how people in the United States have actually lost faith with legacy media. Maybe not around the world, but here in the U.S., we've seen the lies, whether it was COVID lies, the lockdown lies, the Russia hoax lies over the first Trump administration. So people don't believe the news media when they talk about these things. We know that they're making stuff up to hurt the opposition. Most U.S. media is working for the left and the leftist Democrats. But I'm excited that President Trump is reasserting America's place in the world, and that he knows we need to have better relations with Russia, because we don't want Russia to be the closest of friends with China. And certainly that was a very bad plan from the beginning. Biden let that happen. Every president before knew that that was a bad idea and that we should not encourage or push Russia into China's arms. I mean, Russia's now, it's almost like they work for China. in the things that they do, and China's helping them finance and helping them in many ways in this Ukraine war. So we want to have a better relationship with Russia. Certainly, we need to cooperate with Russia in the Arctic. They're the biggest player in the Arctic as far as their landmass and their power in that region. And we need to reassert Western power in that region, just as one example.
Yeah, I want to get on to Greenland in just a moment because, of course, that's where you served, and that's a hot topic, and we've talked about it before, Ambassador. But there are some analysts saying that these policies, foreign policies of this new Trump administration, are conversely pushing traditional allies towards China, not only as a market for their goods because of the tariffs, but also because of the void that has been created by the withdrawal of U.S. Aid projects all over the world, and the Chinese are only too happy to fill that void. I mean, isn't this going to cost the United States soft power?
Well, I think that could be an issue. And so I think that we want to make sure that we continue a good dialogue with all of our friends, our allies, our trading partners, and that we certainly remind them of the dangers of being tied in trade to China, which uses trade and uses all relations that countries have with China as a cudgel, and how unfair the trade is. I know Secretary of Scott Bessent is working on these issues and talking to our allies because, for instance, the abuses that China has weighed in at the WTO, at the IMF. China is the biggest abuser in every way of using our laws and our open societies against us, stealing and bribing and using propaganda in ways that have enriched their country, and their national law requires every Chinese citizen, and they say even people with Chinese descent, to steal and to bring back information that benefits the CCP. So it's a rogue regime. It's run by gangsters, and that's a bad group to get involved with.
Let's go back to the part of the world that perhaps you know best. I don't know, perhaps outside the United States, Denmark, where you served as ambassador. How many years were you there?
I was there from 2017 to 2021.
Right. So you know that area well. I don't know if you still go back there, but do you see a day that you go back to Greenland, which is, of course, under Danish sovereignty, and find it one day is actually part of the United States of America? Is that a scenario you envisage?
Well, I think that Greenland wants to go independent, and I think that because they've said it. So I believe what people say, and they've said it publicly. So if they're going to go independent, they're going to need a trade partner and a security partner. And Denmark, even today, with them being part of the Danish kingdom, can't defend Greenland and has never bothered to develop Greenland. There's not a road between two towns in Greenland. They lack infrastructure to benefit the Greenlanders when it comes to their mining. They need more development for their tourism. And I was able, when I was ambassador, to get them funds to help them grow their economy in the ways they wanted to. But it's just a beginning.
Do people in Greenland tell you they want to be American?
They want to be Greenlandic. They say we are open for business, but they don't want to be taken over. And there are ways to associate with the United States and be independent, like a free association agreement. It's called a COFA. And other countries like Micronesia and Palau do have those kinds of relationships with the United States, where they're sovereign nations, but we have trade and we have defense agreements. And Greenland would benefit from American trade, where U.S. companies can go in and invest, and they have the backstop of the U.S. government. We have mechanisms to do that, like Exim Bank and also DFC, Development Finance Corporation, that are arms of the U.S. government, but they guarantee investments when it's a tough place to invest. And Greenland's a tough place to invest.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like quite a, harsh terrain in some parts of that territory as well. But when we saw J.D. Vance arriving there with his wife, and originally it was going to be there's going to be quite a bit more fanfare than there ultimately was, because he just limited his visit to a US base. Do you think he went about that in the right way? I mean, there's a certain sensitivity, isn't there, to arriving in a country having insinuated previously that you might sort of absorb it into your own country. Do you think he went about it in the way you'd like to have seen him go about it?
Well, I think that Greenlanders missed an amazing opportunity because the second lady, Usha Vance, was supposed to go and wave the flag at it's the equivalent of the for Greenland. It's their big dog sled race. And the U.S. government had given assets to help them have a successful race. And she was part of this. And so this was a diplomatic visit. Every country wants a diplomatic visit in the world from the U.S. And she's a very high-level official, being the wife of the vice president. But the Danish government, their media, and their sort of apparatus poisoned the water for that visit and really scuttled the whole thing. They did it because they don't want the Greenlanders to have a good relationship with the United States. They want no relationship at this point. They're so upset about what President Trump has been saying. But the fact is, they're not looking at the facts. The fact is, Greenland wants to go independent. They want to be independent. They don't want to be part of Greenland. Part of Denmark. Denmark oppressed the Greenlanders. They treated them very cruelly. And they did not allow them to develop. They did not allow them to live like people in Denmark live years ago. And so they send about $600 million a year as welfare to Greenland, but then they get so many benefits. The shipping goes through Denmark. The flights go through Denmark. Then they have the benefits of business investments. And so net, I'm sure Denmark comes out ahead in this relationship.
Okay, so that's Greenland, but there are other countries and bits of infrastructure around the world that President Trump has expressed a keen interest in, shall we say. One is Canada. Will that be the 51st state of the United States? And another is the Panama Canal. Is there an expansionist agenda in the White House, in your view?
I'm not sure why President Trump said what he did about Canada. I've been very sad to see the loss of free speech in Canada and how the Canadian government has treated the citizens over the past about a decade, but it really ramped up during COVID and after COVID. It's been shocking to see. And also, they've opened their borders to unbridled immigration, which really, you lose the culture of a place when you don't have control of who comes in. And they now have a fentanyl problem because of those open borders. They actually have a fentanyl problem, I'm told. When I was at the Canadian Embassy just about a week ago, they informed me of this, and it's tragic. But Panama Canal is a different subject. We have to have the ability to move our military equipment and shipping through the Panama Canal. The United States paid for the Panama Canal. We built the Panama Canal. Most Americans don't agree with Jimmy Carter. We should never have ceded that back to Panama. And when I went down to the Panama Canal, I saw how much Chinese activity was there. I went to the canal, viewed it, saw the signs in Chinese. I went to their touristic video to see what they were showing people. And a lot of it was China, China, China. I think probably Chinese propaganda had produced the video that I saw at that time. It's about a year and a half ago that I was there. So China has an outsized influence in Panama. The United States cannot allow that right in our hemisphere. But we've got bigger problems. Even in Lima, Peru, Chancay Port is the biggest Chinese investment in the Western Hemisphere. That port is only 1/4 finished. It's going to be gigantic. The United States had the opportunity to build that port, but China stepped up. So there are so many missed opportunities. President Trump is looking at our hemisphere and saying, we need to make sure we secure it. Americans agree with him.
All right, I'm so sorry to cut you short, but we're actually out of time. It's been a real pleasure talking to you. Carla Sands, former U.S. ambassador to Denmark.
Great to be with you, Tom. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Thanks.
Well, let's get more analysis. We can speak now to William B. Taylor, former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine under President Bush and President Obama. Thank you very much indeed for being with us once again here on Al Arabiya News, Ambassador. Let me start by asking you this. The White House says under this new administration, President Trump is, quote, taking swift action to bring peace and prosperity to the world. Is it working?
Well, there's not peace yet, Tom, as you know. And of course, President Trump famously said during his campaign and since then, and leading up to, that he could solve the Ukraine-Russia war, Russia's war on Ukraine, in 24 hours. Had he done that, I think that would have been a bad thing, actually, for Ukraine, because it's a complicated business to find a solution, to negotiate a ceasefire. President Trump, to his credit, has put this at the top of his priorities, top of his foreign policy priorities, and has sent his foreign minister, his Secretary of State, he's sent envoys, he spent a lot of time himself. He met just a couple of days ago with President Zelensky, as we see, all to say that there is a big effort by the United States for the first time to actually end this war. So that part is the effort is there. The problem, Tom, is Putin. The problem is the Russians. And President Trump is, I think, now finally figuring out that that's the problem.
Indeed. I mean, improved relations with President Putin on the part of the Trump administration seems to be a very major priority, rightly or wrongly, some might say. And I'm just wondering, what is in it for the United States to have much better relations between Moscow and Washington?
It's a good question. I frankly don't know the answer to that. Putin is an indicted war criminal. He's been indicted by the International Criminal Court for abducting children, among other Ukrainian children, and taking them into Russia, among other war crimes. Putin does not lead a very powerful, interesting economy. So it is not clear to me why the United States would move toward supporting and trying to get closer to an indicted war criminal.
I mean, a lot of people we speak to on the other side of the aisle to President Trump say that he has a tendency to parrot some of Russia's lines to take when it comes to the conflict in Ukraine. I mean, do you think there's any truth in that?
So we do see that President Trump's special envoy to Russia, Steve Witkoff, has spent a lot of time with President Putin. And we notice that when Steve Witkoff comes back from those meetings in Moscow, there are a lot of Russian talking points in there, which is why I think it's important over the last several days, just indeed of the past week, that we've seen President Trump beginning to express frustration, irritation with the Russians, Putin in particular, for his attacks on Ukraine during religious holidays, for his refusal to agree to a 30-day comprehensive ceasefire, air, land, and sea. President Trump had worked this out with President Zelensky. They both agreed, and then President Trump took it to President Putin. President Putin said no. So I think the irritation, frustration, as I say, President Trump puts a very high priority on ending this war. And he's now coming to the conclusion that President Putin is the problem.
Ambassador, throughout this program and throughout this week, indeed, we're really looking back at these first 100 days of the second Trump administration, and today very much through the prism of foreign policy. And I just want to ask you, with that in mind, would you say that Oval Office incident or shouting match or whatever we're going to call it between President Zelensky and President Trump was perhaps the most memorable moment of these last 100 days? What would be your assessment?
No, I would like that not to be the most memorable moment. I think a more memorable moment was captured 2 days ago in the Vatican, where without intermediaries, without the press, without the vice president, President Trump and President Zelensky sat on two normal chairs, away from people, away from advisors, had a very good conversation. That photo went around the world. I would say that is more memorable, number one, and number two, more indicative of where we are now, which, as you've indicated, is not where we were a month ago. So this is, I think, progress toward a ceasefire.
I mean, you've obviously served as ambassador to Ukraine, as I said in the introduction. And I'm just wondering if you're still in touch with a lot of people in Kyiv, and therefore what their sense is about the direction US policy towards their country and this conflict in general is heading. What are they saying to you?
I am in touch with them. A lot of good friends, a lot of people still in the government. Many of my friends are out of the government now. And they watch very carefully, Tom, very carefully what we say, what our president says, how the dynamics go. They watch that Oval Office interview with horror. It was shocking to them. And they also watch what's going on today and yesterday in the Vatican, 2 days ago in the Vatican. So they remain hopeful. They continue to recognize that the United States is their most important ally. And they are glad to see, frankly, that President Trump and President Zelensky had that good meeting, and that coming out of that meeting, President Trump has expressed his frustration with Putin since he met with Zelensky. And there is this indication that this peace deal, that this ceasefire proposal has some modifications based on the better relations with Zelensky and Trump, and also based on the frustration with the Russians. So there will be, I think we'll see an improvement in the ceasefire proposal that is coming out.
And of course, this is being watched very closely by other key traditional US allies. And I'm thinking particularly of Europeans, Canadians, NATO member states. And yet, quite often we hear, not just from President Trump, but other people in his administration, words, comments that appear to belittle not just European traditional allies, but NATO as a whole. I mean, what's he doing there, do you think? What's the logic and the rationale for that approach?
I think Europeans understand that going forward, they are going to have to spend more money, take more responsibility, be able to defend themselves. This has been clear for some time, but it has come to a head under President Trump. There's no doubt about that. This could be a healthy thing, Tom, for the Europeans to be able to develop the capability to defend themselves. Yes, NATO provides a structure, provides command and control, for example, provides a way to have discussions on important topics. So NATO will continue to be, and I don't sense any diminution in the U.S. commitment to NATO as a whole. But in terms of the role of the Europeans, both the Americans and the Europeans, I think, are coming to the conclusion that that's going to be an important component, that the European defense pillar in NATO is going to be an important component in the NATO structure.
Okay, so step up to the plate being the message here from the Trump administration. Okay, another phenomenon I want to ask you about. Annexing Greenland, retaking the Panama Canal, making Canada the 51st state of the United States of America. Is there really an expansionist agenda, would you say, in this administration?
I have a hard time believing that there is. There are ways that the United States can work more closely with Canada. There are ways that the United States can work more closely with Greenland. There are ways the United States can work more closely with Panama, which we're already seeing that, in order to achieve security objectives as well as economic objectives with those three states. So there's no need to be expansionist. There's no need for imperialism. There's no need to try to take over these. So I think that we're talking about coming up with a solution in all three cases to working more closely together on security and economics.
So you think these kind of over-the-top positions, you might call them maximalist demands, are really bargaining ploys, or there's some sort of a message here aimed at giving a bit of electric shock therapy to a set of discussions that need to be held? Is that how you'd interpret it?
I think that's a pretty good statement. going back to your point about the Europeans in NATO, that's the same kind of approach. President Trump has made some pretty provocative statements about NATO that you referenced. But he has also now expressed his support, as has Secretary of State Rubio, for NATO, because, I think largely because, the Europeans are stepping up. The Germans have passed a constitutional amendment that allows them to spend more money, borrow more money for defense. The French and the Brits are standing up, are in the process of establishing a force that can go into Ukraine on the ground to deter the Russians from invading again if there is a ceasefire. It's all to say that, yes, these are positions that demonstrate that the United States has views about what the Europeans should be doing, has views about economic and security cooperation with the Greenlanders and the Canadians and the Panamanians. So yes, I think we'll get there.
Okay, I'm speaking to you, Ambassador, from the Middle East, and one issue, of course, everyone knows about that has been continuing for 8 decades in this part of the world is the ongoing conflict between Israel and the Palestinians desire for a country, a homeland. One of these ideas we heard from President Trump early on in the administration was the idea of taking over Gaza, turning it into some kind of a Riviera-style resort, and then silence. We never heard anything more about it. What was that? Was that an idea? Was he testing out a theory, or was that, again, a ploy to get people talking?
I think you are right that he hasn't said. We haven't heard anything more about that for a while.
Does that mean it's cancelled?
I have no idea if it's canceled, but if it doesn't come up, unlike these others. I mean, with NATO and with the Europeans and with Greenland, those have been pretty constant refrains, indicating that that's still on the table. We haven't heard about Riviera on the Mediterranean in Gaza lately.
No, we haven't. I just want to ask you lastly, Ambassador, we're about to wrap up, but obviously having served for a number of years in the US diplomatic service, you'll have to tell me how many years, because I haven't got that number under my nose, but just what is the sense of morale amongst your former colleagues, those who are still in the service, and colleagues who've retired? What do you think they make of where the sort of established post-World War II international global order is heading?
So I do stay very closely in touch with a lot of my friends, both in and out of the service. And there is a broad feeling, a broad understanding of the value of this rules-based order, for lack of a better term, where we recognize the sovereign nations of the world are not to be invaded. And that principle, that you don't invade your neighbor. Your neighbors are sovereign. Their borders are to be respected. That has been and should continue to be a principle that guides foreign policy. Not just in the United States, of course, but these are general principles. These are UN principles. These are universal principles. And my friends and the people that I talk to in the State Department continue to believe that. They will continue to be pushing in that direction, and I think that will be the direction of U.S. foreign policy.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for your time. William B. Taylor, former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom.
Welcome back. Now, launching a new global airline from scratch is a once-in-a-generation event. And with that in mind, we're going to turn our attention now to Riyadh Air. Well, backed by Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, Riyadh Air aims to connect the kingdom to more than 100 destinations by the year 2030, positioning itself as a world-class carrier. Well, RX, as it's known, has just unveiled its new cabins and seats. Well, Well, leading this ambitious project is the CEO, Tony Douglas, a veteran of the aviation industry. I spoke to him a little earlier on our new Saudi-focused business show called The Real Deal. And I asked him when the new airline will be taking to the skies. Here's what he told us. A very warm welcome to the Al Arabiya News headquarters.
Tom, thank you very much.
We've just seen your seats. We're going to be looking at some pictures of them in just a moment. You've got the certificate to operate as an airline. You've got a very smart new uniform. You've hired some crew. When are we going to see the first Riyadh airplane take off with some passengers on board?
So this is super exciting. This has been nearly 3 years in the making up to now. And by the end of this year, we want to be up in the skies. But if I quickly recap the story to date, March of 2023, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince decrees the establishment of the new national carrier. Shortly after that, we announced our first aircraft order, 72 Boeing 787 Dreamliners. At the Paris Air Show that year, we revealed our first livery, and it was designed to proudly stand out in the crowd, elegance, refinement, and to make a very positive statement of what we were all about. In November, in Dubai Air Show that year, second livery. People said 2 liveries, why? And of course we said because we can. But the reality was it was about making that statement of being proud to present a full-service carrier that stands out for refinement, elegance and grace. Followed then in 2024, Paris Fashion Week, never been done before, cabin crew fashion. And that kind of connection to TWA, Pan Am, DiCaprio in Catch Me If You Can with a real modern twist. When they walk through the terminals, they stand out in the crowd. It's refinement, it's grace, it's elegance. And at the Jeddah Grand Prix, it was the big cabin reveal. And of course, that was the third one in the trilogy. Incredible. We'll be serving in the skies at the end of this year.
Well, many congratulations. Sounds like you've had a very busy few years, Tony. There will be people asking, you know, Saudi Arabia's got a flag carrier already, Saudi. It's out there. We see it on the tarmac. What's the rationale behind a second national carrier?
So the kingdom is obviously a very large country. It's got a big population, and it's, of course, a G20 economy. The reality is we're not as well connected today internationally as we need to be, and there is a clear case for 2 long-haul national carriers. When we mature up to scale, obviously our hub, given the brand, will be Riyadh, connecting to the world, and the world through Riyadh into the kingdom and beyond. And Saudi will move over time to Jeddah, which is the ancestral home as well. So both those markets need growth. Saudi, the sister company, and Riyadh Air. And I think this is one of those really important moments in the evolution of aviation within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Wow. And you're going to be serving 100 cities by the year 2030. I mean, that's a huge ambition. What's the plan? You'd open perhaps the short-haul routes first and perhaps move on to long-haul from there? Is there a sort of a rollout plan? Are you able to tell us anything about that?
Well, obviously I can only tease at the moment the cities in question because we're going to be moving into our ticket selling window towards the summer. But before then, what I can say is it's actually going to be a number of the longer haul ones first. And the reason for that, Tom, is we're actually taking Boeing 787 as our first deliveries. So I use this illustratively. We're likely to operate from capital cities, let's say, in northwestern Europe, into Riyadh, and then to get the utilisation out the aircraft after a turnaround time there, we'll operate on a shorter sector. So the likes of Jeddah, the likes of Dubai, and many others where there's lots of demand to make sure that those aircraft are put to work well, but importantly, we can give incredible Riyadh Air service to our guests.
Just to recap for the benefit of our viewers, it's going to be a mix of Airbus and Boeing planes, 60 Airbus A320 Neos, 39 Boeing 787 Dreamliners, more than 33 more then to come. That's a total of 132 aircraft. Are they going to be delivered on time?
So 132 aircraft, correct. The scoop is as follows. We're currently engaged in an extra wide-body campaign as well. And we hope by the summer we'll actually announce the third aircraft in our fleet. So we'll be a 3-horse stable, so to speak, 321, 60, tick, 787 Dreamliner, 72, tick, and in the summer, an extra wide-body aircraft. It goes without saying, as a start-up, we are beholden on Boeing to deliver on time. And that's, of course, easier said than done. Both Boeing and Airbus have had a number of challenges with their supply chain, and there have been revisions last year to the delivery commitments. But the reason why we've now revealed the cabin proposition is because our aircraft are now running down the production lines in South Carolina, in Charleston, which is where Boeing assemble the 787 Dreamliner. So the fact that we can go and physically stand inside fuselages, our seat manufacturers are now producing, I can go and sit in those seats, is what gives us confidence we're in the home straight.
Probably ups the pressure a little bit on everyone who's on that production line as well. How long does it take? You're obviously a veteran of this industry, having been at Etihad before. How long do you think it takes for a brand new airline, starting like yours, from a blank piece of paper, to the point that it becomes profitable?
So up to now, this has been 3 years in the making plus. So the complexity around everything you have to stand up from a blank sheet of paper, it's super exciting, Tom. Incredible. Of course, the gift we have above all else is no legacy. So we're not held back by old-fashioned systems that were there for good reason, but are no longer as agile as the way in which the travelling public want to interact with their airlines today. So what we've been able to do is design the airline for the future, a digital airline for the future. And that's therefore got a lot more in common with the way in which you would go online and order through the likes of a noon.com or an amazon.com, where you're actually curating your experience and adding it to a shopping basket and then transacting similar to what you do with Apple Pay. But of course, if you or anybody who's watching this has ever tried to get a ticket refund from an airline, we all know how long sometimes that can take. And it's because the systems were designed pretty much for one-way traffic originally. If it's noon.com or it's Amazon and you want to return a product, you almost get a refund instantly. And of course, that's one of many examples of how you bring modern digital to the world of commercial aviation. And when you're a startup, that's the gift you have. No legacy. We're going to do something really special in how we allow the travelling public to engage with us in that way.
And you're launching at a time when everyone's talking about AI. You probably get asked this a lot, but I'm trying to imagine there must be scope, isn't there, for using AI and possibly in those booking systems you mentioned, but in other ways as well, perhaps with yield management, perhaps with pricing models. Are you seeing room for the use of AI in basically how RX is managed?
So massively so. We've been working with some super innovative boutique digital organisations, and it's how you bring technology that's available today that uses AI into curating experiences. So if we think about the world of the concierge, if one goes to a hotel concierge and asks a question, that gives the concierge context. So if I go and I ask, where is there an incredible Italian restaurant, the concierge now knows I want to dine. But what a good concierge will do is say, well, here's my recommendation, but also there's a theatre around the corner and there's a remarkable stage show on it. And if I show interest in both the restaurant and the theatre, he might then say, and also there's a late night spot after the theatre finishes. So he's curating the optionality, the proposition of an experience. Now, what we're going to use AI for is exactly that. If you put, let's say, a Riyadh into the shopping basket from an international city with Riyadh Air, because it has the date and the destination, that's context. What the AI concierge will do is then say, it's Riyadh season. Here's all the following experiences that are available at that point in time. And if you want to add them to the shopping basket, you can do. If you want to put your whole family into the one order, as opposed to everybody has to do it separately, you can do. If one of the family members then changes his or her mind later on, you can take them out of the order and you get an instant credit, just like you would do with Amazon or with Noon.com. Modern technology, the world of commercial aviation, is the next big step.
Yeah, it sounds like you're launching at exactly the right moment. Just talking about tech, and in terms of the passenger's experience, we've seen some press releases about the new product, the seats in all 4 classes, because there's going to be first, business, premium economy, and economy, if my memory serves me correctly. One of the things that really struck me is that sound system in flight. I think it's in business class, where, and possibly in first as well, where people won't hear the music or the film soundtrack of what's happening beside them, but they won't need a headset either. How does that work?
Well, I'm glad you described it the way you did, Tom, because you described first class, and that's what everybody thought when it was our reveal. The front row's actually our business elite, and we've deliberately tried to raise the bar in each of our product offerings almost to the next level. So our business elite and our business seats, there's 28 in total in the premium cabin, all have privacy doors, they all have unique suites with our canopy twist over the top. So this unique piece of design signature, which is symbolic of the Bedouin tent when it's pegged at either side, how it goes taut, and it presents a canopy twist, the canopy of the roof. That's your personal space. Inside, at the business elite end, 32-inch super high definition 4K OLED screens. But the point you referred to, it has a system built into all the headrests. It's actually called Euphony, and it uses an incredible French sound technology produced by a company called DVLet. And what that allows is hi-fi standard experience, but the clever bit is it's zonal. So you can't hear what I'm listening to on the seat next to you, and I can't hear what you're listening to. You could be streaming it from Spotify, from your personal device. You could be listening to in-flight entertainment experience, or you could be streaming from your device onto that 4K stream as well. So next generation of 38,000 feet entertainment.
It's come a long way, hasn't it, since those rubber tubes that they used to have in the sort of the 70s and 80s on planes for listening to music. What do you think is going to be the thing that stands out for the passenger? What's going to be the big wow for a passenger who flies on Riyadh Air?
So I think there's a combination of things. I go back to when we first presented those liveries. A number of people commented, this looks more like a billionaire's G650 private jet stretched. And we did that on purpose. Again, that elegance, that grace, that style. When we presented our cabin crew fashion, people said this is bringing that whole kind of beauty back to the joy that we remember in how in the bygone days, the halcyon days of travel, people used to enjoy that experience. With the cabin that we presented at the Jeddah Grand Prix, one of the headlines was the Audrey Hepburn of the sky. And guess what? That's what we were trying to do. Glamour, grace, refinement, bringing incredible online service. We're in the hospitality business, but the digital twist to how that curates, we believe, will take it to the next level. And of course, the brand is Riyadh. The brand is Riyadh. The brand is Riyadh, Tom.
It's good for Riyadh, isn't it? Because obviously, Riyadh is becoming, a major global hub, and I'm assuming the additional traffic, the additional visibility of Riyadh, thanks in no small part to Riyadh Air, is a big plus point from this project.
So hospitality in the kingdom is world famous. The idea of hafawa, the warm welcome, the way in which people go out their way to make you feel very, very comfortable in our home. Well, of course, that journey in the future will start from over 100 different international cities. And the first thing you'll see probably on the tarmac, maybe if it's Shanghai, it might be in JFK, it might be London Heathrow, you'll see that livery. The minute you see it, the brand is Riyadh, Hafawa, we can't wait to serve.
There's a lot of talk in the media about how pilots are in short supply globally. I mean, I don't know if you think that sort of reporting is exaggerated or whether indeed you have found that recruiting pilots is challenging.
So I think it's an accurate statement. Certainly pre-pandemic versus post-pandemic, there's been skills challenges in a number of areas, pilots, but if you go back to Boeing and Airbus and many of the other aerospace members of the supply chain, part of their challenge was a skills drain. But the thing that's been truly exceptional, and I have to say, in all honesty, a real surprise for us, is over the last 2 years, since we introduced RiyadhAir.com, we have a careers page on there, and it allows people who want to apply to be pilots, cabin crew, engineers, technicians and such like, to put all their personal details and certifications in. Up to now, we've had 1.4 million people apply for consideration to join the Riyadh Air family, 146 different nationalities, and I have to say we're humbled by that response, and there's some incredible talent in there.
So a lot of different nationalities, as you say, 146 of them. I mean, another sort of classic recruiting ground for pilots is the Air Force. Obviously, Saudi Arabia has the Royal Saudi Air Force. Is that somewhere you can recruit from? Are you planning a cadet program, for example, for pilots, where you train them up and perhaps groom up some domestic talent? Or are you having to find yourself coming up with pretty aggressive packages to lure pilots away from other airlines? What's your approach?
So it's a combination of a number of the things you've mentioned. So to start off with, you're absolutely spot on. The Kingdom has an extremely competent Air Force. It's an Air Force of scale, and of course that is a clear source of opportunity for people who are transitioning from a service life from the military into commercial aviation. But even at this early stage, what we've also done is established our own cadet programme. We're currently in the process of constructing our own pilot training school. And it's not just about pilot training in isolation. We've started the first female Saudi aviation technician training course. It's a 3-year programme, over 3,000 applicants for the first 30 places. And of course, we'll do that every year. So from grassroots, building up with our pilots to date, what we call our CADA pilots. We've deliberately recruited from a real cross-section, everything from senior test pilots from Boeing, as well as many different airlines, because we want to create the Riyadh Air culture, not import somebody else's culture.
What do you think is going to be the one metric you really keep your eye on after the launch of this airline? The one thing that you'll be saying, this determines whether or not RX Riyadh Air is on the right tracks or not?
So there's a number of them. I think we all acknowledge that. But for me, the top of that hierarchy is guest experience, the smile factor, how you made me feel. That's what the hospitality business is all about, because the examples I used before, the best, the most beautiful liveries, tick. The best cabin crew fashion, tick. The best in-cabin experience, tick. But it's all about people. You can have all of those things, and if it's not in your culture, it's not in your values and your ethos to have empathy and to serve and to really demonstrate how we connect with the guests, then the best physical assets in the world won't win it alone. So that's the top of the hierarchy of needs, guest experience. But it goes without saying as well, we want to be financially sustainable, and therefore how we make sure, as a business, this is run in tidy order to make sure we're in control of all the details. Because the old joke, the old cliche in commercial aviation, which you'll have heard many times before, if you want to end up as a multi-millionaire, start off as a multi-billionaire and buy an airline. Because you can lose money if you're not over the details in our line of business, and many do. Part of Riyadh Air's business plan is to be financially sustainable and to be profitable for our shareholder, PIF.
Just lastly, we're all very focused on Vision 2030, which is less than 5 years from now. But let's push the timeline forwards beyond that. Where do you see Riyadh Air in 10 years from now in terms of size, in terms of network, in terms of reputation?
So it's a great question. In our line of business, it's by definition a long-term business. So you have to quite often think on a 30-year horizon, work back to 20, work back to 10, work back to 5 to today. 5 years in our line of business is almost what the order waiting list is with the likes of Boeing and Airbus. So you could place an order and almost have to wait for most of that till you take your first delivery. So in 10 years' time, we will, of course, see the FIFA World Cup in 2034 in Riyadh. Obviously, 2030 Expo. It is already a hub for global entertainment, attractions, culture and heritage across the whole of the kingdom. In order to give people the access that they want to enjoy those experiences, as well as connecting Saudi nationals to the world, it needs a super connecting, world-class, full-service airline. In short, the Kingdom's Emirates, the Kingdom's Qatar Airways, but bigger and better.
All right, well, we wish you all the very best with achieving those extremely ambitious goals. Thank you so much, Tony Douglas, the CEO of Riyadh Air. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
And that was Tony Douglas, the CEO of Riyadh Air, speaking to us there on our new show, The Real Deal. That's all we've got time for on today's edition of Global News Today. Thanks for watching. See you again tomorrow.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
On this edition of the Riz Khan Show, I've travelled to Turkmenistan, the Central Asian nation with a population of 7 million and borders that include Iran and Afghanistan. At a time when the world is struggling to resolve conflicts from Europe to Africa to the Middle East, Turkmenistan is marking the 30th anniversary of its principle of neutrality, a status reaffirmed by the United Nations for 3 decades. It's a principle that's enabled the government in Ashgabat to maintain friendly relations with both East and West, and is a central pillar of Turkmenistan's foreign policy. With one of the world's largest reserves of gas, the country is developing pipelines to Afghanistan, Pakistan and India, as well as China, furthering its ambitions as a major player in global energy. And the country has been reaching out to the world in other ways, as part of the International Year of Peace and Trust. supporting peace initiatives, and supplying medical and humanitarian aid to women and children in need across the region and beyond, including Palestinian families. At the center of those programs is the Gurbanguly Berdi Mohammedov Charitable Foundation focused on children. I sat down with the foundation's Vice President for Medical Activities, Oguljahan Atabayeva.
Madam Atabayeva, thank you so much for making some time for me. It's good to see you here in Arkadagh.
First of all, I would like to sincerely welcome you once again on behalf of the Charity Fund providing assistance to children in need of guardianship, named after Gurbanguly Berdi Mohammedov in Turkmenistan.
What was it that drove your attention to this particular topic, you personally? What was it that really made you want to pursue this?
Protection of motherhood, childhood, and care for younger generation is in line with Turkmenistan's priorities. And these priorities are not only a central part of our national policy, but they're also pillars of our identity. In this regard, I would like to underline our firm position, which emphasizes that states' material and intellectual resources should be directed to support a younger generation's physical and spiritual development. We also understand that in present condition, achieving this goal must be supplemented by wide international collaboration, close cooperation with United Nations agencies as well as international institutions on bilateral and regional level. This would give us the opportunity to combine the efforts to exchange practices and experiences and set the preconditions for political and diplomatic support for child-related issues and mobilize the resources.
It's interesting, having known Central Asian culture now for about 25 years, traveling to this region, I see how important children and families are in terms of culture. Many people say a lot of that is lost in the West. It's something that's still very valuable here, isn't it?
The activities of our charitable organization are based on centuries-old philosophy of Turkmen people, on their rich spiritual culture, customs, and traditions. At the same time, our priorities, guiding priorities and principles are human values, ideals of peace, kindness, justice, and humanism. In this regard, the activities of our charitable foundation is based on implementing the activities, projects, and programs to assist children, to provide everything what they need to protect their rights and interests and cover the needs. And this includes medical aspects, access to quality education, healthy nutrition, environmental well-being, and much more. And this is a comprehensive task.
I have to ask you, Madam Atabayeva, what was the thing that started this foundation? What was the incentive for going forward and creating this foundation?
It's our values.
But what was the trigger that someone must have said, it's time we did this?
This foundation has been established by our national leader, Arkadagh, on 29th of March 2021. And this year we celebrated our 4th year, and this international conference was also dedicated to that.
I was wondering about examples that you can give that you have witnessed as someone who is so active in the foundation. Examples of the kind of work, the things you see, the things that encourage you that everything is going in the right direction with the foundation.
Hundreds of sick children have been operated throughout Turkmenistan with the help of the fund. UNICEF participates and takes some practically significant projects, creating favorable conditions for children in the field of education and healthcare. And also a joint project with the United Nations Development Programme, provisions of medicines for prevention and treatment of non-communicable diseases, and protection of maternal and child health in Turkmenistan is currently underway.
In the time since the foundation was set up, obviously it sounds like you're filling a gap that was there. Are you seeing the difference in terms of the results?
I can only say that the whole work of the fund is developing consistently and actively. The fund provides assistance not only to children in Turkmenistan who needs assistance, but also on occasion we provide assistance to children from other countries, but on behalf of the Turkmenistan. And here I can say that overall our charitable organizations, international efforts are developing really actively. And the fund, for example, the fund provide the humanitarian aid consisted of medical and healthcare supplies. Some textiles and food products have been sent to the children of Turkey who suffered from tragic earthquake, to children of Ukraine, Palestine, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and also to children of Primorsky Krai region, the Russian Federation. So here I can say that our fund actively participates in Turkmenistan's international humanitarian activities as well.
That's what I was going to ask you about. The foundation has been looking to expand its international cooperation. You mentioned UNICEF, you mentioned UNDP. So I guess you're looking to get more partnerships globally, correct?
Oh yes, our geographical and the thematic relations is expanding. And recently the contacts have been established with the charitable and humanitarian organizations in Europe, Middle East, and Asia. And we also would like to express our intention to further strengthen the cooperation with Gulf countries as well.
Is this quite new for Turkmenistan to reach out like this to international organizations?
Well, I can say that I started my duty as a Vice President for Medical Activities in our charitable organization last year, precisely in December. So as soon as I started my duty, I started thinking about expanding our relations, not only because the fund does very huge amount of large-scale work in Turkmenistan, and also on behalf of the Turkmenistan, we do a lot of work, to humanitarian work, and as a Vice President for medical activities, I thought we need to go further with the relationship with other charitable and humanitarian organizations. And I think we share same values.
I think they would be receptive, of course, because the collaboration will help in the long run for the children themselves. Have you found most of these countries and most of these organizations that you've reached out to, they've been happy to collaborate, yeah?
Oh, yes. We recently had a trip to Monaco, and I was really, really glad that the all charitable and humanitarian organizations, they are always very happy to cooperate, because cooperation gives us, as I said, the power of, what is the power? Power for helping to children, because I think there should not be borders when it comes to the children's, the well-being of children. It doesn't matter if it's healthcare or education or other aspects or nationality of children. Children are children, so that's why it's really, I actually met only understanding and support.
It's interesting, the West has largely dominated much of what is put out in the media in terms of humanitarian aid, and people often forget that so much is done outside the West as well. And for a country like Turkmenistan, many people don't know the name. When you say, I'm from Turkmenistan, how do they receive it?
Today, I am I'm very glad that when I say I'm from Turkmenistan, or I'm representing Turkmenistan, or I'm representing the charity fund from Turkmenistan, everyone knows. Everyone, they say, like, we would like to go and see the Turkmenistan, and they're just happy to cooperate, and that's true.
As I learned more about the country coming here for the first time, I discovered also, of course, its stance of neutrality for 30 years now. I'm sure that must help as well, because as a country you remain neutral.
Yes, this coming December, we will celebrate 30s of neutrality of Turkmenistan, and we're a neutral country. And our ideals is peace and constructive dialogue. That's the way how we work, the way how we see it. And Turkmen people, we like to solve the problems, if there is a problem, only in a peaceful way, only with constructive dialogue. And we don't see any other ways, like, for example, some aggressive ways. We don't, it's in our blood and culture.
Especially is good when you live in a neighborhood that is so diverse as well. You know, coming to Arkadagh for the first time, the new city, just 30 minutes outside the capital, Ashgabat, the foundation's based here. Tell me about the facilities. You mentioned a few things. Tell me about the facilities.
Oh, yes. We are in the headquarters of our charitable organization, and we have not far from here, just we can walk. If you wish, we can go and see after. We have a rehabilitation center here, which on an everyday basis, children go for inpatient treatment. And they get their rehabilitation treatment and many more consultations with consultants, diagnostics, and so on. And also we have a nursery for 150 children, and we actively practice the early inclusive education. And I think it's, I every day go there and chat with children, and I see inclusive education gives a positive, and I can see the results. It's really nice to see the children like experiencing something new. And but in the rehabilitation center, I can say that the field where I work in, it's a field where, in general, I think it's a contribution to the future. And when I go to the rehabilitation center and I see the children who goes on a daily basis through rehabilitation and some treatments and diagnostics, but they're still happy. The big smile, like they can hug the whole planet, gives just, I don't know, it's like so, gives energy and happiness to just keep going forward and work in this field.
I think for people who have families and realize the value that children bring, we realize two things. We teach children, but they also teach us.
Of course.
What do you think is the biggest lesson you've learned from these children?
Oh, the biggest lesson, I was just thinking about it yesterday. I had a trip to a place, it's a different place where the children with some disabilities, like with the musculoskeletal disabilities, and as here I would like to mention that hundreds of sick children have been operated throughout Turkmenistan with the great help of fund, including complex treatment for cardiovascular and musculoskeletal diseases, as well as diagnostics and some therapeutical procedures as well. And when I see those children still smiling and working hard in order to make some small achievements, like that is something. That is really something that you can think about that.
Seeing how much you've managed to do, and as you described, the success, seeing the positive impact it's had on these children, where do you see the foundation maybe 10 years from now? What would you like to see happen?
I don't plan, but of course I have my wishes, yes. Of course I would like to see in 10 years' time the foundation, the work capacity and volume of the work what we provide at the moment, I would like to expand it. Because the more we help the children, the more we are happy. And that is our main duty, to help assistance to children who needs care, who is in need in care, and we provide assistance. And in 10 years' time, I would like to be able to help more children. Maybe not only in Turkmenistan, but worldwide.
That's what I was wondering, how much you see the role of the foundation expanding globally.
Yes, globally. That is the correct word. So all children are children. So if they need help, we need to be able, we need to be ready to provide assistance. It doesn't matter where are they, in which conditions, and what kind of help they need. So we just want to be ready to help worldwide.
So through this interview, for example, if you're reaching out to the global community, what would you ask for them in order to support the work you do?
As I said, this forum showed us already we have international strong support and understanding. And of course, again, my message is just to be ready to be able to offer any kind of assistance to children. As I said, to provide everything necessary what they need. And this is a message to whole planet, the whole organization, the whole humanitarian organization, and to the world.
In terms, because obviously, you know, when you set up an organization like this, you need to bring in expertise. You can perhaps offer expertise from your experiences. And I wonder if you can discuss that a little bit, how much expertise perhaps you need to come in, and perhaps what expertise you can give to others now.
Yes, on this international conference, there are a lot of, as I said, like the level of representative was like very high, and we had every meeting I was just having conversation about the exchanging of the expertise and experiences, and sometimes we need to learn something, and sometimes we can offer some help. And that was like main the topic of the conversation with the representatives of other countries who came for our forum. So that was yes, I can say that it's very important to be able to offer help with the consultants, with expertise as well, because sometimes in some countries, even we sometimes feel shortages, for example, because if you children, working with children, it's very interesting, and at the same time, it's very challenging. And we need to have the people from educational field, from medical field, from different fields, and we are always interested as a fund to send our specialists somewhere to learn more, to like high up the level of the knowledge, education. So every time if I have any meeting with representatives of different countries, I always use this opportunity to ask if we can exchange expertise or expand the knowledge.
So as we kind of wrap up on this interview, I have to say it's been an honor for me to come for the first time to Turkmenistan, and had a chance to discover some of the history of the country, of the Turkmen people. It's quite remarkable. It's a story I hadn't really heard. I went to the National Museum and saw everything there, and it was quite an eye-opener to discover this.
I'm so happy to have you here, and I would like to wish you all the best and success in your work.
Thank you, Madam Atbayeva, and thank you also for taking the time. I wish you luck with the Foundation's work.
Thank you.
And that's it from Ashgabat. From me and the team, thank you for watching. We will see you soon.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome back to the dressing room with Al Arabiya News. Right, guys, we're going to go to West London now. Chelsea stage late comeback to beat Fulham 2-1. Wow. Did you watch the game?
I've seen the highlights.
Yeah.
I spoke to a few of my mates that watched it, and I think what you took from it was poor.
Yeah.
And then George come on and just created a little bit of spark.
Yeah.
And got the team going a little bit and the crowd going. Sometimes it does take that, doesn't it? Just a player to come on and just create a little something and lift the team a little bit. Took his goal well.
Took his goal lovely,
Yeah,
didn't he?
really nice. Great finish.
Did you think it got overshadowed, Bridget? Because Neto's goal was just sensational.
mate,
One of them that gets you off your chair. But
yeah, it was the power, wasn't it? It was just he caught it in a sweet spot right in the middle of the ball. 'Cause it was actually quite close to the keeper, but it was just so powerful.
Yeah, it sat up, didn't it? As he turned, if you look at his touch, it
reminded me of the Bergkamp touch.
Yeah.
Remember that goal where he flicked it and it went round the Newcastle defenders? It was a bit like that.
Bang. Yeah. He
was good.
He was good, mate.
Yeah.
Listen, I wouldn't say he was good, like his performance, but that goal was just sensational. But one thing I noticed, because obviously both my boys support Chelsea, but my son Harry's on, he's on it, like, and he's everything. And he showed me something on the way back of the fans. As you know, as you come at Craven Cottage, Coley, half time, you sort of walk to the tunnel in the corner, and the away fans, it's tight, it's an old-fashioned ground. And the Chelsea fans were losing it with the players, and you just see all the players. You usually walk off the pitch, they're running off the pitch.
Brisk jog.
It's a brisk jog off the pitch, right? We've all been there, right?
Oh, I've been there, yeah.
Because they can come right. It's literally they can touch you as you get onto the tunnel into the cottage in the corner. I mean,
I've never had a bad experience at Craven Cottage.
You like Craven Cottage?
I love that
place.
That place was like a. It was
spiritual
lovely.
home.
It was a spiritual home for me. It was a lovely place. It was a safe place.
Yeah. Why do you think you liked it so
I
much?
scored so many goals there. And I might as well have played for them.
Yeah.
But it was always against them, obviously. Yeah. But I understand what you said. See, like we were talking about George there. He come on. I remember a game away, and that's why I likened it to, because I always like to go through my personal experiences and try and see if I could feel that same way.
Yeah.
And I remember coming as a young player at Chelsea. We had Charlton away at the Valley.
I remember watching this game.
Yeah,
I remember watching this game.
And I come on from nowhere. I got put on, and then changed the whole momentum of the game.
I remember.
I think we were losing or something. I think we were 1-0 down, and I come on, got the equaliser, and then Lamps got the winner in the end. And I set Lamps up for that.
Yeah,
and I just know that's how George felt.
Yeah,
when he obviously changed the momentum of the game, and sometimes it takes someone from the youth team to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, and a homegrown player just to like spark some life into the lads. And then and how you feel after that game is like, even if I don't do anything else more in this life, I changed the game once for the team that I love.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I came through. So I know how he was feeling, and he's a good player as well.
Yes.
I think he got a goal disallowed not so long ago.
Yeah.
And
he scored in Europe. He scored his first goal in Europe the other day.
That was his first Prem goal, wasn't it?
That was his first Prem goal.
First Prem goal. So respect to him. Well done to him, Tyreek, because he's a good talent. I think I've come across him when he was younger.
Yeah.
When I think he was under 16s, and we were playing against him with West Ham when I was coaching the 16s. So I already knew of him. So seeing him coming through now is it's lovely to see.
Yeah, it's good. And it's good. When as a manager, I think Enzo Maresca, being an ex-player, understands that, and especially playing in Italy, mate. Because when them ultras turn on you, it ain't like you're getting shouted at by the fans as you're coming off, mate. They're turning up at the training ground, barricading you in, and like,
true,
you know what I mean. So he's played in Italy. He knows what that's about. But I think he's very smart. The game wasn't going anywhere for Chelsea, Bridgie. You're right.
No,
They was just, performance-wise, it wasn't a great performance again from Chelsea. We'll go back to the Legia Warsaw performance, which I watched on Thursday. But what you do, you're right, Coley, in the sense. Sometimes you've got your joker, because the fans are human beings, right? And they want to they vent their frustrations, and they'll be angry with the manager, angry with the signings, angry with the owners, right? But if you put one of your own on the pitch, right, it's almost like and he does something, they got something to go behind, haven't they? Like this kid, because they can all relate to that. They've all been kids themselves wanting to play for Chelsea. They're a bit older, they might have sons wanting to play for Chelsea, and they know that this kid's come for. He's a London boy apparently. Yeah. So he's come for it, and they get behind him, and then he
the energy he brings on the pitch as well. The crowd can feel it,
and I think
feel the energy.
So, like, I think Enzo, because he's an ex-player, I'm not saying he brought him on because of that, but I'm thinking maybe there's a bit part of him going, right, we need something working.
Well, the boy's done well. The boy's done well every time he's come on anyway, so it's not like a surprise that he was going to get on the score sheet eventually. But at the same time, it's just nice the timing. The timing of the run was great. Do you know what I mean? So he's done it at the right time, and it's changed the game, the momentum of the game. And listen, Neto, he hasn't had the best of starts to his Chelsea career just yet, so that will just give him a lovely boost to go on to next season. I know it's his first season, but at the same time, he needs that extra boost. A few of those players need it too. As we were saying about Chelsea, they just need a bit of older blood. They need older blood.
Missing, I don't know.
See, when I was talking about experience, people keep on poo-pooing this thing about experience. You need experience, man. You need it. You need to have someone to turn to when things are not going well, apart from just overthinking something that don't need to be thought of. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're making it a big issue, and that's what kids do. The younger generations, they all do that. They overthink it.
Do you remember, like,
I just feel like a little kid every time he says poo-poo. I feel like laughing.
So we're trying to keep it right on the show. We don't want to swear because we want to be good examples.
He was speaking seriously, and he said, "But I kept smirking."
No, I'm looking at your face. That's what this guy's.
What's he laughing at?
Why is he laughing at me? He can never ever take me seriously. This guy.
Going back to the experience, Coley.
The experience,
and I don't know. Like, so I've been banging. So basically, I've done the Legia Warsaw game. Chelsea Thursday night, and we had an hour-long build-up, which was a hard graft because an hour long for a Thursday night is Legia Warsaw. I'm talking about everything. I'm talking about the random stuff. Right? And we got through that. Then after the game, and I feel like a broken record because the owners going in with this model. And but experience, and I think to myself, how can I explain from my own experience why? Using Chelsea as an example, I remember I was having a bad time at Chelsea, right? And when you play number 10 at one point, Makelele was there. And Maka couldn't barely speak English, right? So this goes you to it doesn't have to be in English, right? So, and I was playing just sort of left of a 4, and I was rotating. You might have played, Bridgie, and I was having a bad game, right? The ball kept coming into me and I couldn't. Things weren't going well. And then worst thing to do with your number 10 is when you're not having a good game, you start coming deeper and getting the ball off your toes because it's easier, right? If I come and get it off you, then it's like you're cheating a little bit, right? And Maka, he must have had a sense of me doing this, and he come running over to me and he said in like an expletive, like, I won't swear. It's got, hey boy, don't like. Go away. Get in there.
Go away.
I'm doing this.
Go away.
You get in there. He said, I don't, and he's like, I don't care whether, get the ball and go. And I was like, and because I needed guidance at that time, and he said it in such aggression.
You understood it?
I understood it. Right, I'm not coming on your toes anymore. Played the second half, played better, we won the game. But what I'm saying is, it was in a moment in the game, nobody in the stadium would have noticed that. No. Nobody in the stadium would have even noticed me coming to get the ball in different positions.
Different positions where you're not going to affect the game.
An experienced player, he didn't come from the manager. Man, the manager might not have noticed it. He's got to look at everything. So I'm using that as an example. So please, if you're listening, the owner's like, You need experience in that team to help
definitely.
these young boys. You just do.
It's just, and that's the bottom of. That is basically it.
Yeah.
Like, you can't just have players that you feel's experienced enough. No, you need that rock to build from, you know, and then that's when it's like fertile soil, so the others can grow and blossom. Because he's already, he knows, he's been there, done it before, and it's wore the badge. So that's what you need. So it's just
that's where the mental side of games like really important, isn't it? Because it's, you know, you see it, you have a couple of bad touches or 3 or 4 things and it's not going your way. All you need is that one thing to happen.
Yeah.
And because otherwise you might get yourself in that thing, oh my God, I need something good to happen here.
Yeah.
And once that thing happens, it gets the ball rolling for you.
What was there any mentors you had or any senior players coming through the Elpcha gigs in that sense? Because, like, obviously we know you well, like, you're always like, you're like you got a defensive mentality. You're always a what if guy. Like, what if it goes wrong? Like, even if we're going for a night, you're like, oh, what about you? Like worrying about me and Cole are
worrying
attacking
about the variables.
Me and Cole
look after everyone.
We're dreaming about how
Make sure
good a night
everyone's
we're
having a
going
good
to have.
time.
We ain't worried. You're there on time. Getting angry because we're not there. You know what I mean?
Proper captain. Captain material.
See, I'm not angry you're not there on time, but when we're meeting at a venue, you get to go to another venue. I want to be in that other venue. I'm like, look, we're supposed to be here then.
Yeah.
And I like to make sure everyone's having a good time. I'd probably say there's only a couple of things that probably stand up for me. It's probably the early days would be at Southampton. Would probably be Glenn Hoddle.
Yeah,
I spoke about before, and then probably Dean
as a
Richards.
player, though.
Sadly, obviously passed away. He was
bless him.
He was great. And do you know what? A lot of the other Saints players like Jason Dodd, even Francis Benali, probably got me to like believe in myself a lot more. I'd probably say, which is, and I think that would have come from Glenn Hoddle as well, getting them around me.
You
to
love
do
him.
that.
Protecting
I
him,
love him, mate. He was great for me, and I think I probably took that on with my kids, where I've just tried to kind of be positive in what you do. Like, you know, you making a mistake. I don't like calling it mistakes in football. You just make the wrong decision, do you know what I mean? But don't let it beat you up. You get on with it. You go and get after the ball because you'll do something good in a minute. Football's like that. Something good will come in the end. So don't beat yourself up about the little things that haven't gone your way. Do you know what I mean? You just got to get on with it, haven't you?
You take the holistical approach. I like that.
Yeah.
Holistical.
I like that.
You like that, yeah?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I like that.
We're going to get Glenn on, hopefully, at some point, and we're going to go through that, because I think that would be a great episode, because I love Glenn, and I know you do as well, Coley, and like,
he's like uncle.
He's like, uncle.
Uncle Glenn.
I think he's been given
He
a
was
bad rap
way
by
ahead of his
English
time.
football, way ahead of his time.
Way ahead of his time.
Like, even like, if I took a job tomorrow as a manager, and he'd be one of the first people I'd call. Just start.
Do you know how many jobs you reckon he's been offered? He must have been offered.
I don't know. You'd think so, Coley. Like, he got a terrible rap by the British press, and he was way ahead of his time.
Which was unjust, I think.
Unjust, yeah. But that's going to be good. I can't wait to get Glenn on chatting here. We do love Glenn. Let's move on quickly, because Chelsea's parked up now. You know, I don't listen. The next 2 games, I think, are make or break whether they get into the Champions League. Nottingham Forest, I think, and Everton. I think it's definitely Everton. But I want to talk about Aston Villa, because they was ruthless against Newcastle, keeping their Champions League dream alive. Ollie Watkins, he put Villa ahead after just 33 seconds. They won the game 4-1. They hit the post 3 times.
Loads more. He hit the crossbar, hit the post, Watkins.
Yeah, he was brilliant. And, I mean, first of all, Coley, do you think Villa will make the Champions League spot? And where do you think they are as a club?
I think they're on the cusp, aren't they? They're to be doing it regularly. I heard you say earlier that they're going to be in probably a title race.
I think they'll be in. I think they'll be in the title race next year.
I think they're more of a late stage competition type of team. Like, they'll like Unai Emery's like, he understands what's needed and how far and how many times he can, like, he'll probably have a list of the games he can win during the season, and then the ones that probably get to Christmas, we might.
Do you not think they can beat anyone? I think they
have a chance against anyone.
I think they do have a chance against anyone, but it's not going to be like we're a top team.
No, but they've got a chance. They could beat anyone on their day, I'd say.
Yeah, but
they could.
That's like anybody though in the Premier League. Like, but they're probably more consistent with it because I think he's got them in a good place where they're not expected to win the league or expected to get Champions League. They're not expected to, but it seems like they're achieving it because of what Unai's bringing to the team.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I think without Unai, they're not in this position.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
They've got the players, don't get me wrong, but moulding that team together to where it is now,
they're heading in the right direction.
But they're going on the right track. So I think another season like this will make me seriously think about title contender.
Really?
If they've done this again.
They've spent a lot of money. I think behind the scenes, I think the financial thing, they'll have to make sure that they're on board with all of that because there's a lot of money, mate. When you think about it, I know they sold Gerrans for a lot of money, but they bought Asensio and they bought Rashford in. The squad, you've got great young players in Morgan Rogers, Jacob Ramsey. I think as good as two young players in the country. They got Onana as a top player. You've got experience in McGinn. I think the goalie's as good as there is around. You've got two left backs in Maatsen and Digne. Matty Cash, I think, is a very good fullback. Centre of defence, I think, could maybe can strengthen there a little bit. Their squad is a joke, I think.
I think if they do strengthen a bit in defence, that they've got a massive chance. Yeah. When I watched the PSG game, I just thought
Consor's a top player, yeah.
The PSG game, mate, they done well. Look, don't get me wrong. I know, like some people say they were hard done by because they had a few chances, but PSG obviously had chances. But they had a right old go, mate.
Yeah.
And you can say they were unlucky, but PSG had chances. They probably should have scored, but Villa had some chances as well. Yeah. So I mean, they got a chance against anyone. Like you say, if they did shore up, if they worked on maybe signed a couple of players' defence, made them a bit more solid, mate. They're dangerous. I think Watkins, for me, what stands out for me about him is his attitude. The fact, he was gutted he was left out. Like some players, you can have some players, when they're left out, they can proper sulk, can't they? Yeah. And then when they come to play, they don't perform what they should do because they're still sulking. It was his attitude, mate. I thought it was brilliant. He was good.
Well, I think he's got to accept that he's got top players that are playing beside him and with him. Yeah.
That's a good point.
But mate, that game, when he came off, how he was feeling, he made a statement in that game, I think, to say, I should be playing.
Yeah, and it takes you to different levels as a player. It should do anyway if you're a serious player. You're not going to sulk because you're bringing in this player to replace me. You don't look at that.
It should do, but don't always, does it? Because of the mental side of some people.
Well, I think with where he's come from the lower leagues and his rise, I don't think he feels that he wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He's had to work for everything. So this is another challenge for him. So
he deserves what he gets, that's for sure.
Yeah, he's got the right mentality. It's like when he goes to England, he's not the starter, but he wants to be. But that's what pushes him to get better and better. And sometimes you need like a Rashford to come in or whoever is going to take his place just to push him to the next level. As simple as that. And if you are a serious player, you're up for it, aren't you?
Yeah. Can I make a point? He got joint top scorer with Gabriel Bonlahor with 74 Premier League goals. So he's been at Villa a long time now and done the job. I want to make a point about him because you're right, Coley. Right, he nearly got the move to Arsenal. Remember, it was Gerrans going to Saudi, him going to Arsenal. There was bids accepted, so his head would have been turned. Right now, think about his rise from lower leagues, bang, 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 and he's gone to Aston Villa, and Aston Villa will be classed in that club mid-table, right? Okay, over the last 10 years, that he's thrived in that environment, right? But he would go Arsenal, right? Title contenders. He's probably thinking, I need to make the step up, right? It didn't happen for him. Disappointed. He showed great attitude, like what you said, to come back and perform, right? But what he needs to understand now, rather than going from like a mid-table club to a top club, and then you've got to recalibrate and focus because there's going to be competition. Aston Villa is going in that journey with him now. I think Aston Villa now are going to be, I believe, will be title contenders next year. They'll be in and amongst it. And that means that there's going to be a Marcus Rashford next to you competing for your place. And you're not just going to be definitely starting every game. You're going to have to, the pressure's going to be performing. So he needs to get his head around that. And I think he will because he's a great player and a great lad.
And he's got good people around him.
Good people around it. Yeah, we know his agents.
John Fortune, you know, Paolo
Vanazza, yeah.
So they're good people to have around you because they played the game, they understand it. And look, for me, when I look at Ollie, I see him doing his extras after work. And this is, every young player needs to see what he actually puts into the game, into his game. He does all his extras. He makes sure that he's got a striking coach next to him. And he's taking his game to the next level. So he's always got belief in himself. Like, when you do something repetitively, naturally you're going to get better. Yeah. But naturally you're going to believe in yourself because I've done this 100 times in training. Yeah. So naturally, subconsciously, I'm going to hit the ball exactly where I want it and I'm going to score. And those repetitive actions will always bode well for you in the future and with your club. And your club seeing you doing that, they're going to always have faith in you because more times than not, you're going to put the ball in the back of the net as a striker.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think massively impressed with everything Unai Emery's done. I think Villa will be up there, and I think they comfortably get Champions League. I think they're going to win the majority of their games between now and the end of the season.
Who else do you reckon get Champions League?
Mate, I worry for Chelsea. I think
they've got a hard running. Who they got coming up?
Is that in the running? They've got Forest, Newcastle, Man United, Liverpool. Now that looks bad on paper, right? But
very bad.
But Liverpool could have won the title by the time Chelsea play them in a couple of weeks.
Liverpool ain't easing up.
I know people say they don't, do they? When you go to win, I don't think you ease up, and they'll probably play with even more. A bit more freedom. And sometimes that's hard.
It's even
worse. They go out and they're playing on the park and just go and enjoy it.
Mate.
There's more freedom.
Yeah. Do you remember?
Could be dangerous, mate.
Yeah. Do you remember the first time we won the league? We went up to Old Trafford to play them at their home ground.
Bopped them.
Mate, they had Van Nistelrooy, Ronaldo, everyone. We'd been on the partying for 2 days. I'm thinking, God, this could be a long night. We beat them 3-0.
Yeah,
sometimes it works in your favour. Not you should do it every week, but you know, sometimes it might.
Yeah, it worked in our favour.
Play more relaxed.
Yeah, it was straight out of Funky Buddha, straight up to Old Trafford. It was. We still won 3-0. But I mean that's obviously I'm over egging it a little bit, but not by much. Right, moving on. So. Relegation for Leicester. We mentioned them earlier on in part 1 about plummeting. They're still plummeting. The parachute ain't opened, and this stat has blown my mind. 9 home games, no goals, lost every one. Wow, that's just.
Look, when you look at it as well, like I thought Rude was coming in to do bits,
mate.
Mate, they've not responded.
I want to put an asterisk on that little stat that I've just said to you there because I was watching it Match of the Day with my Harry and so bearing in mind the backdrop, 8 games, no goals at home. The owner, mate, he's popped up on the screen before the game.
Oh, I know, I saw this.
Shades on. Oh. Shades looking like...
Mate, aviators as well.
My son went, who is that guy? I mean, that's the owner. And he went, he's wearing shades. Even he got on the side, I'm like, and then when you go, 8, and the fans, there's a big protest around where the club are going, isn't there?
There was a plane flying past. You don't know what you're doing. You know when you get in Miami, in Miami when the plane
come to this beach club.
Yeah, come to this beach club. It's got the message on it on the trailer. This is what's going on over in Leicester. Mate, I'm thinking, blimey.
Someone is so upset with what's going on. They've got on the phone, hired a plane.
Man, do you know how much money that
someone's
takes?
Someone's had to stitch it in to the back.
Your flag. No, do you know what? Right. Listen, I get where the fans are coming from, but listen, if you look at the whole of, obviously the Premier League status is going to be gone, but the money they've put in, the owners, into Leicester, as in infrastructure, local community as well. They've done a lot around the local community.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
The training ground's unbelievable. The King Power Stadium's lovely. Their infrastructure's unbelievable. Now, I get what they're saying about, okay, now what do we put in that infrastructure? Do the owners know what they're doing? They took a big loss with their owner passing away.
Yeah.
That was a massive loss.
Yeah.
And for the owners like his son, to take on that responsibility was probably going to be hard for him to deal with, especially on top of losing your father.
Yeah.
And one of your family members. So I know now they got promoted to the Premier League and everything, and there probably was expected more, like a bit of the old days.
Yeah.
But when you go into the Premier League and probably your sole striker is a 38-year-old.
Yeah, that's wrong.
It was always going to be hard if you haven't had the investment into the team. When you look at the other teams around them, like anyone that gets promoted into the Premier League now is going to find it hard. I think the Championship to the Premier League the gap is increasing from the bottom part of the Premier League.
There's a few teams that are lucky that some.
It's such a bad season.
Bad, mate,
yeah, the other teams have been that bad, Bridgie, this season, where they've kind of looked at it and thought, well, we've got a chance here.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
Like,
but the bottom three teams, we could have told you that was going to be the bottom three teams at the start of the season.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because I just feel
would you have thought it'd been that bad?
No, I didn't think it was going to be that bad. I just thought they would struggle, but it's nearly already over for the bottom three teams to go down so early.
Yeah.
Like, come on, there's not even like a little race to the end.
Yeah,
it's like just waiting, like dead man walking.
Eric Crumble.
Yeah. They crumbled early. You know what I mean? So like, it has been a difficult watch.
Yeah.
That's why everyone's saying it's been a boring season, because the winners are the winners, and the bottom three for so long, and there's been no challenges, and so there's just been a separate table in the middle, like, and it's been a weird season.
Yeah.
So teams like Leicester, Southampton, Ipswich, they're always going to find it hard to stay afloat.
Yeah.
Now the teams struggled against Saints, by the way, at the weekend.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Ham
but
have been bad, didn't they?
Yeah, but as we're saying, the Southampton are playing with no fear now.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? They're like, it's already done. So let's go and show what we can do.
It's already done. Some of them didn't want to run around.
Yeah,
that's true.
And on top of that as well, like when you look at the teams that are coming up, are they going to be able to survive? Do you know? Are they Burnley?
But that's interesting. So let's quickly digress and look at Leicester, Southampton, and Ipswich style of football coming into the league, right? So they've performed how they've performed in the Championship. This lovely football patterns of play. You've got the best players, right? So that tells me the next teams that come up have got to go, right, okay, right, this works in the Championship and all my players are comfortable. You've got to rip up the book and
Burnley
start
leads.
again. Burnley leads, and then
who
it could
got
be
one
anyone,
other?
you know, Frank's doing well at Coventry, Middlesbrough up and around it. I've not really paid much attention to it, but I just think it just goes. You're right. The gap between the top 12, 13, 14 teams. I think everyone down to like Tottenham and Man United, because you look at them, they're 14th and 15th in the league. They're both in the semi-final of the Europa League, like beating top teams from other countries, right? So anything under them, the bottom three clubs got it wrong. And I think West Ham are in a real big transition. A real big transitional period. Apart from that, mate, it's like the gap's massive, isn't it? So if you're coming up from the Championship now, you play in a certain way, I think you've got to go right. You've got to go more almost like what Rob Edwards tried to do at Luton. Just go and give yourself a chance. Don't get beat. You know, nick a point here, nick a draw here. You know, you've got to be good. You've got to be strong defensively.
Yeah.
You know?
And look, if you look at Burnley, go on.
Well, no, I was saying, coming up, you think when you watch all the Premier League games, and we ain't going to do what everyone's doing, all playing out from the back, being too risky. You want to be fit.
Yeah.
And strong defensively. Fit and strong defensively, hard to beat, basically.
Yeah.
And not be afraid to just hit it long if you need to.
Set pieces.
I think.
Set pieces.
But one thing you can't do is just park the bus. Because
you can't.
Eventually, the seams are going to fall away. And then on top of that, see, look, Burnley, right? I've been watching the Championship. Burnley with Scott Parker done a brilliant job.
Yeah.
They've only conceded 14 goals this whole season. That out of how many games? That is unbelievable.
Yeah, I know.
Now, transferring that to the Premier League is going to be a lot harder.
It's a massive ask.
It's going to be a lot harder. So is he going to change his style? But I think because of his experience, with these the past times when he's been in the Premier League, I think he will change his style to suit what's in front of him.
He's going to play, wants to play, but if something's not going right, he'd be able to change it.
Yeah, so plan B.
Go right.
Plan B, yeah. So, and that's what a lot of these managers don't have.
Yeah, I know.
A plan B. They've never had one.
I know. You need Scott. He's been in and around, teams fighting for relegation, so he would know that. I think out of all of the teams, because of that record, because of that one stat, I'd say right.
Got a chance.
Put your foundations in place when you come up. Let's not get beat, and you will get beat. Someone will hit you for 5 or 6. Then Monday morning, how do you lift the lads and go, right, lads? We knew this was going to happen. We're playing Man City. They got, or we're playing Liverpool. We need to regroup when we play against our, your West Hams of this world. Yeah. Who else is down there at the moment? Your Evertons. That's what we can. We need to beat them sort of teams at home.
Yeah, and we've got to really take that seriously.
We got, and also like you said, where are we going to get bangs for the bucks? Right, we can be the best team defense set pieces wise. So I'd go if I was taking a team up for the Championship. I'd make it a performance indicator. The first we would do pre-season. Yeah, it's okay for Arsenal, right? Yeah. Right. So I'd go right. We need to be in the top 5 set pieces, defence and against, and that will correlate to maybe let's just say 5 to 15 points, depending on. Right, that's your basis, right? And we'll set up every week. We'll be working on that, and it'll bore the lads to death. But you have to get them to buy into it.
You've got to drill sergeant them.
Look, give yourself a chance to stay up, and then you
Leeds
can build.
as well. Leeds, coming up. Like Daniel Farker, right? I swear that is he going to be the one that keeps him up? Because remember, his time in the Premier League wasn't great.
Yeah.
Like found out real quick, and it was with Norwich, wasn't it? When he first come up, and he hasn't actually. When I see Leeds fans, I think, do they actually believe in him?
Yeah.
For him to come up and stay up.
Yeah.
And every fan that comes up into the Premier League is going to want to stay up for the first time of asking.
Yeah.
They don't want to be known as a yo-yo club. Now, when I look at Dan Fark, is he going to be able to keep them up? Or is it one of those ones when you come up, they sack the manager and bring someone else that can keep them up?
Oh, that's a big shout, that.
Do you know what I mean? Like, because...
Does that ever happen? I don't think that's ever happened.
But I reckon you've got Championship managers, and I reckon you've got Premier League managers.
Yeah.
Not Championship managers trying to be Premier League managers. As a club, do you take the gamble as in, they were brilliant for us in Championship, now we're in the Premier League, we need a Premier League proven manager to try and keep these bunch of lads up?
You've got to listen.
And your recruitment has to be
unbelievable.
Give him a chance. I think
you think it's unjust?
I think you've got to give him a chance, yeah.
But listen,
you don't own a football club one day.
Do you know what it is?
Carlton Cole owns league. Daniel Parker just won the league title. He's thinking, I'm going to new deal.
See ya.
Mate, you got to be brutal. It's brutal. It's business. Do you know what I mean? Like,
it is business.
You're a Championship manager. Thank you for bringing us up. You've done your job. Now I've got to move on.
Leave it to me now.
No, not me. But I'll find someone that can. You never know. Like, I don't know what they're thinking, but it is a conversation. I think it is a conversation for Championship managers to be looked at and reviewed if they can keep you up in the Premier League. If you're serious about staying up in the Premier League, that is.
But,
that's for owners to worry about.
That's not for us to worry about. But I just personally think. There needs to be a real. If you're coming up, you need to have a real look at the way you play, and don't just think this is what we do and carry on with it. Like you said, Bridgie, there needs to be Plan B, Plan C, Plan D, and you have to look at the Premier League with completely different eyes.
Yeah.
To
your recruitment's got to be good.
Yeah,
your recruitment's the most. Yeah. Look, when you look at Nottingham Forest, their recruitment's been unbelievable, isn't it?
Mate, but do you remember when that guy was signing players left, right and centre? He had about 40 players.
I remember that. But it kept them up. By the skin of their teeth, though.
Yeah.
It worked. Just. But that could have gone horribly wrong. That was a tipping point for them, innit? When you look back now, it was crazy what they were doing.
Yeah.
Then they signed 24 players in one window.
They were talking about there was multiple buses. They couldn't even fit the buses into the training ground. You know what I mean? It was like...
But now it's settled down. You can see the future. It's unbelievable how football works.
I'll quickly go on to Manchester City quickly. They've won the last 2 games, Palace and then at the weekend. De Bruyne opens up on a City exit. He said I was shocked. Now, I interviewed him after the Palace game when he opened. He was quite open, actually, after a game, talking about how...
You said you had a feeling.
I had a feeling looking at him that it wasn't his decision to he didn't want. He wasn't happy about leaving Manchester. He wasn't crossed over. No, he wouldn't cross over. He's been there. Like just look at him. Right, so he's been there 10 years. Right, he's won 16 major trophies, 119 assists, second only to Ryan Giggs. His final game will be on against Fulham on May the 25th, or the Club World Cup. So he's uncertain with that. But it's some quotes from him. I know I'm not 25 no more, but I still feel like I can do my job. You know, he hasn't ruled out staying in the Premier League. Hence, Bridgie calls him throwing him in there for clubs. Harry Kane to Arsenal, De Bruyne to Chelsea, making all sorts of waves in the media world.
Yeah.
But I got the impression from him that he didn't want to leave, and I mean, now I find that astonishing. What do you think, Bridgie? He's 33 now. He's had a few injuries. He wants to stay at your club. He's one of the greats ever to grace the. Why is there not a contract offer?
Yeah, I'm surprised he hasn't, even if it's just a year. I'm surprised he haven't. I know I chucked Liverpool in the other day, but
Liverpool, that was it. Sorry,
it's can the teams afford him? He's still going to cost money, isn't he? He's still going to cost a lot.
Well, he's on a free, but wages.
He's on a free, but it's still wages going to cost. Like, you think they got Salah. There's Van Dijk. Did he just get a new?
Van Dijk signed a new deal.
So I'm like, it might be a bit of a big step for them to go and chuck a load of money at him. Yeah. So when you look at the MLS or Saudi, but if a Premier League's got the money, I think someone should take him. He's still got it, mate.
Yeah.
He can go and win you a game on his own sometimes with his passing, crossing, everything, goal scoring. He's still got it. I'm surprised they haven't given him a year. Well, it might still happen. You don't know.
I think City know more than us, obviously.
Yeah.
You know,
you can always change your mind. You know what I mean? You just don't know.
You can always change your mind.
I just think City know more than us.
Yeah.
Like City are usually
spot on.
That's usually spot on.
Yeah, it's weird if he's made the announcement and he ends up staying.
It would be weird if they did make the announcement and then he ends up staying.
But if he goes to Premier League, mate, he can come back to haunt you.
Yeah. That's horrible, isn't it?
Back to haunt you.
That's horrible. I mean, I just don't think. Look, I just look back at the great Manchester United teams with Alex Ferguson. He never let Giggsy leave or Scholesy or them boys.
They're homegrown. It's a little bit different.
But like. It just doesn't happen no more. Homegrown. He's as good as homegrown, Kevin De Bruyne. 10 years he's been at your club.
Yeah, it's not as good as homegrown. Homegrown's different, isn't it? That's totally different. That's your Phil Fodens. And, you know what I mean? And if Phil Foden goes and has half the career that De Bruyne has, then you ain't letting that go. You're just going to keep that under your stable for the rest of eternity, really. So, De Bruyne is such a wonderful player, and we do want him to stay in the Premier League because we'll miss him, and he keeps it exciting a little bit. You know, he keeps it.
Can I quickly jump? We haven't spoke about Liverpool because it's just boring, isn't it? They're going to win the league. Not boring for Liverpool fans. Like incredible achievement. The news of Van Dijk saying after Salah saying the third will in that little trilogy of transfer. Well, not rumours, is it? Transfer drama. Trent scored at the weekend.
See the passion in that celebration.
Yeah. Saw the passion. It was a lovely strike as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, great strike.
What I find this quite, Liverpool fans, there's murmurings of them being very, very frustrated he hasn't signed his contract, and almost like I think once you leave Liverpool, if you're one like. You don't get the same love that you would get. I'm thinking of Steve McManaman, who I work with.
Yeah,
he left for Real Madrid, and he was the Liverpool's best player for 4 or 5 years. Steve McManaman. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Like
I just think sometimes hate overpowers love in terms of what you hear. There will be some Liverpool fans. We're all different. Some Liverpool fans will still love him, appreciate what he's done, and be happy for him.
Do you think the majority?
But you don't hear that as much. You'll hear. That more, I think. I don't know, mate. No, you say the majority. I just think you hear more about the hate stories rather than the love stories.
You're right.
It's more interesting.
Exactly.
No one cares about love, man.
Only we do. No one cares about love.
I'll tell you what it is.
Know, mate.
Listen,
but he's obviously come under it, and I kind of get it. Why? But I'd be more the other side of.
Go on your way, son. Thank you for doing what you've done for the club. One of our own.
Look, when you talk about the noise, because you hear the noise, everyone are affected by it in different ways. But when I look at noise and the hate, it always comes from like Twitter.
Yeah,
it always comes from
yeah,
social media.
Yeah,
That's not the main bulk of the noise. The main some people
True,
are not
true.
even on Twitter. Some
Yeah.
people are not even on social media. They just, but they have an opinion, but they're not that bothered by it for them to go on Twitter and vent their frustration. That's an elite lot. Not everybody that dislikes you is gonna go out and vent it. On
That's
social
true, mate.
media, or not everyone that likes you is gonna come and say they love you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? How many people have you met that says I didn't agree with what you done there or what you said? Not many.
Yeah.
It's only online.
Yeah,
They'll
it's
never
weird,
come say
isn't
it to your face. So you don't actually know. I think social media magnifies a few people that disagree with you or don't like you.
Yeah,
It
why-
magnifies them.
Yeah, why can't we just accept that, right? Well, I'm at fault because I'm saying I've come here and said, well, they might be upset, the Liverpool fans. I don't, and Bridgie's right in saying, well, the majority of Liverpool fans probably still will love him and send him on his way. But why do you think then, as at the moment, we know that there's the people that are just making the nastiness and the vindictiveness are just a minuscule amount of people. Why are we even giving it the airtime?
Did he get booed when he come on the other day? Did he get booed? No. Yeah, exactly. Because no one's going to boo him. Because there's only there's a hate mob out there, isn't it? And they want to be heard. So they'll go on Twitter, social media, and go and say all the nasty things they want about him. But when that's taken away, there's not many people that's saying what they're saying, because the ones that actually love him or like him don't go on Twitter. They don't go and say nice things, because there's no need, because we feel that way. So we don't need to go and vent our... We're probably disappointed that he's leaving, because he's got fans that love him and laud him. But at the same time, you got to take the rough with the smooth. He's got to understand that. And I think that's what footballers are starting to understand now. I think they get coached and told how this social media... It's not the be-all and end-all. Not everyone feels that way. So go and fill your boots, son. If it is Real Madrid he's going to, is it? If it is, then go and do your thing. You deserve it. You've done so much for the club. You've won stuff with the club. You've just won another Premier League, basically. Now leave on that high. And if they can't afford to keep you, it's just the way it is. They went for Van Dijk and they went for Mo Salah, which is understandable. You know? So if you're expendable, you're expendable.
Yeah, that's it. That's all we got time for. Thoroughly enjoyed it, as always, chaps. Thank you for listening to The Dressing Room with Al Arabiya News.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Did you ever miss a Zoom meeting because you got the time wrong or called someone halfway across the world only to realize it's the middle of the night over there? Yeah, you can thank time zones for that. They control when we work, when we sleep, and when we travel, and when we even Zoom. But have you ever wondered who decided what time it is? Let's take a closer look here on Pixel with me, Joanne Soria. Time zones exist because of one simple, undeniable fact. The Earth rotates. It takes 24 hours for our planet to complete one full spin on its axis. That means while it's sunrise in Paris, it's already afternoon in Beijing, and still pitch dark in New York City. Different places experience daylight at different times. And get this, even if we didn't have time zones, noon in some places would be in total darkness, and sunrise would be anywhere on the clock, basically complete chaos. But time zones weren't always around. For most of human history, people used local solar time. That means noon was whenever the sun was highest in the sky. Simple, right? But things started to get a bit complicated in the 1800s. The invention of the telegraph and railroads connected people and places like never before. And suddenly, knowing the exact time somewhere else became critical. Train stations in particular became a timekeeping nightmare. In the US alone, there were once over 300 different local times. Just imagine trying to schedule a train across different towns with that many local timings. That mess led to a solution, thanks to Canadian railway planner named Sir Sandford Fleming. In the 1870s, he suggested dividing the Earth into 24 time zones, one for each hour of the day. Each zone would span 15 degrees of longitude, and to make it official, world leaders met in Washington, D.C. in 1884 to standardize the system. At that meeting, they chose Greenwich, England, as a starting point, home of Greenwich Mean Time, or GMT. They also drew the prime meridian, 0 degrees longitude, right through Greenwich. From there, time zones were born, slicing the Earth like pieces of an orange. That sounds simple, right? Well, in practice, not so much, because time zones aren't actually straight lines. They zigzag all over the map. Why? Because countries decide their own time zones. Politics, economics, convenience, they all play a role. Take India, for example. It spans 2 time zones geographically, but uses just one, that's Indian Standard Time. China is even more extreme. It stretches across 5 natural time zones, yet the entire country runs on Beijing time. And Nepal, it's the only country with a time zone that's 45 minutes off GMT. Very precise. As if things weren't complicated enough, some countries shift their clock twice a year for daylight saving time, an effort to save sunlight by making better use of daylight hours. But not everyone does it. Many countries, and even some states in the US, opt out entirely. Arizona, for instance, doesn't observe daylight saving time, but the Navajo Nation, located within Arizona, actually does. Yeah, even within one state, 2 different clocks. So what's the big deal about time zones? They're not just trivia. They're essential to how our world works. They help planes fly safely across continents. They keep stock markets coordinated. They let you schedule Zoom calls without waking someone up in the middle of the night. In a world more connected than ever, understanding time zones is a kind of global literacy, something that helps us navigate across borders, time, and technology. So the next time you check the time in Tokyo or wonder why it's dark in California while you're eating lunch in Riyadh, remember, it's all because our planet is spinning. And someone somewhere thought, hey, we should make time for that. I'm Joanne Surya. See you next time on Pixel.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
No one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.